Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
The Mexican said, we got to go. Y'all got to go. Yes, they're coming for you, Americans. There have been over 240,000 apprehensions over the past 60 days, and 7,000 Americans have been deported. And anybody who says that they did not see this coming, you're crazy, because think about it. We're trying to put them off of our land. Look how adamant we've been about that. You don't think they try to put us off of their land? And you don't think the Mexicans see them Americans over there living their best life just like we see the Mexicans over here living their best life? Do I feel bad? No. And I also understand why they'd want to do it. I mean, think about it. We go over there for leisure all the time. But we're like so adamant about trying to get them, like, make it make sense. And the Americans who went over there and decided to colonize on their land, I mean, of course we understand why they did. The American dollar has a higher value than the Mexican currency. You know, their businesses, there's better business opportunities. I mean, I understand why they did it, but their quality of life, the Mexicans, their quality of life is going down and prices on their businesses are increasing. So they're like, you got to get the fuck on. So any American who's been shacking up on Mexican land, if you don't have legitimate paperwork, they're coming for you. Yes, they're putting you on their bus and they're bringing you back over here. And you and the people who they're taking back probably gonna pass each other on the buses.
But I want to know how it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're so into facts, because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If you were to deport all illegal immigrants, if you were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child born in America. And while I didn't have much possession or didn't much control, I really enjoyed myself. And I think that if you ask a lot of Americans, they would say that I had a lot to offer this country. You know, according to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point.
You nigga on a microphone. Can I ask the number 15? Rock, you want to studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. We be there. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Tell them around. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sitio no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light. Some love them, I Rastafari my life. Some love, I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not I really think. Yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bombo, clack, y Lego. Not so really easy. No. Tuning on the microphones. Hey, tell us any tree. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love. No. Tuning on the microphones. Hey, tell us any tree. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression.
¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Give me a second. Give me a second. All righty. Shit. I don't know why I lifted there. Okay. Let's see if you guys can hear me, first of all. What up, what up, what up? Hold on. Okay, the sound's good. Cool. Sounds good, man. All right. Let me, first of all, welcome you good brothers that are here. What up, ETC? What up, what up, what up? Who are you? All right, let's see. Hold on a second. Bruh. Exotic Tribe, bro. What's up, bro? Good to have you guys here. I was giving you guys some props. What's up, brother York? I hope you're doing well, bro. All right. So, anyways, let me show you guys something. In this channel, and I've made it very clear to a lot of people what I do. Okay. It's not a BHI, not a dumbass 12 chart. This is not a Hispanic only channel. What I mean by that is because I'm always going to stick to my roots. I believe I've discovered enough evidence to show who we are, at least like who I am, but some of y'all don't believe it. Now, I also, don't subscribe to Christian shit either. So what we do here is that we teach that Negroes and gringos together came as conquistadors, along with Arab Moors or Moors, white, black Moors, that's why I put that, fake Jews, Khazars, the fucking animals that I really dislike. You guys are just man. You guys are just chosen people that do just chosen things and just like to chosenly destroy innocent, unchosen children, right? That's what you guys do. Black, white, because Khazars, Sephardics, and other nations all work together to destroy our indigenous heritage. Investigating biblical doctrines and destroying strongholds that are against the truth. Ezekiel 3:8, behold, I have made thy face strong against thy face, and thy forehead strong against their forehead. I need to know that in this channel here, I do debunk a lot of shit. First of all, regarding that Genesis 2:7, that's a lie. First of all, hold on a second. With that crap, Wakanda, you know how they made a big deal about it? Proved you guys what the origin is from that stuff too, exactly. And I had been calling out exactly BHIs that was going on, and I told you. That puto. Fuck that puto. After what he said to that old lady, bro, I don't have no respect for him whatsoever. All right, so in this channel here, I also showed you guys, and no one else does this because no one else does the homework, okay? I've debunked that stupid ass Willie Lynch letter that they so eloquently impressed upon us. Why? Especially when it came to BHI. So I'm just calling it for what it is. That right there. What else? The Deuteronomy 28. Okay. I've done that too. All right. You guys can go through these things. So today, I am going to debunk this idiot right here. Colomiados once again. I don't know, honestly, man, what his agenda is. I don't understand it. Are you saying you're black like them? But then when you talk, you say them. You don't include yourself. And then what do you get out of this? If, let's say, what you were teaching was true, what do you get out of it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you get out of it? So today, we are going to find out if you guys want to walk with me, or you can skedaddle the hell out of here. I don't give a shit. What I am going to do is I'm going to debunk these motherfuckers. Because that's what I am going to do, okay? Fuck that puto. That's what I'm going to do. So we're going to start from the top, though. We're not going to watch the video first. So in the video, what he does is he gets into this particular concept of like, California, Califas, Califern, right? All right, I'll get to it. So he references, and so do other people, these books or this book called las cergas del Esplandian. Now, I am I could say a decent reader, not a good reader, a decent reader. I was going to say very good reader, but no. I'm a decent reader. I can read some of these things, but it will take time. So, like, for example, entonces el marinero, antes que convenía pie, allá llegaban con gusto la barca a las orcillas. So there is a patience required to read this material, which is why people translate this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want to bring you to attention as to who this guy is. Garcia Rodrigo de Montalva. We're going to hear about it. Now, between 1450 and 1505, you know what I mean? So obviously these wobbles, anything that has to do with so-called old times, and then out of reference of just something that just may be them, they'll work with that. Okay, so hold on, let me see something real quick, because I heard about something yesterday. Oh yeah, thank you, bro. You had to post it on Facebook. It's all good, dude. Thank you very much. And you know, by the way, the reason I'm bringing this up too is because there's somebody that's posting on the channel, right? And they're all like just all over the place. Now they're Asians and shit. Anyway, so Las Cergas Esplandian. By the way, I want to let you guys know that in this channel, I do speak Spanish and I do read in Spanish. So we're going to read English and Spanish. We're going to read English and Spanish, okay? But I'm going to try to hurry up because I have my mom here and we're going to eat some pozole today, bro. Oh, man. You know what I mean? It's going to be good. Anyways, so in this book, you know, as I said, it's kind of hard to read. So we're not going to do that. All right? But what we are going to do is we're going to obviously reach other ways to read it. So now I'm going to bring you to a story here called Stories Behind the Myth of California. Now, in case you guys don't know, here in the States, when you hear or see something like the novel, you're like, oh, a novel, wow. It almost seems real. No, dumbasses, it is not real. It's like what we call novelas. Novelas are not real. They're not real. They're imaginary. And a matter of fact, they are made for what we call people que son ociosos, that have nothing to do and are just like instinctive and will react to shit like that. Yeah, right? So this is why, like, for example, La Llorona is not really ever been seen, even though you have people, oh, I saw her. I saw La Llorona. I fucking saw her. No, man. So let's reassess this shit, because guess what? This is why I'm making fun of this dude, bro. Straight up. And the reason I called him the Negro Master is because he's your master. He literally is your master. You believe the shit that he's telling y'all. And I'm going to show you like that video, which I'm gonna play at the end. I'm gonna first present what it is, and then y'all decide at the end what it is, basically. I'll say it like that. So let's begin. William Roos, PhD, by the way. Okay. So it's not Culomiados who lives in a fucking barn and shit and like a half-ass home that, you know what I mean? Like he ain't even got fucking drywall inside of that thing. All right. This is a PhD individual. So I think I may just kind of lean a little bit towards it. Plus it's confirmed. So let's read it a little bit. So let's read the story behind Califia and her two spirits. Now, I do want to say this, brother VTC, I really appreciate you, bro, because you do get it. You know what I mean? And what I mean by get it is, you know, you're not like just getting concept just because you want to create hate. Now, bro, it's like you got questions. You know what I'm saying? You got questions. So obviously, you know, you're going to want answers. So brother VTC here, he's been posting stuff about certain things, about certain people that have been doing certain things. You know what I mean? And there's something that seems to be very common among these individuals lately. You know, so you may want to consider looking at some of these things here, right? So the reason why I'm saying that is because in the same breath, this is where that two spirit sister concept comes from. You like, instead of mayates, mayatas. You know what I mean? Like instead of that. All right, but let's continue. All right, so in 1524, Hernan Cortez was at the peak of his fame and power. I'm only going to read about 4 pages, so I'm going to hurry up. 3 years earlier, through his guile, luck, and violence, he had crushed the Aztec Empire. Now, we're talking about Hernan Cortés, who they actually will reference, okay? Wobbles always do that shit. Now, and had crushed the Aztec Empire. The Holy Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, Carlos V, which, remember, in case you guys don't know why we have those chocolates, it's because, you know what I mean? He's a swarty mofo. Let's continue. Appointed him governor, captain general, and chief of justice of New Spain and Ocean of the Oceans. But his penchant for defying orders and making enemies, and indeed his impious towards the king himself, had weakened his standing. So we do know of this history, right? So let's kind of skip a little bit here. I don't want to supposedly hide shit because, you know what I mean? These wobbles and their king, their daddy, you know what I mean? This guy right here, their Negro master, they like to hide shit. And I'm going to show you how. So if we continue, it says, most tantalizing was a report from his trusted lieutenant, Gonzalo de Sandoval, In 1522, he had sent the towns and the people of those provinces to bring to me all the reports and secrets of the land that he might learn. Sandoval traveled as far as the shores of South Sea, the Pacific Ocean, where he founded the city of Colima before proceeding north along the coast. Reaching the towns of Cihuatlan in the present state of Jalisco, where I'm from. The lords of the province gives him a report in which there is affirmed to be an island. Okay, so let's read this. Inhabited by women without any men. Although at certain times they are visited by men from the mainland, and if the women bear female children, they are protected. But if their males are driven from their society, this island is 10 days' journey from that province, and many have gone there and seen it. They also tell me it is very rich in pearls and gold, respecting which I shall labor to obtain the truth and give your majesty a full account of it. And indeed, Sandoval had returned with pearls in his hand. All right, so now we're like, oh, shoot, maybe it is true. I don't know. Let's continue. Cortez wasted no time, he says. I'm going to go get the gold. Even before he wrote to the king, he dispatched his cousin to Colima with instructions to look for in a district inhabited by women without men, where in a matter of reproduction, these women follow the peace practices of the Amazons described in the, I want you to pay mind to this, Historias Antiguas. So think about this. This is in 15 and change, 1505, 1510, right? So why is he saying Historias Antiguas? He is just referencing Amazon, referencing Historias Antiguas. So, and again, hold that into your thought because we will touch on it later, okay? Cortez letter was recalculated, I believe. Cortez' letter was calculated to get the royal court's attention. That an island of riches inhabited by women, all right, who live without men might exist was not a new fantasy for the Spaniards. Oh, now remember, keep in mind. So this right here, this dude right here, okay? This dude right here, Culo Mialos right here, right? Okay. So he is teaching people, right? In this book, which I just told you, right? Which I'm going to get to. He's saying that shit is real, right? Cortez' letter was calculated to get the royal court's attention. That an island of riches inhabited by women who live without men might exist as was not a new fantasy for the Spaniards. Okay, so now, second point. He called it a fantasy, right? He is not calling it a fantasy. They understand it is. However, let's continue. The Greek myth of a tribe of women, the Amazons, so not the Amazons in Brazil, dumbass. That term has been used in the past. So anyway, let's continue. Living on the margins of the civilized world was persisted through the Middle Ages. At the time the Spaniards arrived in the New World, an island of women was the subject of one of the most popular novels. Listen to this. So remember what I said? Novels, novelas, right? Novels, novelas. So this is not real shit. At the time the Spaniards arrived in the New World, an island of women was subject to one of the most popular novels in the history of Spanish literature. Do you understand what this means? First published in 1510, Las Sergas Esplandían, translated the labors of the very brave knight Esplandian. So just to kind of interject, and I did read a little bit about this, and I think we'll read later in a bit if I have time. It's really more of this knighthood. And this supposedly Khalifa's chick, she runs off and leaves with his ass. Anyway, let's continue. Was the second of the two romantic pot boilers written by Garcia Rodrigo de Montalvo. He was a storyteller, man. Anyhow, drawing on old medieval chivalry tales. Las Sergas de Esplandian was a runaway bestseller. You see what I'm saying? So we have culomeados, aka curimeo, okay, going around telling people that soul situation over there in Califas or California and that picture that they use, which is very recent, all right, that shit is real. So we're tackling it one step at a time, saying here, yo, this is the bestseller shit. Over 21, okay, first of all, romantic, written, bestseller, over 21 chapters. Montalvo gives an account of an island named California, which was inhabited by black women, which, by the way, I just want to remind y'all that in 1500, the terminology black woman didn't mean an Afro woman or an African-American looking woman. I mean, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Hold on. Come on, bro. Get the shit out of here with that shit. Anyways, without a single man among them, right? So they see, supposedly, it's a black woman or black women, that they lived in a manner of Amazons. The island everywhere abounds with gold and precious stones. Whenever a man came to the island, he was promptly killed and eaten. I guess they forgot to leave that out, right? Culomeados, did you forget to leave that out? Now, it says here, its ruler was queen named Califia. All right? So this is what Culomeados is saying. The black queen of California. Let's continue. In fact, stories of New World Amazons had been making their way back to Spain well before Las Sergas de Esplandian was published. Columbus relayed reports of an island of women engaged in men's pursuits in his official account of his first voyage. It is quite possible that these reports inspired Montalvo because he's a storyteller. In any case, they kept coming, storytelling. In 1517, while sailing along the shorelines of Cozumal, Juan del Grijalbal expedition found a tower on a tip of the land that is said to be inhabited by women who live without men. When Cortez departed from Cuba to meet his destiny in Mexico, so listen to this, right? So Hernan Cortez, remember. So he's like, shit, because he believed it. He believed this stuff. Okay, but let's continue though. And again, it's like everybody, every single one of us. You know, you guys believe one thing, I believe another thing. Some of us believe me, some of us don't, whatever. But it's like it's your belief, right? Whatever it is that he was believing, he had this book and story, and like, yo, I think it's real. When Cortez departed from Cuba to meet his destiny in Mexico, the following year, his instructions included, among other things, to get a hold of an informant who will give you news about other islands, and you will also inquire where and in what direction are the Amazons. All right, so we're seeing this so far. Okay, so it's not fake that he's bringing up a book or material, and even in this shit here, again, this is why I call him the Negro Master, because you guys swallow everything he's giving you, bro. Everything he's pouring down your throats. It's unbelievable. So you might as well call him Big Daddy. Anyways, so it says, okay, the soldiers with Cortez knew Montalvo books well. Bernal Diaz, let me read that again. The soldiers with Cortez knew Montalvo's books well. Bernal Diaz, who chronicled Cortez exploits, recalled how at first sight of the great city of Tenochtitlan, the Spaniards could not help remarking to each other that all these buildings resembled the fairy castles we read in the Amadís de Gaul, which is his first novel. Now, so they're even referencing or suggesting that Tenochtitlan may be what these broads are. Like the movie, you know what I'm saying? Wonder Woman. I mean, let's be real, man. What kind of dude ain't gonna think, hey, that's a good idea? An island full of beautiful women, right? Supposedly. Meanwhile, back in Spain, Cortez later backfired. So check this out. It gets interesting. The crown was certainly interested in pearls, gold, and new territories. Amazons are not, but authorization to undertake their quest was not forthcoming. Meanwhile, Cortez was called away to suppress the Enduro revolt, yada, yada, yada. He returns to Mexico. He found himself in controversies. Let me not waste too much time on little stuff here. Okay, so he returns. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. In 1529, now the dates change. Nuño de Guzman sets out with force of more than 300 conquistadors and some 8,000 Nahuatl allies in the lands west of New Spain to find the pearls and gold of Amazons. All right, so listen to this. The expedition was, in the words of one historian, a genocidal enterprise. You understand this? So Núñez de Guzman, which again, they may be referencing that he believed this shit, right? You know what I'm saying? That he believed this stuff. Goes on the quest himself. Takes with him 300 conquistadors of 8,000 of our Nahuatl people, hopefully, you know what I mean? Or if not, sells, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And finds the pearl and gold for them. They're looking for it. But it says you the expedition, in other words of one historian, is a genocidal enterprise. Guzman attacked the natives' villages. So listen to this. This is why this is why I call him this right here, bro. El más puto, bro. This is why I call you, bro, that. Fuck that puto. Because you don't do your homework on what actually occurred in this history, that you want to paint a picture of some shit that is you only talk about the fairy tale and don't give the real shit that happened. Guzman attacked the natives, villages, stole their food, razed and burned their dwellings. Why? As he's looking for this place that you think it's so grand. Oh my God, he had a black woman, man, and tortured their leaders to make them reveal the location of their riches, of that so-called island that Montalvo wrote. And it says in July 1530, which is a year later, okay, so we're going by years here, he had reached Omitlan on the western Mexican coast, where he wrote to the king, I shall go to find the Amazons, which some say dwell in the sea, some in an arm of the sea, and that they are rich and accounted of by the peoples for goddesses. Guzman ravaged his way up the coast until he reached Cihuatlan, where Sandoval had heard of an island of women, gold, and pearls. But the only women Guzman found were cowering in fear and clutching their children. The men had fled to the mountains. There were no pearls or gold. Such news might have discouraged another man, but Guzman's denouncement only emboldened Cortez. Now it was his chance to find the island of women and their riches. So that now we're going few years later, between 1532 and 39, he mounted no less than 5 expeditions. 5 times he attempted it, to at an end, all financed at his own expense, all ending in disaster and disappointment. In 1532, he sent 2 ships under Diego Hurtado Mendoza into the seas of the coast of western Mexico to find out whether the natives were adorned with gold, pearls, and precious stones. 1 ship mutinied. The second disappeared without a trace. The following year, he sent 2 more ships under Diego de Becerra to find Mendoza. Again, a revolt broke out. Becerra was killed. When the mutineers turned back to Mexico, they came upon an island they named Santa Cruz, where, according to all accounts, there were fine pearls fisheries. Its inhabitants, however, were a savage tribe of Indians who attacked and killed the landing party. As the survivors straggled back to Mexico, stories of the newfound islands of the pearls reached Cortez, who, in the words of Bernal Diaz, felt a great temptation to visit the above-mentioned Pearl Island. Now, we're almost done here. The conquistadors now took matters in their own hands, and now in 1535, remember, between 32 and 39, now in 1535, he set sail with 3 ships, 380 soldiers, and settlers for the island of Santa Cruz. On May 3rd in that year, he landed at the present-day La Paz, claimed the land for king, and founded the town. Then 2 of his ships ran aground, Waiting to return, Cortez ran out of supplies, and his men began starving to death. According to Bernal Diaz, in order not to witness these miseries, he left Santa Cruz to discover other lands and came upon California, which is a bay. Then it says, the men of Cortez abandoned. Well, hold on. Do you see this? He just left them. There's nothing there. The men of Cortez abandoned the Santa Cruz, clung on for almost 2 years, a miserable colony on the coast of Baran Peninsula, where there were neither gold nor pearls, let alone a queen named Califia. It took one more expedition in 1539 under Francisco de Ulla up the coast of Baja to convince Cortez of that fact. Bam. Well, so now, this is what I find so interesting, because when you do a simple Google, right? Because I'm going to keep going. When you do a simple Google, you're like, Califia is a fictional queen. Fictional. Wobbles, please tell me, you're going to let this dude here rule your mind? You're really going to let him sell you some bullshit, bro? For real, bro? For real, man. Come on, bro. Y'all adults now. You guys are adults now. It's a fictional story. If you look into this actual situation, it's really a story. And we're going to see some things real quick, because there's some history to it, right? Which, by the way, I think he references or he ignores in this video here. Okay? So, let's see. Reconquista, chivalry is what is actually the meaning of it. The character of Califia is used by Rodrigo de Montalve to portray superiority of cavalry, I believe, in which the attractive virgin queen is conquered, converted to Christian beliefs, and married off. Did you happen to leave that shit out there, Colombianos? I mean, I don't understand why you guys don't actually consider thinking of where the hell is this even about? Or what does it even mean? It's a novel, una novela, way, like what you see on TV. You know what I'm saying? Califia is a pagan warrior queen who ruled over the kingdom of black women living in an island of California. It's convinced, raised an army, blah, blah, blah. Just like Wonder Woman. No different. You see the book? All right, so let's continue. Now, we're going to get into the Spanish part. Now, I think I can translate this. Can I? Translate. All right. Let's see if it translates properly, okay? It's just from Lecturas Hispánicas. So, you know what I mean? It's from Barrica de Letra Hispánica, some shit. Here, let me give you guys a link, so you guys can see it yourselves. Okay, so what I think about is like, okay, sounds good, man. So instead of listening, and this is what I would tell you, Wobbles, instead of listening to Horseface right here, right? You know what I'm saying? Instead of listening to your master, I would say, why don't you actually listen to, or maybe go to the horse's mouth? You know what I mean? Like, go to the Spaniards. Why don't we do that maybe for once and for all? This is from them. I am not making this the same. No, let's read what they say about this situation. Let's read a little bit. Hopefully it's all translated properly, okay? Again, bear with me. I clicked on the translation. But let's go. Prophetic spirit or sarcastic spirit. Dreams of wonder. It cannot be denied that the imagination, they were scrambled, excited. Okay? The discovery of America, gold, pearls, riches, sometimes the books of cavalry that tormented Europe. In the same critical epoch of the transition, they had a powerful influence in the minds of the end of the 15th and 16th century. All right? In the year 1493, Columbus speaks in the relation of his first trip from an island where only women live. Those who believe that it was a desire to find that California of legend so foolish as to capture an objective reality. Do you understand that? Do you understand what it's saying? You know what I mean? Yeah, hey, what's up, Vladimir? I think Vladimir is the Impala de serpents. Son más pendejos. Because you want to know something? They believe this dude right here, literally, this dude here, because he shows like a video, some pictures, a few sentences, skips, brings other things that support the few sentences that he reads, but doesn't give them the reality. So those who believe that it was a desire to find that California of legend so foolish as to capture an objective reality, although unknown, what came out of the pen of Ordóñez de Montalve has in no account Spanish psychology. Has not the account of Spanish psychology. What he's saying, because I read it in Spanish, what he's saying is you're not holding into account the Spanish psychology of that time, right? How do I know? Because it says here, nor the fact that it was forbidden to send to the Indies the novels of Calvary, because they had believed them to be intended for idle and poorly entertained people. That's gonna hurt. So it's like ocioso, gente ociosa, bro. Like, don't give people that don't do shit, don't know shit, don't read shit, don't give them things to get confused about. That's what it's actually saying here. Then it says, yes, although prohibition was flouted, it would never be so large as to be could form among soldiers in the popular masses. That atmosphere, which some pretend is excited, perhaps the most prepared. Remember, this is translated, okay? So keep that in mind. I can read it in Spanish, but I think I may lose some of y'all. So let me continue reading it in English. If it gets bad, then I'll go back in Spanish. Perhaps the most prepared, they could read the copies that arrived. And remember that the Pizarro could not read. And remember that Pizarro could not read. That Cortez was too cultured to let himself be led by those books. Well, it says he did. And that in any case, almost all of them or all the conquerors condemned such books and laughed at them. Anticipating Juan de Alves Cervantes. If the Spaniards read the books of Calvary, did not do in such a way that they thought only of it, nor did they lose their minds. Otherwise, in the 5 parts of the world would be islands of capes, mountains, or cities, or nations that would not be called Philippines, God Hope, Mendoz, Mother of God. They would be Palmerines, Rogeles, Prima Leones, or Luciartes, Floriceles, or Orianas, or Amadises, or perhaps Urganda, the unknown. Like, what he's saying is that, listen, if that shit was real, they would have not named these lands Philippines, God's Hope, Motherland, Mexico, whatever, or New Spain. They would have named them all kinds of weird shit, because in that story of Montalves, in case you wobbles don't understand, it talks about hideous animals, monstrous beings. Are you saying they were here too, bro?
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Nelly de Bangray, according to well collected at the beginning of the chapter, it says that not a single argument is given to support the humiliating theory. Oh shit. Yo, for real. Hey, listen, family. Look, I'm not y'all ain't my family, because you on that side. This is your big papi right here. No. I love you long time. This is what he says. This is a humiliating theory. And that is why he flatly states that. And there's little doubt our noble state received its charming name, not in mockery, but rather in helpful anticipation, almost in a spirit of prophecy of the riches and wonders to be found. Like, hopefully, bro. It's like wishful thinking. Yeah, I want an island full of broads and money, dude. What dude would say, nah, I don't want that. Hey, listen, I believe in the scriptures, man. I believe in the Most High and all that, but I'm going to lie to y'all if I say, no, I don't think that. I'll be like, you know what I mean? Come on, let's be real, bro. Anyways, let's see how the Spaniards react in then before the books of Calvary. The feats performed only by fantasy serve them to refer to them as jokes.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
So, you know, culomeados, when you read these things, you're probably doing this on the backside, huh? When you go like into your bathroom and shit.
What?
Just laughing at these bobbles. I wonder if you are actually doing it on purpose, man. I sometimes wonder if you do it on purpose. It says here, let me read it again. The feats performed only by fantasy serve them to refer to them as a joke, as a point of comparison between the real and the ridiculous, or as a reason for ridicule, or to ponder on the incredibleness of some situation or enterprise. Hadn't I done classes on confabulation? simulacrum. You know what I mean? Like imposter syndrome, schizophrenia, bipolarism, all related. Sedition. Oh man, I know that's gonna hurt. Right. That's gonna hurt y'all. As a point of comparison between the real and the ridiculous as a reason for ridicule, or to ponder on the incredibleness of some situation or enterprise, never to express the goal to which they aspired or kingdom longed for. A much less did they ever express collective desires. No examples are you can quote as a refutation in our thesis. Pedro de Ircio, who walked slowly without tormenting himself to seek danger, from which he placed himself to a good distance, and who told all the times of the exploits of the Count of Ruyena, his son, Don Pedro Gorón. This is going to make sense in a little bit. Check this out. Bernal Diaz de Castillo uses phrases in sense we affirm, putting them in the mouth of the conquerors, as if to draw the line between lie and deed positive. So he's, basically saying that he made sure to understand what is true and what is not. Sometimes that seems like a fable or enchantment, like those of Amadís de Gaul. But it is very certain, we were amazed and said that it looked like the house of enchantment that is told in the book of Amadís because of the great towers and the buildings that they had in the water and all the lime and pebble. And even some of our soldiers said that if what they saw was in their dream. And it is not surprising that I write in this way here, because it is necessary to ponder a lot that I don't know how to tell, see things never heard of, seen, not even dreamed of. So it's like, I can see people imagining things, and I could see buildings, and I could see that, but to write about stuff that I've never even seen or heard of or even dreamed of, bro, that's stupid. They then didn't dream. Even when he used phrases such as those referred above, because there was much to ponder, and it was not well known how to express it in any other way. Diaz del Castillo excuses himself from using Amadís translated by his countrymen from Medina del Campo as a point of comparison. He doesn't want to offend them, is what he's saying. We are not surprised, in spite of everything, by the interpretation they give to the imposition of the name of California. Who wants to judge one psychology with another totally diverse? It is true that Columbus, Cortez, and a certain enemy of his, Nueva Garcia, narrated naivety. A century had to pass before Belisarius in year 1647 described by the western coast of North America and spoke of terrifying griffins. This is not a fable, but true, Champ says. Now, let me go into here real quick. It had Spaniard believe that it is hard for a Spaniard to believe that the environment of all those expeditionaries was so charged with that sentimental phantasmagoria and ridiculous illusion that was to lead them to admit the real existence of a more or less ingenious invention of romanceros and minstrels. And on the other hand, the historian is sure that such an environment did not exist, at least with those characteristics around California.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
It is not enough to look at the relationship of the appendices of those books this book reproduces. And then there will sometimes be ignorance, sometimes even imagination, delusion, never. So why are you guys so fucking delusional, bro? For real, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is going on with y'all, bro? For real. I'm like, sure, bro. Dude, somebody tell me, please, bro. I mean, I hate to tell y'all, but this is a fucking lie. Okay, so now let's go here. The same page, the same chapter. You can look for the options here on the bottom. You'll see here, right? I don't know why it looks like that, but you'll see the scroll down. It's a lot of information in here, okay? And it's obviously from España. So now I'm going to try to read it in Spanish so you guys can get an idea and see that I'm not bullshitting, okay? So let's go. ¿Quién inventó esta palabra de agradable ritmo que quizás existe desde hace 1200 años?
¡Que alguien me explique!
California es una palabra agradable al oído, casi musical y fácil de pronunciar, con características muy particulares si se le compara con los nombres de los estados mexicanos, pues además de ser junto con otros de las otras dos de la palabra más larga en ese conjunto, es la que tiene el mayor número de letras distintas. Se trata de uno de los vocables más antiguos entre los nombres de las entidades nacionales. Y su significado está rodeado de interesante leyenda. Ahora, escuchen. El origen de la palabra se pierde en el tiempo. Cuando aparece en la canción de Ronaldo Juarland, novela épica con escenario en la Bretaña francesa del siglo VIII.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Chis pendejos, güeyes. This name has been heard of before. Que se refiere a la derrota sufrida por la retaguardia del ejército de Carlomagno en manos de los vascos de los desfiladores de los montes Pirineos. En una parte del poema se menciona un lugar llamado Califerne.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Chis pendejos, güey. ¿Saben que do you guys know that in Mexico there's towns that are similar names to Spain? Guadalajara. What else? There's another city. Any more? Shit, look them up. I'm telling you. Aunque sin otorgarle mucho importancia. Lo cierto es que el hallazgo de la palabra fue hecho por Edward Everett Hale en 1862 en la obra mencionada. Una de las primeras copias se escribió en los fines del siglo XII y es probable que haya sido leída por Cristóbal Colón, quien anotó en el diario de su primer viaje. A story. ¿Ok? Once again, dirigiéndole a los indios que por aquella tierra hallaría la isla de Matinino, que dice que era poblada de mujeres sin hombres, y que cierto tiempo del año venían los hombres de ellas de las dichas islas del Caribe. El Caribe, güey. Pero si estamos acá en el pinche Pacífico, cabrón.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
No. Hay que continuar. Que dice que estaba a 10 o 12 leguas y si parían niños, enviaban, they would send them to the men, and if they had women, they would keep them. Okay, that's the story there. En 1510 se publicó en España la novela, güeyes.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
You guys know what a novela is, bro? You know, novelas are very famous in Mexico. Las Sergas de Esplandián, cuyo probable autor, García Rodrigo de Montalva, la integró como quinto libro a la obra, Amadís de Gual. En la primera parte de Amadís se menciona Calafía, reina de las Amazonas, que vivía en la isla California, muy rica en los oros. Estas novelas de aventureros, y listen, estas novelas de aventureros heroicas, con 5 ediciones de 1510 a 1561. These were novels, stories about adventurous heroes.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Not adventurous.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Not adventurous Negroes, bro. None of that shit, okay? None of that shit. There was 5 of them. Alcanzaron gran popularidad en la ciudad en la época. They were very popular in that time. So if it was real, where the hell is it?
A ver, que alguien me
Colombianos,
explique.
tell me where it's at. Because, I mean, apparently it was very popular at that time. How come they didn't find this book? We read earlier that people died because they were looking for, and our gente was raped, by the way. Mind you, Colombianos, mind you. Then it says, en una parte de la novela, dice, sabe que a la distria mano de la India, en una parte de la novela, ¿ok? Novela, güey. Como quinceañera. You know what I mean? Like the novelas back in the days and shit. You know what I mean? Soñadores and all that stuff, right? All right, remember. Sabed que a la diestra mano de las Indias, muy cerca de aquella parte del paraíso terrenal, hubo una isla llamada California, la cual fue poblada de mujeres negras. Once again, at that time, negra didn't mean Afro, woolly, or African American looking. It just meant dark skin. You keep it native, an Indian, or an African, and you would be more likely considered negro, or in your case, more blackamoor, or Ethiopian maybe, but usually it all referenced to people with dark skin, not hair. Sin que ningún hombre entre ellas hubiese, que casi como las amazonas eran su manera. See, remember this, que casi como las amazonas. Now, if we're talking about 1510 and 1505, we know that they were not in Brazil at that time yet. So, they're not talking about those Amazons, idiot, colomeado. Era su manera de vivir. La ínsula en sí, la más fuerte de rocas y bravas peñas que en el mundo se hallaba, sus armas eran todas de oro. So they had gold weapons, like Wonder Woman. Que en toda la isla no había otro metal alguno. Y algunas veces que tenían paces con sus contrarios, había ayuntamientos carnales donde se seguía que quedar muchos de ellas prenadas sin paría no hembra. It's basically saying they would keep the men, and they would give the men to the men or kill them. Yeah, they would kill them. If you were a man, they would kill you, basically, supposedly. This is what these black, quote unquote, black women did in the story, in the novela, in Wonder Woman, like it's in Wakanda. Y'all love to get shit out of movies, bro. Wakanda is here in the Americas, by the way. So is Wonder Woman. But apparently you think it's a real story, but it's just a story. Es imaginable que la tierra o isla descrita de la canción de Ronalda, listen, es innegable que la tierra o isla escrita en la canción de Ronaldo, en el diario de Cristóbal Colón y en las sergas de Esplandián tienen las mismas características y por lo tanto se trata de la misma fantasía, güey. Bro, for real, bro. Come on, Julio Meados, bro. Sit down, bro. You're really distorting these people, bro. En 1523, Francisco Cortés de San Buenaventura, por órdenes de su primo Hernán Cortés, salió en busca del Mar del Sur. Remember that Cortés sent his cousin on the other book. Hombre que se daba entonces el Océano Pacífico. A su regreso, después de haber estado en la costa de Colima, rindió el correspondiente informe al conquistador, quien en la cuarta carta, relación fecha de 15 de octubre de 1524, dijo el emperador Carlos V. Los señores de la provincia de Xihuatlán se afirman mucho de haber una isla toda poblada de mujeres sin varón alguno, y que en cierto tiempo van de la tierra firme hombres con cuales han acceso, y las que se quedan preñadas y parecen mujeres, basically the same thing, right? Diciéndome que here you start here. Que dice, es la isla que a 10 jornadas, basically how far it is. Dícenme que es muy rica de perlas y oro. Yo trabajaré en teniendo aparejo de saber la verdad y hacer de ella larga relación a vuestra majestad. So he writes to Carlos V, el chocolate. Es posible que Cortés y su primo hayan leído las sergas de Esplandián o la canción de Ronaldo, dada la completa coincidencia de la descripción de la isla, pero además pudieron haber escuchado de los indios de la costa, listen to this, narraciones sobre una isla en la que había perlas y oro en abundancia. Después de todo, listen, ya los naturales del país habían aprendido que la forma más rápida de deshacerse de los españoles era decirles que más adelante es como decir, güey, hey, güey, ¿sabes qué? No me robes a mí, cabrón. El vecino tiene un chingo de oro, güey. Ese güey tiene un chingo de oro, güey, róbale a él. Oh, that's gonna hurt. ¡Quítese a la verga! Era decirles que más adelante, güey, más adelante había tierras con grandes riquezas. Y ¿sabes qué, güey? ¿Sabes qué? Y en este caso, güey, también hay un chingo de morras y no hay hombres allá también. Con grandes riquezas. En este caso, casi es seguro que los indios de Colima recibieron en alguna época la visita accidental de algunos californios o inversamente, como lo informa Carlos V. Y así fue como supieron de las perlas que usaban de adorno los aborígenes californianos. So we're seeing that this was also to tell you, listen, way over there, bro. That's where they are. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. It's over there. Agregado a lo interior, los expedicionarios encabezados por Francisco Cortés quizás escucharon el mito religioso de los aztecas, en el que se habla de un lugar rumbo al poniente hacia donde el sol se esconde, habitado por las almas de mujeres transformadas en diosas por haber muerto en su primer parto. It's just a story, bro. Damn, y'all are gullible. I can see why now you wobbles are really into this shit. You're very gullible people. Combinados la fantasía novelesca medieval, los mitos indígenas, la ambición y los deseos de impresionar favorablemente al emperador, forjaron en la mente de Cortés y además aventurados que se adentraron por el Mar del Sur. La imagen de una isla rica en perlas y oro que debían conquistar, la cual con el paso del tiempo sería llamada California. Sin embargo, Cortés nunca le dio ese nombre a la península. Pues al desembarcar en La Paz el 3 de mayo del 1535, bautizó el lugar como Bahía de la Luz de Santa Cruz. Lo que sí es probable que es el regreso de los viajes que se hicieron desde 1533 a la península. Los marineros hayan empezado el emplear la palabra California para nombrar las cosas y tierras cuya exploración que se iniciaba, because they were looking for this place, which was never found. Quizás en forma de burla. Oh, listen, this even gets better. Palabra California para nombrar las cosas de tierras cuya exploración se iniciaba, quizás en forma de burlar o ironía, pues meaning for joke or as an irony, like satire shit, like making fun of him. Pues la desnudez de sus montañas, la irradez general de la tierra casi siempre desértica y la ausencia, ya no se diga de las ciudades, sino de las modestas aldeas, contrastaban con la supuesta abundancia de oro. Y en la fabulosa isla, lo cierto es que para 1540, la palabra ya era de uso común.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
You see what I'm saying, family? La califerna de la canción Ronaldo es, pues, la primera expresión escrita del antiguo vocable. That's what he was saying, de antiguas historias. Aunque su origen se pierde en el pasado, ya que se ignora de dónde sacó la misteriosa palabra el autor ánimo de poema. So, okay, that's what he says. So now, this is the book that Funky Con Medina brings out. So he brings out, sorry, not this book here, this one. So that's what he touches on, okay? We're going to do this quick because we're done. So here he goes here and he's like, you know, his little way of fucking talking and shit. Right? All right, so let's see where you at. Where are you at? So here he's reading about the story. I give you guys the history of it. Okay, just want to show you guys something. The island itself is one of the most wildest in the world on the accounts of the bold, craggy rocks The warlike and beautiful queen Calafia was leagued with the pagan princess leader Christendom, blah, blah, blah. The city country California, we understand now, which along with northern barbarian tribes and with other Sicilian Africi, we're going to kind of check into it real quick. I'm trying to look for this. Where is it at, man? Hold on a second. What the hell, bro? Isn't this it? No manches, way. Hold on a second. This is it. I know this is it because this is what it looks at. Give me a second. Let me slow down a little bit. Here it goes. Black woman. Okay. But he doesn't read beyond. So I'm not going to touch this. I'm going to touch this. So it goes here further and says, in the old French epic, the Song of Ronald, at least 400 years earlier, mentions is made of a pagan city of country, California, Sicily, Africi, California. All right, he's going to touch on that. But at last, the veil seems to have been lifted. So check this out. Whether it was taken by Montalvo with some slight acceleration from Chanson de Ronald, or whether both got it from a common source or related source, the ultimate origin or etymology was obscure as ever. But at last, the veil seems to have been lifted. At any rate, in his very thorough study of the Chanson de Roland, just off the press of Champion, Bossinade, Dean of Literacy Faculty of Poitiers, offers a scholarly and appealing explanation which will convince many and entertain all. Of those interested in this subject, the sum substance is as follows. There were a number of fortified cities located in strategic points of Musalman domain in northwest Africa. Some of them famed for their magnificence as well as for the strength. An Arabic word for this type of town was called Kala or Kalat, which there is a translation in the Bible called Kali, but I'll look into that later. This word was used as a prefix in forming their names, and numbers of such names were known to the Christian world. The Arabic geographers have preserved for us many of these mouth-filling appellations. Among them was in particular which designated a city of this type apparently very famous among the Western Christians. It lay 4 days' march south of Bourg, was the capital of a great empire founded by the warrior called Beni Hammad. Those renowned for magnificence revealed that of Solomon, and was named after Berber tribe of Beni Ephraim, who was his vassal Kala-i-Freni or Kala-i-Ferni. You see this? Kali-Freni, like the Amazons. It was the queen of the city. It was the queen of the city of Barbary in century 11. And recent excavation on the site have confirmed the glowing accounts left by Arabic geographers and historians as to the extent and splendor. It was the Kala'a par excellence in the eyes of the imagination. Professor Bossignet considers it undoubtedly to have been not only the California of the Chanson de Ronald, but also the California of the Sergas de Esplandian. As a sort of epilogue, he comments, I don't know if I pronounce it right, he comments on the singular destiny which was which was in store for this name from Maghreb in a Spanish romance added to the Amadis de Gaul in the 15th, 16th centuries. It designates the imaginary country of the Black Amazons. And finally, it is applied in America to the land since becomes famous under the name California. So that Arabic word Caliph appears not to have been bad as a clue. So, hey, you know what? Pulimalos.
Fuck that puto.
So listen to what he says. And I'm going to speed it up because he talks really slow. Really slow. Listen. And then I'm going to probably cut it And then we said, I have some other books to show you. I mean, here, technically, I'll give you guys a quick reference here. Here in Las Indias, bro, this book here, you guys can download it, okay? It's very easy. Historia de las Indias. I've given you guys this book before, okay? In this book, it has enough information to prove these idiots wrong. The conquest of the Mexican, the history of the conquest of Mexico. Hernan Cortez himself. Watch what he says, okay? I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. Cortez was informed of the approach of the fat cacique, who shortly appeared born in a litter of his principal nobility. And on his arrival, he immediately joined with the chiefs of this place in bitter complaints of the tyranny of Moctezuma. So, he's talking about these other people that he's complaining about, right? The Mexicas. That demands heavy children, So look, this is interesting to me. So he's talking to him. Then Cortez consoles them, promising readiness. And while they were thus conversing, a person came to inform the chief that there was just then arrived 5 Mexica officers to collect of tribute, the people of Moctezuma. So what happened to them, bro? What happened to them? This intelligence, meaning like their countenance, drove the color from the cheeks of all the natives. Come on, man. What are you saying, bro? If you guys were dark skinned, how the fuck could he tell that your cheeks got red because you got scared, because you got nervous? You know what I mean? That happens. You ever seen people get scared of you and say, whoa, they turn red? Just like that. And this is people that saw us. And this book here talks about the complexion of our gente here. I think in page 79, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. This is Cortez, by the way. He's wishfully thinking of seeing something. But that doesn't mean that he's seeing it or that he saw it. Let me see if I can find it this way. And then we'll move on, man. Because I got to eat some pozole today, bro. Look, we're talking about Cortez. Cortez, right? Hernan Cortez. Go to the horse's mouth. Why y'all over here bringing up books from like 1948, 1960? I don't understand that. Check out what he saw. Cortez, the same guy that you're like, oh yeah, the black woman, black. And you got these idiot wobbles like swallowing your sperm, bro. This is some nasty shit, man. Y'all are nasty for believing this stuff. And you are completely insulting your own people, your own ancestors, and spitting on the grave of ours who do and have suffered, bro. Man, no, it's for real. The great Moctezuma was at the time aged about 40 years, of good stature, well proportioned, and thin. His complexion was much fairer than that of the Indians. He wore his hair short, just covering the ears. When can you have woolly hair and cover your ears, bro? Come on, bro. Come on, somebody, please. With a little beard, well arranged, thin and black. His face rather long, with a pleasant countenance. I don't understand. Help me understand this. Guatimotzin in the page, the other one was 138, page 313. Guatimotzin was of a noble appearance, both in person and countenance. His features were rather large and cheerful, with a lively eyes. His age about 23 or 4, and his complexion very fair for an Indian. Like, for example, I'm kind of brown reddish, right? My son is very fair. The very fair looking kid, right? He's my son. His queen, the niece of Moctezuma, was young and very handsome. Let's continue again. This is Hernan Cortez way. I will now proceed. Oh, sorry, page 479. Take it from the horse's mouth. Go to the actual Spaniards and ask them, hey, where'd this story come from? They'll tell you, bro, that shit is a joke. Well, let's continue. I digress. I will now proceed to describe the person in disposition of the Marquis. He was of a good stature, strong built, and rather pale. Pale. Hold on a second. Pale.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Complexion. Pale complexion. And serious countenance. His features were is salty, rather too small. His eyes mild and grave. His beard was black, thin and scanty. His hair in the same manner. His hair was black, thin and scanty. His hair in the same manner.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That's not woolly hair. Do me a favor, man. Do me a favor. Wobbles, listen. Listen, Wobbles. No, hold on. He is laughing his way to the bank. Y'all are giving this fool money. You think he's gonna really help you? He's taking your cashola. Now, look, this is a book that I was gonna show you last time, right? Just to let you know, let me move on from it, and then we're done. I'm gonna show you the video so you can laugh at his ass. This is Wobboism to the fullest extent. So now that you have a history of what they're gonna go over, rather enjoy the stupidity. And no longer should your spirit be at any moment shaken or disturbed or bothered. This is why I do what I do. I give you information and resource because it is the spirit that is moved. Because when you read this shit, it should bother you. And if you don't know how to answer it, you're like, man, what the hell? Well, now I'm providing you real facts as to where this idiot is going and who these people are and how in reality, you shouldn't even get mad anymore. This should be a joke to y'all, bro, because they're leading them to destruction. Here's why they want your shit, okay? Tratado Único de Singular de los Orígenes de los Indios, del Perú, México y Santa Fe en Chile, por Dr. Diego Andrés Rocha. This is reprinted in 1891, but he was here in the 1600s. Let's go to this particular area here, because that's really what I wanted to get to. All right, so here he's going over explanations in regards to examples as to what they believe is the true origin, right? But here he says, let me see if this is it. Hold on. Let's see. Quiero poner España por vecino del mundo. ¿Qué otras letras seguidas? Hold on. Let me see if I can get it real quick. I'm not going to lose my thought this time because last time I tried to show you guys and I didn't. Oh, maybe is this one or is it that one? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me see. How many pages is this? 248. Let me see what pages it's on. 4. Hold on a second, family. 134. Oh, okay. That's what. Check this out. I'm going to leave you with this gem. This is why. And then the other day, this idiot did a little Jew and like, you know, supposedly. Now he's trying to say that they're Jews. I told you, man, Wobbles were going to try to do this shit. Now they're trying to say that these Negroes are Jews and Hebrews and shit. I'm telling you, the only way that they do that is by infiltrating through your history because the BHI shit didn't work. So Colomeados is just part of the whole game, bruh. Don't let these people fool you, man. It's so ridiculous. Check this out. This is why they want your shit. It says here, this is what this Rocha guy was saying. Después de haber puesto los lugares que me han parecido más a propósito. And again, this is what I believe. You don't believe it, you can skedaddle and move on. I already showed my point in regards to what that dude is teaching. Now I'm going to show you what I believe and how it identifies us. Whether you believe it or not, I don't give a shit, bro. You don't have to be here. You're grown men and women. You can believe what you want to believe. I don't pay your bills. You don't pay my shit. I don't take care of kids. You don't take care of my kids. I don't care about your kids. You don't care about mine. So why do you get your time wasted on this? So let's finish it off. It says here, después de haber puesto los lugares que me han parecido más a propósito, sacados de la Sagrada Escritura, para probar que estos indios descienden en gran parte de las tribus. He dispuesto este párrafo para que sirva de miscelánea y de grande y eficaz indicio para que judíos e indios sean de un mismo origen y tengan entre sí mucha comunicación de sangre parentesca.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Okay, so here's what he's going into, how we spoke a certain Hebrew, but it was broken. El tercero que en el primeras islas de Jamaica, Cuba y adyacente hablan un hebraico corrompido. Certain words, that's what he's going to. Now, that's one book. This is the other book here, part 2 in a sense, all right? Again, same book. You guys can download it, take a picture of it, pause the video, whatever, I don't care. That's what it's called. Tomo 4. El otro era tomo 2, se me hace. Segundo volumen, disculpen. So here you see, hold on a second. It goes. So here he's continuing, right? Because in this book, it ends. Let me show you. He's going to point 3. Here he gets pretty serious about what he believes in. Now, the similarity, remember the other video about the guy saying, oh, it's Babylon and similarities? Yeah. That's because we were there. At least that's what I found. He talks about how some of us look like the Nazarenes because of the way we hold our hair, how long it was sometimes, that our languages and similarities in the way that we conducted ourselves were Hebraic and Chaldaic in some sense, okay? So he's talking about really detailed in regards to using the Bible. So now it ends in 8, as you can see, and he continues on this one. 9. So it says, concuerdan asimismo los hebreos y los americanos en la inclinación a la idolatría. So he continues with his similarities between us and them. Okay? So now, outside of that, this is what these guys are teaching. Listen to this.
So this wall is called New Light on the Name of California, all right, by Herbert D. Austin. The source of this, the annual publication of the Historical Society of Southern California, Volume 12, Number 3, from 1923, pages 29 to 31. The United States. In it figures a wild and wonderful island called California. All right, we're talking about the exploits of Esplandian from 1510. All right, a wonderful island called California. Remember what I showed you in the beginning? All right, a lot of these maps showing California as an island. At the right hand of the Indies, like the farthest, always a far distant land, right? These mythical places are always in an unknown region on the other side of the Indies, India, West Indies, all right? Very close to that part of the terrestrial paradise. What? California? Very close to the terrestrial paradise? What have we been learning? What is all the correlation we've come up with? We've shown that this is the true old world and this is a possible location of the Garden of Eden. All right, so this book, somehow, why he's saying this in this story in 1510, which correlates with so much that we've been learning recently.
Why is he saying this? You know why he's saying this. All right, I'm going to let it go about to here. Then I'll skip it to here a little bit, just so you can see the continuance of the stupidity. And then that's it. And then I'm done. I think I've proven my point. Unless somebody is still confused. While we're at it, let me just share you guys this real quick. While we're at it, there's wobbles. Listen, and I'm gonna have to repeat myself with y'all. This is from your famous writer that you like to bring out. Colomiados loves to bring this dude out, right? Oh, Samuel Morton. Hey, Colomiados, why don't you share this shit of Samuel Morton that he wrote in Cronea Americana. And you read in this page, a copper-colored skin has been assumed by most writers. Okay, let me go here real quick. A copper-colored skin has been assumed by most writers as a characteristic distinction of the Americans, meaning our gente, indigenous, us, not those few, who have hence been called the copper-colored race after some time, right? The investigation of Dr. McCullough satisfactorily proved that this designation is wholly inapplicable.
That's gonna hurt!
Why is it inapplicable, you say, to the American as a race? Why? And that it is more characteristic. Oh, hold on a second. Who is it more applicable to? I'm sorry. Of some other and very remote nation.
Fuck that puto!
Shut up. Like Africa, maybe? Like that far distance land? Yeah, possibly, right? How do we know? Well, let's continue. The error was obviously arisen from the habitual use among many tribes of red paint to a brown skin, which occasions a coppery hue. Get it? Made up. Humboldt declares that the denomination of the copper-colored men could never have originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans, meaning our gente, colomiados, not Negroes. So why are you Negroes using copper color to supposedly designate that this is how they identify y'all? You know what I'm saying? Don't. whatever. You want to be lost in the sauce? By all means, please do. I'm going to bring facts. Humboldt declared that the denomination of the copper color men could never have originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans. And I could further testify that among the individuals of many of the different tribes that have come under my observation, I have never seen a copper colored man, meaning as in natural, like, no, there's a hue. You get tanned. I got another book, family, which I'll bring you another day, where our sisters would have the babies and they would dip them in some chestnut type of a mixture of, kind of like a liquid to dye our skin to protect us from the sun. Oh, God. We're going to keep going. We consider, therefore, says Dr. McCullough, that the color of the American Indian in general is brown, differing in intensity, right? Like I'm light skin, dark. My son's light skin. My brother Chato, he's dark skinned. His kids are dark skinned. Brother Jaime is dark skinned. Miguel is like me or a little bit darker. You know what I mean? We're a variety. My wife, her sisters are dark skinned. She's light skinned. You see what I'm saying? So it differs within the same father and mother, differing in intensity with various tribes according to the various localities. But that it is almost impossible to say that brown color principally resembles, meaning copper color. The cinnamon is, in my apprehension, meaning like as close as I think I can get, the nearest approach to it, though it's still too inaccurate for general comparisons. Why? Because if you think about it, look at your forearm and turn it over and look at the under forearm. If you turn it around, it goes light to brown. If you tan yourself, it could give you that kind of hue color, like that lion's tone, orangey, brown, reddish. You know what I'm saying? Maybe darker. That's why it's inaccurate. That's why it's like, you can't say all of them are copper color, you idiot. I fully coincide in my opinion with Dr. McCullough and believe with him that no epithet derivable from the color of the skin so correctly designates the American collectively as that of the brown race. Because I am proud to be my skin tone, bro. And when I tan, I look great. And when I don't tan, I still feel great, man. It is what it is. If some of my kids are lighter skinned, it is what it is. And some of them are not, it is what it is. We don't give a shit about that because we know we got it in our DNA. Although the Americans thus possessing a pervading and characteristic complexion, meaning continuous and characteristic complexion, to this very day we have it, there are occasional and very remarkable deviations, including all the tints from a decided white to an unequivocally black skin.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
This fact may be sufficiently illustrated by the following example. What more do Yahweh want? Stop believing this guy. Let's go. And we're going.
Right. How did he know? I mean, let's go into this. Which was inhabited by black women. What? So we got an island named California at the right hand of the Indies, all right, very close to that of that terrestrial paradise, which was inhabited by black women without so much as a man among them. And they lived in the manner of the Amazons, meaning like warrior women, Amazons. They were robust of body, with strong, passionate hearts, and great virtue. The island itself is one of the wildest in the world on account of the bold and craggy rocks. The warlike and beautiful queen, Calafia, was leagued with the pagan princes against the leaders of Christendom, from the great Amadis and Esplandian down. And it says here, in the old French epic, the Song of Roland. All right, here we go again. Song of Roland, at least 400 years earlier. Again, to letting you know it's older, 400 years earlier than the Esplandian. Mention is made of a pagan city or country, Califerne. A pagan city? Didn't they call your ancestors pagans too? Which, along with northern barbarian tribes.
Hey, so now because they call you pagan, now I'm pagan. So they call me pagan. So I'm from the Americas.
So this country, California, is different than the northern barbarian tribes because it's separating it, right? And with other Sicily, separating it with these Mediterranean people, and Africa, and separating it from the Africans, is regarded as a great potential danger to the host of Christendom. So I was saying that all these kingdoms.
By the way, he is not separating them. Along with other northern barbaric tribes and with others from Sicily and Africa, Africa is regarded as a great potential danger for the host of Christendom. He's not separating them, dummy. He's going into the continuous meaning of the word Califerne. But you see how he so eloquently said, oh, they're separated. You see black people, look, hey, don't look at that. Come over here, Mr. Woolly Man. Don't look at that Kool-Aid. No. Pay attention to me. I got the water.
Other Sicily, separating it with these Mediterranean people, and African, and separating it from the Africans, is regarded as a great potential danger to the host of Christendom. So I was saying that all these kingdoms are a threat. California's on their list as one of those kingdoms that's a threat to the Christendom. And this earlier occurrence of a name so strikingly similar to that of California has given rise to numerous observations on the part of inquiring minds, ranging all the way from skepticism to affirmation, affirmation, whether it was taken by Montalvo with some slight alteration from the Chanson de Roland, or whether both got it from a common source or related sources. The ultimate origin and etymology was as obscure as ever. All right, so it's saying that these two could have got it from another source. All right, this French Chanson de Roland and these other romance epics, Amadis de Gaul and the Exploits of Explendium. From the Harvard Divinity School, says Andover Harvard Theological Library. The book is called His.
He doesn't say more. He gives you a little bit, little, but staying in the same, supporting the misunderstanding of a fucking story, of a simple novela, of this great knight that finds this dark-skinned women on an island full of gold.
Level Best and Other Stories by Edward E. Hale. All right, from 1885. The Queen of California. This is in page 232, I believe, 234. And it says, in the winter of 1862, I read for the first time the Spanish romance of the Sagas of Esplendian. It is sometimes cited as the first book of Amadis of Gaul, but is by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo, the translator of Amadis, a workman very inferior to Lobeda, who must be rated, I think, very highly among the writers of narrative, coming to the allusion in this forgotten romance to the island of California, very near to the terrestrial paradise. I saw at once that here was the origin of the name of the state of California, long sought for by the antiquarians of the state, but long forgotten. For the romance seems to have been published in 1510. The edition of 1521 is now in existence, while our California, even the peninsula of that name, was not discovered by the Spaniards till 1526, and was not named California till 1535.
So as you see now, he's reading this shit. Now I give you guys some history about it, and you know what we read, that who was the first person to reprint this particular understanding in 1862 is this particular person, and he's like, "That's my first time reading this, and I didn't know that that's what California came from." Oh my God! Kind of like, you know, the right wingers or left wingers that they believe in conspiracy theory shit.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Is there any freaking difference here? It's the same concept. Let's go.
All right. So you see the timelines. All right. How fast could that story have spread to all these Spaniards, and why would they just?
It spread very mightily. Matter of fact, Culomiados, in case you don't know, Culomiados, it spread very mightily. You know, that shit was a bestseller at that time. It was a bestseller at that time. In case you don't know, Culomiados, it was the bestseller at that time. Let's go.
Say, oh, this is the one, California. They would have to have been so sure, right? They were sure of something. All right, as we're going to see what Cortez said. At the next meeting of the American Antiquarian Society, I called their attention to this derivation of the name, and it has since been universally recognized as the origin of the name now so familiar to us. The romance of the Splendid is now so rare that I translated for the Atlantic Monthly all the parts which relate to the Queen of California, and I now republish them. The reader may be interested in examining first the history of the discussion of the subject and then of the romance. The name of California was given by Cortez, who discovered the peninsula in the year 50.
See, there we go. You see that?
Bruh.
Seriously, bro. It wasn't given by him. Do you guys realize now, if you do the history, go to the horse's mouth, go ask the Spaniards what they actually say. What the hell are you guys listening to this damn idiot for, man? Cortez never named California. We heard it from the horse's mouth. Let's continue.
1535. All right, again, we're going to get into what Cortez said. For the statement that he named it, we have the authority of Herrera. It is proved, I think, that the expedition of Mendoza in 1532.
All right, look, do you see that asterisk? Is because you got to look into that to see if it's legitimate. It's a source that supposedly says it. Now you got to go to that source. So that means you can't confirm this until you read the source. Let's continue.
Did not see California. It is certain that they gave it no name. Humboldt cited in the archives of Mexico a statement in manuscript that it was discovered in 1526. But for this, there is no other authority. There is no other authority. It is certain that the name does not appear till 1535. All right, so again, we get a lot of opinions. A lot of different people, historians and people from different times had their opinion on why this place was called California. You see, it must have been anciently already been called that. And everybody's trying to figure it out, even back in
Family, we just read the history. It was a fucking novela. It was like a newsletter shit. You know what I mean? A book passing around. Hey, yo, exotic tribe. Yo, check it out. Rayak. Hey, yo, blood. Hey, yo, this. Hey, yo, that. Hey, yeah, I got a book. You got that book, bro? Yeah, hey, you got a chapter? Yeah, man. You believe that shit, man? I think so, bro. Let's go look for them bitches, bro. You know what I'm saying? You telling me they got Wonder Woman there and they got gold, bro? You know what I mean? If you're a horny bastard, man, that's the first thing you're gonna think about. Golden hoes. Ain't that the same thing? Money, hoes, and shit. Still to this very day, that's what people think about, right? Let's continue. It hasn't changed. They've always been driven by gold, oil, and drugs.
1500s, 1600s, 1700s, they're trying to figure out why it was named California. All right? Container says, I am told that the Reverend Dean Trench, in one of his etymological works, suggests.
Wait, sorry to step in real quick. Well, not sorry. I don't got to apologize to this idiot. This is why, we're reading in English, right? But in Spanish, if you read what he's actually saying, this is why they prevented from these books being printed, because they had people that were idle, meaning like ociosos, nothing to do, and just wishful thinkers. So they didn't want those idiots to start believing shit like this. They're like, no se lo des a esos pendejos, güey, porque van a creer un desmadre y medio, cabrón. So what happens with confabulating minds? You go in pieces and you take Culomiados' bullshit and you put it in your mind and you think, hey, I think this is true. I think this is awesome. You know what? I'm going to put a feather in my head and I'm going to dance around like these Mexicans. And I'm going to vote Trump and kick him out because I want my reparations, because I'm a true native, because my good old puto miados pappy told me so. Let's go. We're almost done.
That the Greek, and I don't read Greek, says implying that the province seemed to the early settlers to have the attractions of a beautiful adultery. I have not myself found this passage, but I remember Mr. Powers, the sculptor, represents California as a naked woman, seductive in front, but concealing a torn bush in her hands behind. And he describes his statue as intended to represent her false seductions. Oh, that's interesting. So Mr. Powers depicts California as a naked woman. Well, why a woman? Why is the emblem of America a woman?
I don't know, Julio Meados, why a woman? Why does she have straight hair? Let's go.
An indigenous woman, right? And it's in California, all right? And what is the state seal of California? And it says here, a naked woman, seductive in front, but concealing a torn bush in her hands behind. Sounds like Eve, doesn't it? And he describes his statue as intended to represent her false seductions.
Now this is Edom and shit, so the Spaniards found Edom here? What the? Oh, gosh, don't. Let's continue. We're almost
of this
done.
etymology, it is enough to say that Cortez and his men knew nothing of the seductions, never finding gold or anything else tempting there, and that the theory requires more, yet worse, scholarship at their hands than that of Khalida Fornex. All right, so those are like wild etymologies, as he's saying. Of all such speculations, Mr. Greenhouse says very fitly, none of them are satisfactory or even ingenious. It is in the worthless romance of the Serjas of Explandian, the son of Amadis of Gaul, a book long since deservedly forgotten, that there is to be found the source from which the adventurers transferred the name California to the new region of their discovery. Strong, hardened bodies of ardent courage and of great force. The island was the strongest in the world. From its steep rocks and great cliffs, their arms were all of gold, and so were the comparisons of the. Is it the hardy brown adventuress who in her bark-roofed lodge serves us out our boiled dog daily as we come home from our. All right, nor golden-haired, she was large and black as the ace of clubs, but the.
I'm gonna play this and then that's it. Check this. What happens? Okay. Watch this.
Successful.
Listen to this.
The Emperor Splendid and Sultan Radiado, and she flourished, as the books say, at the time when the Sultan made his unsuccessful attack on the city of Constantinople, all of which she saw, part of which she was. She was not petite, nor blonde, nor golden-haired, but she was large and black as the ace of clubs. She was not petite nor blonde, all right, nor golden-haired. She was large and black as the ace of clubs. But the prejudice of color did not then exist even among the most brazen-faced or the most copper-headed. For as you shall learn, she was reputed the most beautiful of women, and it was she.
Hey, Colombianos.
That puto.
She was, listen to this. She was not petite, nor blonde, nor golden haired. She was large and black as an ace of clubs. Now, hold on a second, Colombianos. I gotta ask you. I gotta, let me show you your fucking face. Okay, Funky Cole Medina. Why would the women here in the first place, or why would they assume that they would see a blonde, golden hair woman here in the islands in the first place?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Why would they even say that? oh, well, you know, we didn't see what we expected. We didn't see what we expected. We expected a petite woman, you know, blonde and, you know what I mean? Like, with red hair, but instead we saw a black big woman. But where the hell are they? Once again, family, this is the most beautiful example of why you need to either study, push back, or shut the fuck up and move out the way. Because this is, I mean, us that do study, well, fucking leave it for us then. Because I'm like, yo, listen, I'm making fun of him because I really want to talk to this dude and see, where are you getting this information? Are you not reading what I'm reading? Help me understand if you really are what you say you are doing for the better of people, which I don't think it is. There's money involved or some shit. Or maybe you married one of these women. I don't know, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know, bro. You know what I mean? I just don't know. I don't know what your agenda is. And like for example, if he didn't look like us, I could see you doing it like the, you know, FBAs and all those. Like I could see that. But that's not even the case, bro. Like you don't even like what like, you know what I'm saying? What do you get out of this? Oh, look at this. Oh, and Negroes are not. You think that Negroes like are not white? If you do your DNA, a good portion of y'all have a bunch of white blood in you. Lots of it. Oh man. I've been gone a long time. I got probably another 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Who, this guy? Let's see. Those fools we like came for these bitches. Yeah. That's probably it. Oh, you makes fun of him? He's one of these wobbles, huh? I mean, I just don't understand how, because, and I said it before. Yo, check that. I said it before. That wobbles were going to start thinking they were Hebrews. I told y'all that. And now they're starting to think that they are. Because BHI didn't work. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't work. So now they say, well, we don't speak the original so-called conquistador language. We don't eat the so-called food of this island. We don't have none of the customs or the oppressive customs that were implemented when they first got here. But yet we are those people. Even though the books, the materials show historical from 1500 that there was no such thing as woolly as natives at all. But no, you want culomiados to put pictures for y'all, you know what I mean, and edit them and make you feel good, and because you don't want to be who you potentially could be, which is a West African or just a simple African. But worst of all, a West African. Because if you're a West African, then more likely you're a Canaanite. And if you're a Canaanite and you want to call yourself a Wabo, when you're basically showing what Canaanites have done since they've been around. You went into another land that didn't belong to you, and you acted like them, and you want to be like them. Once again, you're into a land that don't belong to you. Now you want to be like them, and telling them that they're not them. I'll give you an example. It's like the Khazars. The Khazars went into Palestine and told the Palestinians that they're not the real people from that land, that they are. The Wobbles come over here and tell us that, oh no, we're the real people from this land. You're not. Make it make sense. Listen, fam, I'll stick around, bro, but I really gotta go. I gotta go eat. My mom's here. You guys have a good night. Appreciate y'all being here. I hope you guys can appreciate this edifying. Maybe tomorrow I'll do something, maybe not. If not, I'll see you guys next Friday. And hey, share, like, make sure you post, and keep track of some of these wobbles that show up to this channel, because they do make comments. So, you know, share, make a comment. You know what I mean? Try to prove them right or wrong. Let's see if it's true. Hey, if you guys are who you say you are, then prove it. Don't go by pictures. Show some shit, because I've been exposing every single one of you. Every single one of y'all. But anyways, have a good night. Y'all take care.
aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltome. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoplón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño a la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, It's money gang, gang. Yeah, yeah. Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la dodo quizá y metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. Cinco mob, negro. Cinco mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, It's money gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el Ness. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3.
Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que ha parido esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Que a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base.
ይቃል
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like sin Stallone. Esos stage van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Por un connection Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mi nadiferia du Paris, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, dígalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos a brillar. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el frito para que no se caiga. Son los magna de post final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el frito para que no se caiga. Son los magna de voz final. Dispara millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas, tras no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y pone el ritmo y los manos de todas cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina? Va a probarla. Todo la que en el party tan desagata. Guata que el guatan alma. Vive muriéndote la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Lo es man, never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá fabono. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu bro, sangre, si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga.
Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los míos, Magna Gate, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los manas, esa gate, fire them. A girl stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the sweet fire, burn it, fill it with. Rasta man, I got Illuminati, play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang in the sweet fire, burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. Pure nego is familia. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está a la mínima. Familia, compartar más cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Giant familia. Magna Boy que te ablasta, manego.
Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blasio Mike de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, no sean rebeldes, deje el rebel. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y petón, perico, te traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos rap trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Treque, donde la sangre se aplica, te explica, replica, ¿pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica, con fe. A mi perro grita, yo lo mata. mataré, lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la pared, flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina, hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina mi vida fuera de una esquina. Yo solo quiero más chavos pa' comprar más chilindrina. Mira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales. Repete señales que a ti no te sale. ¿Qué pasa, compadre? Somos naturales. Voy a llenar todas las editoriales. Rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales. Tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales. Yeah, se me afaga la cimuita, sopló.
Hey, Terco 92. B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme que ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Pa' decir verdad la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y me acento en ella. Ahoga mi gente, la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, 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 oh, yeah, hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Let's go ahead and fix the sound. There we go. Okay. Let's go, man. Let's go. Good morning, everybody. The reason I'm doing this early, kid you not, is because I have an office that does not have air conditioning. You know what I'm saying? So it's hot in here. Hey, thank you for el apoyo, hermano, Estudiante for wisdom. What's up, brother? Haven't seen you in a bit here, but I understand. We chopped it up every now and then here to Telegram and all. It's all good. What's up, Joey? Right? Jacques. In case you guys don't know, it's not Hawkins. It's Jacques. I'm kidding, man. And anybody else out there too, by the way.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hey, Wobbles.
Fuck that puto.
Hold on. Here it goes. Wobbles, here it goes to you. And BHI, by the way.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I know some of you guys are having Sabbath, and I understand that, maybe that's offensive to y'all, maybe, but you know what I mean? I'm not doing necessarily Bible stuff today. I'm mostly going to target our history. I'm going to be talking more towards about our history. As you can see my background, I do this shit. And for quite some time, I was bringing Bible. Is that better? Yeah, I don't know why it does that, man. It showed that it was good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not muted, man. It's weird. It switches on me and shit. I don't know why. Anyways, I think you guys are good now. Let me know. Thank you very much. What I'm trying to tell you guys is, let me just get to the point. All right. There's a lot of information out there right now. I think that the powers that be, as the Bible says, because I still believe that's what I'm about. But I'm going to show you guys my historical stuff that I know, so then you guys can know how to deal with these wobbles, okay? Because quite frankly, it is amazing to me how some of these people have so many followers, right? Matter of fact, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to show you guys this video because I think it's extremely important. And it ties into the story of what I'm going to share with y'all. The focus is the class, right? The focus is this here. Thank you, brothers, for sharing that with me. The focus is this right here. Who brought smallpox to the natives? That is my question today. Matter of fact, my question, and I guess rhetorical in a sense, because I'm going to answer that shit myself. You know what I mean? And for a long time, we've been told a lot of different things in a lot of different ways, and it has not been correct. And I think it is a disservice to you, whatever color you are, whatever nationality you are, to believe the shit that you've been told, and it's not true. Because no matter what happens, I'm gonna tell you something about us so-called Hispanics, okay? Because for a long time, we dealt with this attachment of racism, and at the same time, attachment of I'm a racist. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
And today I'm going to share with you guys how, in a way, we're the conquistadors and we're the conquered as well. You know why? Because the way that they say shit. Oh, now because I'm light-skinned is supposedly because of what history has taught us. Now I'm somewhat white. I'm a European and I came and conquered it, right? Oh, but then at the same time, I'm a beaner. Wet back spick. Go back to your country. I got to understand what this all means. So let's go into the story now. I'm going to share with you guys this video because it makes perfect sense. And I thank you, bro, for, and you know what? I'm going to say this with y'all. A lot of brothers and sisters out there, or brothers, man, they're like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to argue and no more this and that. And that's fine, bro. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's cool, bro. That's cool. Yeah, I want to, pull, like, you guys want to, you know what I mean? Like, go ahead and, just back up and shit. That's cool. That's fine. Sometimes people aren't meant for this shit. I'm not trying to boast myself, but you know what? Since I was young, I've been around argumentative people all my life. I'm the last one out of 10. And every single one of them was an argumentative person. So I had to learn how to defend myself. Funny as it seems, even though I didn't have a interest in school, I wanted to be into some type of, debating shit, law, whatever it may be. Never fruition that way. But now I guess I get the chance. So for you that maybe you just, you're getting tired of it, it's probably not in your spirit. You know what I mean? And you were probably doing it out of anger and it moved you. But you got to have tough skin in this shit, bro. You got to have tough skin in this. Anyways, listen to this. And I'm going to make this short because this guy goes into, he's talking about how he's like, man, I'm noticing a bunch of bots and these guys aren't real. I'm going to speed it up because you want to know something? I'll bet you damn right. I'll bet you anything that a lot of these wobbles on TikTok and a lot of these wobbles on YouTube or BHIs have something to do with this funding. Because you know what? That Cordell guy, the one that's running for president, the so-called black man, he was funded by the Republican Party. And we're finding out that some of these Republican people, and again, it's a little stretch, but not really, man, because you want to know something? It's all part of the propaganda. Pay attention. It goes into the class. Remember, I'm not going away from this. I'm not going away from proving what this is because I'm going to answer some dude that posts on my channel, and he's like posting about a anyways. So you're going to see what he says, and I'm going to handle this and tackle this, and he wants sources. So I'm going to give you the source that you guys love. I'm going to show you from the very same man that you go and suck the nuts out of. All right, let's go.
Put together all of this in any formal sense. It's just been bouncing around my head. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I don't even know if I should for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to get into. So for example, there were dozens of different accounts that were spamming doxes that were supposedly mine across Twitter. And these accounts were out for over 48 hours. And I reported them and nothing, like literally 48 hours, these accounts aren't taken down. Elon, for some reason, catches my tweet or catches a tweet about me from not even a large account. And my account ends up getting demonetized on Twitter in like 2 hours. I'm like, holy shit. I don't know why billionaire Elon Musk is like catching the attention of my Twitter account and is like, seems to be putting his thumb on the scale. That's just very strange to me. Something that
the title of the class or the title of the video says, don't believe everything, right? Here, I'm gonna put the camera up just to watch my sound. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Okay, let's go.
That I noticed that was very strange. If you were in chat, you noticed this, that there are a ton of these accounts they're just bots. But like, everybody always says that like a lot of Twitter is botted, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm sure they're a bunch of like random whatever fuck accounts. But I've never really like quantified it before or thought about it before. But there are so many of these accounts. They all would talk in a certain type of manner, and some of them they're generally programmed, I think, to only respond to themselves, so that they build engagement and they look real. So many of their accounts, if you scroll through their media, they end up like looking like this. They post like.
So follow what he's saying. A lot of these accounts are somehow talking to each other, right? So you think that this shit is real, all right? So again, propaganda works in this type of way. And you have to understand who handles the propaganda. If it's soft and repeated, people will then believe it. Let's go.
The same image over and over and over and over and over again. If you 100% have identified one as a bot, then you just have to see who responds to them, who they respond to. Here's an account. This guy here, this is not a real.
That's not real. That's not real, family. Let's continue.
Person. Right? This is not a real human being. This picture, this is not real. This person is not, this is not a real person. Okay? This is not a, this is not a real person, right? But when you scroll through his account, like you will find him, like, and other people, they talk to each other. Oh, this account, we went through this one. This account, this guy, this is not
at that. So you gotta answer your. You have to understand that this realm of propaganda is not just fitted for political purposes, okay? Not just to win a vote. It is also a psychological tool against us right now. I'm gonna show you through, because look, the last classes that I've been doing is leading to a bigger point. That's what my point is here. Big point, whatever. Anyway, that's the whole idea. That's why I've been doing these, because it's leading to this. After this class, you're gonna see me kind of move a little bit as to why, and you're gonna know why I'm moving a little bit towards this other group, because it's all interconnected. As I've said it before in another class, the people that rule America, I hate to tell you, I know you Republicans don't like that shit, are the fake people over there that we know as Khazars. I know that hurts your feelings, but they've been here since 1492. Let's go.
Not a real account, okay? This guy tweets at me. Oh, look, and you can see on the pictures, look, they do the thing where they'll post the same picture like over and over again. So like we can click through. Oh, he talks to Jeffrey again. Oh wait, are all of his replies to Jeffrey? They might all be, all of his replies might be to Jeffrey. Oh, this A. O'Connell guy or whatever. Holy banger, Jeff. Thank you, Albert. By far and away, my biggest tweet. This is not a real person. Trump 2004. What the fuck does that even mean? Purebred American alpha male. The left's worst nightmare. What? Mouth is still numb from the dentist 2 hours ago. It might be over for me. What? This isn't a real account. This is not a real person, okay? I haven't been at the liberal dentist since 9/11. That was the wake-up call I needed. Is this a real account? Somebody links.
This is when it gets crazy, okay? He finds this person named something. And then we're going to move on. We're going to move on after this, all right? But this is where it gets very interesting. Let's go.
Of this guy.
My name is Egon Chalakian. I am an intelligence educator. I prepare intelligence personnel for clandestine service. The focus of my career has been centered on the intelligence component of national security.
This is a 3.5-hour video, okay? With a couple of sometimes strange audio glitches. I try to Google around getting information about this guy, and we're looking for like 20 minutes in chat, okay? I can't find anything, like, apparently he has really strong credentials, okay? He's got a very unique name. He's got very strong
I also have to say something to you, brothers and sisters, that when I'm doing research as well, and people say certain things and they reference certain names, and I look for them, and some of them are very hard to find, and I wonder why. Because I'm very good at finding information. I mean, I'm pretty damn good. And I sometimes it just falls on my lap. So I sometimes wonder why I can't find certain people, or certain documents are limited, or they don't look like the real document, like it's been changed or some shit. All right, let's go.
Credentials, but I can't actually find good information about like who it is, okay? Who is this person? Go to the channel and check the comments. I did.
One example, hate to cut it off real quick, but one example is like the Willie Lynch letter. When you start doing the homework on things on that book, you're like, it just falls off a cliff. Just like the BHI concept, hey, we came around Africa. Like, what? What? Yeah, yes, it was. Yes, it was. Why are they allowing so many of these people teaching these things that are not true? And nobody says a whistle? And they have massive amount of subscribers? Let's go. Somebody's funding them.
All these comments are bots, 100%. They all type like it. There's a way that they type. However, this is happening last night. This is happening off stream in my chat room. And as we're talking about this, out of nowhere, an account shows up. So this account shows up in chat. The name is net_help_message_2221. And he says, are people saying this Chalokian guy isn't real? I found a court document that looks like from a case involving the guy. Dude looks unhinged in it.
So now he says out of nowhere, hey, Hey, you guys don't believe him? Well, I found some information that says he is real. So then he links them to a core document. Now, this is interesting because this happens to me when I'm finding information. I'm trying to get something going for y'all, right? Look.
I think on my website, and it registered with the email 4destiny13337@gmail.com. And then, what's even weirder is you open this court case. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I only read like the first page. But, so, I don't know if this proves, I don't even know what this proves, okay? So, United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. So we have a federal court case, and it's the guy, the Elon Egon Chalokian versus the FBI, I think the state of Massachusetts. It's all the wrong font for court documents. Yeah, I noticed that the state was misspelled up here. Like, is this even a real court case? How would they get it on the official site? I don't know, because this is govinfo.gov, right? I want to know if this guy is real. This guy might be real. I just want to know if this guy's real. Okay? I just want to know if this guy's real. That's all I want to know.
Hello, my name is Egon Chalokian.
Or is there a guy with this name and this is like a bot that stole his identity? That's what I just want to know. That's what I'm gonna check. Okay.
It's almost finished.
Wait, I can't tell if I'm mind myself. Maybe it's just low resolution?
All of it's fake. All of it. Abo.
Bro, I'm losing my mind. What is this?
Fake.
Look at the book names. They don't have names. They don't have any names. They don't have any names. Nothing looks right in this. Is he posing for a picture? What is this?
It gets weirder. Check this out.
Wait, are these hands real? I don't know I don't know what's happening right now. Wait, the women's faces are at the exact same angle. People are saying it's like the exact same face. Is it though? No. Hold on. Oh no. Wait. It is fake. This is a fake picture. Oh shit.
The world is officially a stage. So now, it is quite interesting that we now find ourselves in a similar propagandized world, a very similar one. So now, I recorded this video. We're going to get into the class now, because it's called propaganda. We've been having this for a long time. And again, it's not just one particular people. As you know, if you believe again in the Bible, Psalms 83 talks about several people. But again, if you believe in the Bible, if you just look at logical reasoning of how people conquer, they come and divide. And through chaos, they run the show. That's the only way. With massive information in a chaotic environment leading to destruction, the only thing left for you is to study and figure out what the hell are you seeing, because if you don't see what I see, then I can see why it's so confusing. Let's go.
Wrong day and putting him in another class. What we're talking about here is very clear. If you look at Latin America today, in every society in Latin America, and Latin America is essentially a conglomeration of European settler states. The conquistadores went in there and did the same thing that the English did here and everything, right?
And I do want to add, while I'm going to this video, is that nowadays, the conquistador don't look like the blonde-haired, blue-eyed dude. No. Nowadays, when it's convenient for people like him, people like me are the conquistadors. But when it's when it's not convenient, then I'm the immigrant mixed with a Mongol. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a conquistador at the same time. Let's continue. Propaganda, black nobility propaganda. I see your asses.
When we look at the compositions of these societies, we see that at the top are light-skinned descendants of conquistadores, and at the bottom are native people and black descendants of Africans. White skin privilege is a European ideal and concept that was exported with their economic system, their religious philosophy, and it was exported and imposed on people of color. So when we talk about Latinos, let's understand what we're saying here. We're talking about Latinos who, for the most part, have African blood in them, and they have internalized racism just like everybody else. When you look at Asian Americans, many of the...
Well, I do want to say that the only reason a lot of y'all have African blood in you is because of the wrong reasons. That's why. So, with this BS, let's go.
Asians that came here initially came to work the railroads. They were treated like dogs. They were treated like dirt. But when we see a lot of Asians that come to the United States today, one of the first words they learn in their lexicon, one of the first things that they learn is the United States' major contradiction around the issue of race is white-skinned male privilege.
Hey, and again, I don't take stuff personal, but I do remember, because, you know, you're a kid, the first person that called me a beaner was a man that looked like him. Not a white guy, not a Mexican, not a so-called Chicano, not a Puerto Rican. No, it was somebody like him. Again, I didn't know any better. You know what I mean? I didn't even know what that word meant because I'm like, I don't even like beans, man. I like rice. Shit, call me a riser. Let's go.
And if we don't attack that, if we don't analyze that, if we don't begin to deal with that, then we got a problem. And I totally disagree with the mayor of Washington because I do not have a state.
He doesn't agree with what he's all about.
No, we don't agree with any religion.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, that's a King James Bible. That's a European Bible.
It's a King James Bible.
It's a European
King James
Bible.
was a black man. You didn't know that, did you? We ruled Europe all the way up to the 1700s.
Okay, well,
Cromwell was the first.
Okay.
Cromwell was the first so-called white man that sat on the throne. We ruled Europe. We sat on the throne in England.
They must have got their butts kicked and knocked out of there.
Yeah, because you know what? Because we sinned against the Most High. We didn't follow His law. That's why we was brought down. It wasn't because of your strength, because your nation is weak. You're a weak, mindless people.
Okay, now
you didn't bring us down. God brought us down.
I'm coming to my question.
Many African Americans.
Here's one of the parts here about this stupid ass dude here, right here. All of you guys, Mike TV, Colomiados, top pussy and shit. What's the other guy's name? Whatever. I don't know. Some other guy. All of this is part of that. And look at what they say now, family. Okay? Look at what he promotes. Supposedly, this guy's a native. And look what he pushes through his channel. Now, don't forget this heathen face here, okay? Continue. And you tell me if this makes any sense to you.
You are the Native Americans. You're not even African Americans. You're Native American.
Okay, now
you didn't bring us down. God brought us down.
I'm coming to my question.
Many African Americans. You are the Native Americans. You are the Native Americans. You're not even African Americans.
You're not even African Americans. You're Native Americans. But let's look at continue. Now, what does she say?
Native Americans. You're the ones that they brought blankets with, was it smallpox or whatever diseases, and wiped out entire communities because they said they came in peace, but they actually came in war.
So she says that some people from Europe brought smallpox to them. That because, you know what I mean? I'm good using the logic, and I'm not even a native no more. I'm not even Mexican, all right? I'm an African now. But she says something interesting too. So you guys that are of Africa look like them somehow, some way, even though historically speaking, we don't find none of this smallpox here in America applied to black people. Somehow, some way this happened to you. In the same breath, this lady says that you're African, but you're from this land? Okay.
And they are still warring us right until this day. So there are those beloveds of you who really don't feel any connection to Mama Africa.
Okay, so if you are not African and you are of the Americas, why would she say Mama Africa? All right,
and this is just, you know, a confirmation, a reassurance that America belongs to you. Spiritual.
That's one video. So I have this other one from this dude that was putting up these classes. I think it was called Thoughts Camera Action or some shit. And he was banging on his own people. I think they sued the guy and made sure to take off as many videos as he's had done, because he had done these and I caught a lot of them. And I did some of them. I copied some of his videos and I use it on here. But check this out. This is what this girl says. Same person.
Babies on.
So this is an Islam-funded individual, all right? She is funded by black nobility. I need you to understand what that means. Again, it all is connecting.
Milk, beloveds. I've said too much without saying enough, beloveds. But may those who have ears hear. The Freemasons, there's also the female side, which a lot of people don't talk about, the Eastern Star.
So now she gets into this whole Freemasonry. The Presidential Commission on Devil Worship in Kenya by President Moi and led by Archbishop Nicodemus Kerima adversely mentioned Freemasons as Satan worshippers in Kenya, including Theosophy Society. All right. So the article that she's talking about is this here. Give me a second. This is the article. Actually, not she. He actually posted that next to that heathen. So official worship, all right? She's talking about Freemasonry. Now she's like, oh, but you know what I mean? Freemasonry, there's also the Eastern Star. Well, in case you guys don't understand, in case a lot of black folks here in America are very familiar with Freemasonry, Prince Hall, lilies, white lilies, Eastern Star. Tell me I'm lying.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Damn well know that a lot of you have been involved with a lot of this on the outskirts. As a matter of fact, you even said it yourselves. A lot of you people over there would say that the reasons why you had cookouts with families is because your times were so tough, but they were part of that Prince Hall Freemasonry, White Lily organization. That's why when you make your movies, supposedly families from South Carolina go down south to Florida or Georgia, and they're like cookouts, like, oh, they're all related. No. It was through Eastern Star, Freemasonry, Prince Hall, Unity, Black Boule, all of those Kappa Gamma, Greek sororities, you know what I'm saying? Black history colleges. That's what it is. Okay, so here we see that this is something that is propagandized, but again, they are going to bring lies with truth, lies with truth, lies with truth. Now, I do want to say this, man, and I'm going to bring this out. This dude, let me tell you something. And if you're listening, bro, I hope you're listening. Because I don't ever want you to represent me, man. You don't ever speak for me. That's for sure. Okay? At all. I don't know what the hell is wrong with this dumbass kid. But you are embarrassing yourself going around talking to these people.
I'm just talking about
teaching this stupid ass farted crap. Giving them food to chew on. Not even like real shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like processed information, processed food, basically. So here we got dirty water. I hope you're listening, dumbass. And look at his stupidity. Listen to this kid. And then we're going to look at the post of another El Estúpido. And then we're going to see what the hell is this all about. Oh, man. What a waste of time, bro. Let's go.
Brother David, I'm just talking about you, the Sereno. How did your family? Right, because you're a Hebrew. Everybody else say that. Where did your family come from? What's your family history?
Yeah, about on the 1500s, the early 1500s.
So you got to America in the 1500s?
Yeah, well, they because the Vatican converted us into Christianity.
I'm only talking about you.
Yes.
So your ancestor, and you said this is
that includes us as a group in general.
Okay, now was this your mother's side or dad's side?
My dad.
Okay, your dad. So your dad a European. Was he white?
No.
What was he?
He was Hispanic.
So he was he was part of the Hispanics that were in Europe.
Yeah. Or
okay.
The family, most of the family, Well, yeah, the pueblos. If you go to Mexico and you
Listen, bro, I want you to relax. I want you to stay focused because Pueblos are not in Europe unless you about to tell me something I never heard before. Pueblos, or the Pueblo Indians in Europe, brother.
I'm talking about the pueblos in Mexico.
Okay, cool. Now hold on. Let's get to Mexico first. Now we're in Europe, which dad's side, which is a Hispanic Spaniard. Sephardic, Hispanic Sephardic. Cool. Now we get here, and his family gets here in the 1500s. Where do they land?
They go to the mountains in Mexico.
So he went straight to the mountains.
Yeah.
What mountains?
Where the pueblos in America are located throughout Mexico. And
so you have Pueblo, but
Pueblo means like a town.
Right. So like, okay.
Yeah, it means like a town. Where they make.
Hey, dirty water. Just shut your ass up, man. Sit down, bro. Don't call nobody. Matter of fact, dude, put a fucking plug in your mouth and stop talking. Literally, just stop talking. You're making a fool of yourself. But it's an embarrassment to our gente that you have somebody like that going around saying, "Oh, we." Don't do we, me. This is you, Meryl. You're the one that wants to be a Sephardic. I'm gonna show you some shit about them pretty soon. We. Fucking pendejo. It's just, man. Hold on a second. Let me look for this. Where are you at? All right, so let's tackle this. So we got well, he calls me el estúpido, right? It's all good. Come on, bro, stop. All right, so he goes, David Benjamin. He says, el estúpido. So he calls me one, right? Obviously, Africans didn't bring it over exclusively. It's a contagion, meaning it's contagious, okay? They caught it from their captors, the Spanish, and they didn't bring it over exclusively. I don't know how you Hollywood Indians don't get flagged for hate speech. It's beyond me. Okay, first of all, David Benjamin Button, this isn't hate speech when I read shit. When I bring out material and books and I read. That's why YouTube cannot block me, because I don't say shit that is not real. Now, if it's offensive to you, it's because that's what you guys are about. You see, even in your own stupidity, because you're projecting when you say it's a stupido, because that's the first thing that comes to your mind. It's probably because that's how you feel about yourself. It says, obviously, Africans, which you're saying you're not. So wouldn't this be a moment to say, well, I'm not African? That's why they brought it. But no. You defend them, because you know that's you. And so it says that, well, exclusively, it doesn't pertain to them because they were so clean. They had such a civilized world. You know what I'm saying? Like no disease ever happened to Africans. So they caught it. And Spanish people, well, we're going to find out that Spanish people didn't look like me. Actually, Spanish people looked either like David, who's probably white, right? Or the other guy. What's the other guy? The what's his name? The Imhotep. The dude is a white-looking dude with the little bit of African features, and he forgets that shit. And he tells us that we're foreigners, even though he literally don't look like them. So, anyways, let's continue. So he says us Spaniards, we're supposedly us Spaniards, and that we or they or we gave it to them, and that's why this whole Hollywood shit. So he's upset, like I can't believe the hate speech, hate. Okay, sounds good, bro. Sounds good. If it's hate speech, then let them block me, because I don't do that. But what I do is promote truth.
All these black
I don't lie, and I don't run from what I share. I don't go around painting pictures, posting and clipping like your Colomiados king, David, because this is who you guys worship. You are a worshiper of Colomiados. He's brought all this stuff to you. Matter of fact, the video I just showed earlier with that dirty water kid, the stupid ass going on and making a fool of himself, you support that channel. And you know what he says? Oh, where's Curimeo at? They support Curimeo or Colomiados or whatever it is that you do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, you talk about somebody saying hate speech. I bring facts. You bring... Anyways, let's just see what you bring.
You know, we exaggerate how many black people ran away to the North Star. Even John Hope Franklin, at most, counted 50,000. And that includes people who would just run down to the swamp, hide out for the night, and then come back. You know, it was hard to run away to the north. There were not millions of black people in the Underground Railroad. We tend to think of the Underground Railroad like Penn Station, a Grand Central Station. It wasn't like that. It was incredibly difficult to escape from slavery. And, as you know, Mr. Black, many of the free Negroes stayed in the South. Do you know in the 1860 census, there were 440,000 about free Negroes, I mentioned that earlier. More than half lived in the states that were the Confederacy and the border states where slavery was free.
They were free.
And they stayed there, ladies and gentlemen, unmolested, including my family in eastern West Virginia. They stayed there because that's where they had their family and that's where they had their property. Remember, their property was, they had to be given property in Virginia and many of these other southern states. What are they going to do? Go to New York? Live in Harlem? Hang out and listen to jazz with Dizzy, Charlie Parker? They stayed where they were raised. And many of them, this is the worst, the dirtiest secret in African American history, is that a surprisingly high percentage of the free Negroes in the South owned slaves themselves.
Tackled this before, that's not the point. Let's go.
And some of them owned, we explain it away by saying, oh, but they only own their mother, or they only own, they own their mother, they own their sister, they own their wife, and they own some other workers too. A surprisingly high number owned workers who they did not liberate throughout the South. There were enough black free Negroes who supported the Confederacy that they voluntarily formed a regiment in the state of North Carolina to fight for the Confederacy. And black Confederate troops are featured on the cover of Harper's Weekly in 1863. Frederick Douglass used this as an argument to make Lincoln allow black men to fight. Wow. Because remember, Lincoln didn't want to do it. Lincoln made a famous statement in 1862. He said, I suppose we could arm them, but if we did, their arms would end up in the hands of the Confederates within a week. Because he thought that they were incompetent, not smart enough to win. And eventually, as I said, the North was losing the war. Frederick Douglass was agitating. And this book by Casemore persuaded him to change his mind and incrementally. So again, it's not only the myth makers who created the idealized Lincoln. We have our own myth makers in the African American historical establishment. All the Egyptians looked like Michael Jordan. All our people were black gods and kings. You know, we were not complicitous in the slave trade. There wouldn't be a slave trade. Africans sold other Africans to white people. That was the slave trade. That's the first thing that we...
Attention to what he's about to say, because when he's mentioning that certain people sold certain people, there is also I could say, what's the right word to say it? A logistical system that needed to be implemented in order for these Africans to bring Africans from Africa. You know why? Because in the interior parts of Africa, he's going to explain it, and we're going to prove it. David, I got an answer for you. I hope you're listening. You want sources? I'm going to give you the horse's mouth.
We honestly have to admit that remember the story of Livingston, Dr. Livingston? The reason that was so important is that almost no white men had penetrated the interior of Africa. What was there? No roads, snakes, mosquitoes. The reason that was so important is that almost no white men had penetrated the interior of Africa. What was there? No roads, snakes, mosquitoes, death, malaria, right? The white people were along the coast. It was black kingdoms, like Queen Njinga's kingdom in Angola. What's now Angola? Ghana, Dahomey. They grew rich from the slave trade, selling other Africans. They would go and wage wars just to sell other black people to white people. This is something we've been so ashamed about, we pretend that it's not true. It is the nasty, dirty secret of African American history. We are just as corrupt and despicable as any other people. And if we have the right to oppress, we will oppress just as corrupt and despicable of African American history. We are just as corrupt as American history. We are just as corrupt and American history. We are just as corrupt and despicable as any other people. And if we have the right to oppress, we will oppress just like the white man.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
You would. Because I've seen it. Let's continue.
That is human nature. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And the only way to overcome that is to be honest about it. Admit the truth, and then all try to do better. As my main man, guy I admire so much, Cornel West, says, we're all recovering racists. We're all recovering racists.
All the white people clap. Oh, you're relieve some stress. Okay, so let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right, so Robert, or what's your name again? David, whatever your name is, all right? You want sources? Straight out of the horse's mouth, I'm going to give you the sources, all right? So let's begin right here because you guys love all wobbles. Every single wobble that you know of loves this book right here. Hold on. Let me show you something. Since you want sources, Dave, let me see. What's your name? What's your name again? El Estúpido. I know he called me El Estúpido. So David Benjamin Button wants sources because he doesn't believe that Africans could have brought contaminants to this America over here. It had to be the Spaniards because they're so dirty. And I'll tell you what. I'll give you part of it. I'll give you part of it. You're right. Africans didn't necessarily bring all the diseases. You're right. The Spaniards did give them something called pox. But it wasn't what you think. So I'll give you that one, David. But I'm still proving facts. I'm going to give you from your own man who quoted this man that I'm about to quote. He quoted him. This is a book from Ivan Sertima, 1970. He quotes a gentleman in here. And he says here, as regards to, and by the way, you guys love this guy, but at the same time, you ignore the shit that he says. I don't understand. You're saying you're from America, but then you're Africans. Oh, that's right. You were all over the world. Anyways, so here he says, Edward Scobie, which you guys also push as well. So Ivan Sertima references Edward Scobie, who all wobbles love to use. And he, your sources that you guys run to love to, quotes a guy named Leo Africanus, A Geographical History of Africa. And again, I don't want to read this because you guys can read it. For all Negroes are blackamoors or descendants of Kushans. We all know that shit. We all know that. We can always come back to it. But again, Leo Africanus. So Ivan Sertima, okay? Ivan Sertima, this man here, the guy they love, okay, quotes Leo Africanus. Sounds good. Well, then let's go to Leo Africanus. This is from the same book. The same book, okay? The same book, and I have it right here. I have it right here. It's reprinted for me. A Geographical History of Africa. I brought this book out several times, but now, since you want sources, I'm gonna give you sources. Here it says what kind of diseases the Africans are subject to. Now, Leo Africanus is an African, by the way, and he says it himself in this book. So let's talk about what type of diseases Africa was dealing with. All right, so it says here, if any of the, this on page 38, by the way, I think chapter 2, page 38. So it goes by chapters, and then it goes into 1, 2, 3, 4. If any of the Barbary be infected by the disease commonly called French pox. David's going to say, you see, I was right. The Spaniards gave us the diseases. You know what I mean? That's what he says, right? That's what he says. Hey, bro, stop. Oh, come on, dude, for real? All right, that's what he says. But, wait a minute, let's continue reading it, and then we'll come back to it. It says here that this disease, French pox, they die thereof for the most part and are seldom cured. This disease beginneth with a kind of anguish and swelling, and at length break out into sores over the mountains of Atlas and throughout the Numidia and Libya. So now, two things I want to ask, and we'll move on. Atlas. Why is that word used there? It's still in Africa. Let's continue. It says, so in Nubia and Libya, they scarcely know this disease, in so much that oftentimes the parties infected traveleth forthwith into Nubia and the lands of the Negroes, or the land of the Negroes, in which places the air is so temperate, blah, blah, blah. Not so much as the name of this malady ever known unto Africans before the Ferdinand, King of Castile. Okay. Hold on. This is the second page. Castile. So when did these guys start getting this disease called French pox? Spelled all Jews out of Spain. After return of which Jews into Africa, certain unhappy and lewd people lay with their wives, and to the length that disease spread from one to another of the whole region, in so much that scarce any one's family was free from the same. Howbeit they were most certainly persuaded of that the same disease came first from Spain. Wherefore they, for the want of better name, called it the Spanish pox. Notwithstanding, at Tunis, all over Italy, it is called the French disease. It is also called likewise in Egypt and Syria. For there is used a common proverb of cursing. The French pox take you. Among the barbarians, the disease called the Latin hermia is not common. But in Egypt, the people are much troubled therewith. For some of the Egyptians have their cods oftentimes so swollen, it is incredible to report. And this is, by the way, their cods means their penis, which infirmity is thought to be so common among them because they so much eat as gum and salt, whatever. Now, it says here that this telling sickness likewise possesses the women of Barbary in the land of the Negroes who excuse it, lay that they are with a spirit of the Barbary. The plague is rise every 10th, 15th, and 20th year, whereby great numbers of people are consumed, for they have no cure for them, for the same, but only to rub the plague with certain ointments made of Armenian earth, so like dirt and type to it. In Nubia, I guess, they are infected with the plague scarce once in 100 years, and in the land of the Negroes, they know not the name of the disease because they never have been subject thereunto. True. So yeah, but you are forgetting something. You are forgetting something. What was French pox? I ask. It was what? It was what? So I don't know who laid with who first, but both of y'all were laying with each other. Some men were sleeping with somebody's women. So we don't know if the Jews or the people there, you know what I mean? The Sephardic Jews, by the way. I mean, mind you, we don't know if the men were sleeping with the African women there, or if they were just, in relationship with their women, and then the African dudes which went in there and say, whoop, let me slip right in there. But it's syphilis, not smallpox. So I give you this source because it's important to differentiate the differences of diseases. So now we know that there was such a thing as French pox, which was taken by the Europeans into Africa. Okay. Ivan Sertima, African, Leo Africanus says it. So now let's go to another source, which is now going to identify us exactly who was dealing with smallpox first. I bring you this book here. It's not made up. A Voyage to the River Sierra Leone on the coast of Africa. Remember how the guy was saying that they stay on the coast because, all the diseases and shit inside the center of Africa, they just wouldn't go in there. So it says here, the voyages of the coast of Africa, containing an account of the trade and productions of the country, and the civil and religious customs and manners of the people. A series of letters to the friends of England, John Matthews, blah, 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 1791. All right. Now, in here, if we look deep into this book, you're going to find yourself something very interesting. It says here that the white traders, a capital white trader, this is on page 135, a capital white trader who had resided nearly 30 years upon the coast, who is otherwise a man of sense, told me very seriously he once thought, as he supposed I did, but that he had seen so many surprising instances of their art he could no longer doubt. In the accounts of the most uncivilized countries that we read of, we find the office of physicians is generally annexed to that of priests and conjurers. So again, keep in mind that they don't have doctors and shit, you know what I mean? And again, I want to let you know that in America, we had over 2,600 medicinal recipes made out of herbs. And we still have them in our culture, which is why I don't understand why Wabas don't know this shit. But anyhow, by the way, who cured that black dude? Raza did. And now you don't even want to say that. Anyway, let's continue. But here is carried by an old woman. Oh, by old women, I'm sorry. And the cures they perform are truly astonishing, particularly in the external wounds by the use of simples, which were woods and fields afford in abundance. Check this out. Here we go. The diseases they are most subject to. Okay, we're going to go and cover this in line. The diseases they are more subject to are intermittent fevers and hydrocele. The latter is supposed to be caused by the too frequent use of palm wine and excess of venereal.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Okay, so you're like, well, venereal, what the hell does that mean? Okay. Venereal means sexual indulgence.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Okay, so apparently this is quite often quite common, and it's still, I don't know, prevalent? I don't know. Maybe you guys aren't the same people. I don't know. You guys say you're not. I don't know. Then it says here, the venereal disease is frequent, but never attended with those dreadful symptoms which too often accompany it in Europe. Okay? So like the French pox type of deal shit. It is always easily cured. Neither can they be convinced that it proceeds from impure coition, I guess. Check this out. Next, talking about the diseases that are most subject to, right? The smallpox is endemial. So, you know, the guy, what's his name? Benjamin Button. He's like, you know, he wants to be Mr. Brainiac, right? Like, it's a contagion, meaning it's contagious, and they cut it from the Cathars and Spaniards. That's not what it says. The smallpox is endemial. So what does that mean? You know what I mean? Because obviously, you know, I don't know any better, man. I'm just a, you know, like just a dumb Mongolian. I guess that's what you guys say, right? Endemial means, come on, get to it. Oh, endemic. Meaning what? Belongs to or native to a particular people of a country. Oh. Woo! Characteristics of a prevalent in a particular field, area, or environment.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Hold on a second.
That's right.
So endemic basically means that an organism is restricted to a locality or region. So we know that French pox was brought to you by the French, the Spaniards, the Europeans. Yeah, I'll give you that. The Europeans brought French pox to the Africans. But smallpox, it's an endemial disease, but it's not so frequent on the seacoast as the interior country.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Which is why the gentleman earlier said that there was a lot of diseases in the center. So Africans had to logistically figure out, okay, how do we get these people from inside out to these guys? Or the Europeans, not always white, by the way. How are we going to get those people? We're not going to go in there and die of disease. No. So let's continue reading. Because apparently they want some suffice information. I shall conclude with my best wishes for your health and happiness. Oof, that's going to hurt. Now, if you continue reading this book, right, it even brings up the fact that slavery was something that they really, really practiced and enjoyed. So much so that he would even put their children up for debt. Like if you go and pawn some shit at a pawn shop. This is really what's going on in here. So we're seeing that Leo Africanus understood that those certain diseases that we were dealing with, right? The French pox is what the one he talked about. Now, here we see a book that says, well, the smallpox was inland of Africa. Listen, in the proportion as the West Indies were cultivated, the demand of slaves increased as they were found to answer for what purpose much better than Europeans, and were also procured as much easier experience. The English and French were the first who began to cultivate the Windwall Islands, which had been only visited by the Spaniards, their skirts discovered. Okay? So it says here that it was between Portugal and African trade. So it wasn't like, what we were told that they went there and out of surprises and took people. No. They were all involved. And the only way that these people were able to bring people from inside of Africa was through their own, because they knew they would die from diseases. Hence, smallpox. Page 141. It may be presumed that the seacoast alone at first furnished the slaves which were sold to the Europeans, but that the constant and increasing demand, which has unremittingly continued for the first time of their being brought to America, soon obliged the natives to have recourse to back countries. And many of them are now brought from a very great distance, from inland. The modes of dealing and procuring slaves is the most places extremely different. But as I cannot pretend to describe them all, I shall confine myself to a description of the method of trade of these parts only. So he's talking about what they're, considering, right? And how they're trading, all right? And what they trade, okay? I want to point something out, and then we'll move on from this book. I don't want to lose my topic here. Ribion, okay. Information, merchants, witchcraft. I think it's okay. Here goes. Let's see. There are in our purchase in the country were European goods and salt, which is okay. They're talking about that. They will part with their. Okay, here goes. Which is an article. See, I'm right here. Okay, I'm right here. Which is an article so highly valued and so eagerly sought after by the natives that they will part with their wives and children and everything dear to them to obtain it when they have not slaves to dispose of it. Damn, they're willing to sell their children and their kids to get European goods. It is always makes part of the merchandise of the purchase of slaves in the interior country. It makes part of. So the present custom and ancient tradition of the country, handed down from father to son and from generation to generation, both teach us to believe that the practice of making, buying, and selling slaves was in use in Africa long before our knowledge of it. Death or slavery were and still are the punishment of almost every offense. Check this out. And every prisoner taken in battle was either put to death or kept as a slave. This was going for black and white. The fate of prisoners was also a great measure determined by the season of the year and the occasion they had for the service. If they were taken after the harvest was over, they were seldom spared. But those who were captured before the commencement of the rice season experienced a different fate, as they were reserved to cultivate the rice ground and sold after the harvest to those tribes bordering on the sea, who had no other means of acquiring slaves than by purchase. Or you see this? The only way that the Europeans bought the people from these islands were by these people on these islands going in there and buying them themselves. This was an ancient custom of the country, and the modern practice is nearly familiar. I seldom dispose of in the new slaves to the rices on the ground or until it is cut. Hence, though the Europeans, by the eagerness with their push, this trade may be censorable so far. So he's talking about abolishing, okay? Let's get into this here real quick. Oh, sorry. We mentioned here, during the late war in which England was engaged with France, when the ships did not visit the coast as usual, there were no goods to purchase the slaves which were brought down. The black merchants suffered many of them to perish for want of food. Pay attention. And said they should not come down again till the ships arrived. When questioned what the inland people would do with their slaves, right? The inland people, they replied, cut their throats, as they used to do before white men came to their country. And I am informed, however, shocking to relate that this was during the period the case with great numbers. To the above account that it may be necessary to add a short description of the present state of slavery in Africa. So now here, Wobbles, make this make sense. Culomeo, where you at? It mentions Mandigos in Africa.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Mandingos in Africa and Mandingos in America? How's it so if you're not African? But here in this book, you clearly see a history of Sierra Leone. My main point was smallpox and the travelings of it. And how did it get here? How did we get it if it was all the way inland? Well, because they had to bring their own people to the coast to be sold and brought here. And again, David, it's an endemic disease. An endemic disease, meaning that it's restricted, particularly to a locality or region. So before you go and say dumb shit like this, and stop projecting, because you are the stupid ass in this moment here. Obviously, Africans did bring the contagion, meaning that it's because it's endemic. And no Spaniard gave them the smallpox. They did bring the French pox, which we suffered from it too, by them and you. And they didn't bring or exclusively. Now, again, this isn't hate speech because I am reading a book, which is a book that you can find and usually available to purchase. Now, it's up to you to feel emotional about it, but these are facts. And I know some people don't like me bringing out some shit like this, but these are facts. And if it burns your spirit, oh well. Because you want to know something? We've dealt with this shit for a long time. And for a long time, we were told something that was not true. We were told, oh no, it was certain people. It was certain people. Propaganda. Certain people did it. Certain people did it. You know what I mean? This is a book from Cartas y Memorias. It's in Spanish, between 1511 and 1539. Let's tackle this real quick. I'm going to go in English and Spanish, and I'm going to start bringing up the actual, the endemic spreader. Okay? Here we see, and this is page 14. Let me go magnify it. Let's go tackle it real quick. It says here. Yeah, que aguanten la vara, bro. Straight up. Que aguanten la vara, bro. They want to bring, hey, listen. If you wobbles didn't mess with us, man, you probably would not have heard of me at all. I more likely guarantee you. But when you went and said that you are us, that set me off. Anyways, let's read. It says here, los gobernadores Jerónimos y el licenciado Suazo alcanzaron a congregar algunas comunidades indias, pero lejos de ayudar a evitar el despoblamiento de nativos, la formación de pueblos ayudó en 1518 a propagar por las islas una de las más terribles epidemias de viruela y otras enfermedades del viejo mundo. Basically, in a nutshell, that these men here were talking about the horrible epidemics. All right? Esta epidemia tal vez llegó a Yucatán. So it's saying maybe it arrived in Yucatán first. Con la expedición de Juan de Grijalva en 1518. Y es la misma que trajo a México el famoso esclavo negro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
La expedición de Pampilo de Narváez en 1520. Remember, Narváez was the one that fed our hen to the dogs. And he had with him, matter of fact, not him, Garrido brought with him 600 African slaves. Let's continue. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find just this word, viruela. If not, we're going to move on. Viruela. How do you spell it? Shit, I forgot. Valiosos, negro, clavo. Espérame. What the hell are you? Give me a second. Shit, man. I just lost myself. Calificación, el mismo México famoso, melodías. Sí, pero ayudar es porque es un activo, la información puede por ahora es la través de viruela, güey. Viruela. Ponte las pilas. Anyways, just one. All right, cool. Sounds good. Let's move on. Again, this is from a book. I've shared it with you. I'm just going to tackle this real quick. It's from a book here. Check this out. Smallpox shows up 4 times in this book, and this is from, let me remind you, Hernan Cortez, okay? Conquest of Mexico. Hernan Cortez, Conquest of Mexico. The history of the conquest of Mexico and the history of Peru. Let me do the line real quick. Okay, fine. You don't find it that way. Matter of fact, let me do it this way. I have it on my book, or I'm going to have to change it. Hold on a second. Ay, pinche diablo, güey. It always does this shit. You know that? It always does it. Honestly. It's just funny. It always does it at this time. Let me get it real quick. Which one is it? History of Conquest? Give me a second. Kick your Conquest. This is 01. There it goes right here. Okay. So this is History of Conquest. Let me go to the main pages. Okay. So we're going to go to page 399 first. Damn, there's a lot of pages. Page 399. They all talked about who brought it. Okay. It's not a secret. It says here the visit is on page 399 from the same book. This is when they showed up. The visit of Narvaez left melancholy traces among the natives that made it long remembered. A Negro, which now we know that it came from the inter parts of Africa, in his suit brought with him smallpox. Okay? The disease spread rapidly in that quarter of the country, and great numbers of Indians, an Indian population, soon fell victims to it. I've never heard of black people dying of smallpox here. Herrera, History General, blah, blah, blah. Se perdió la mejor y el más noble ciudades de todo el nuevamente descubiertos del mundo. Y ella perdida, se perdió toda la que estaba ganando. Oh, no, this doesn't matter. So here we see one example. Let's go to the next one. 482. What? 482. Okay, sounds good. I'll go to 482. There you go. Perfect. Page 482. Oh, here it goes. On page 482, it says, it was with no little regret that the general learned at this time that the death of his good friend Meshiacha, the old lord of Tlaxcala, who had stood by him to steadily in the hour of adversity. He had fallen a victim to the terrible epidemic, the smallpox. And we read from the book Sierra Leone that's where it came from. That's no lie. Europeans didn't bring smallpox. Europeans brought French pox, syphilis. Africans brought smallpox.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Whether you like it or not, those are the facts, and that's history. Whether you like it or not, you cannot erase history. This is history. If you're going against a white man saying like, oh no, they want to get rid of like the 1619 supposedly history, black history. So why is this supposed to be hate speech, David? You're always telling the white man not to be telling you what you shouldn't teach. How come this is hate speech? It was imported into the country, it is said, by a Negro slave in the fleet of Narvaez. Confirms it again. You call this hate speech. Why is it all of a sudden hate speech? It wasn't hate speech when you were saying that the Wedos brought it. It wasn't hate speech when you were saying that they're Neanderthals. That wasn't hate speech. No. It isn't hate speech when you call us Mongols. That's not hate speech, right, David? That's not hate speech, is it? I mean, you know what I mean? I'm just kind of wondering, like, what is hate speech and what is not hate speech? To what level? What is acceptable? It's okay for you to misquote who I am and not call that racist because you assume I look a certain way? Isn't that racist? Facts are racist, right? Now, man, in my channel, facts tell, stories sell. I don't sell stories. I don't go around asking people for feria, even though I should and I probably could. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? But the point being is, I don't do that shit, man. Where you at? Where you at? Give me a second, family. Too many. Wait, it's not the same book? Okay, hold on. Maybe I'll upload it this way. Give me a second. Okay. Is this not it? Let me see. Hold on. Oh, okay. I think it's not it. My bad. This is the other one. Give me a second. Geo history? Where the hell are you, dude? Let me see if I can bring this up real quick. I still find this so funny, man. Like when I'm doing this is when it gives me the most problems. Right when I'm doing this shit. It's so striking to me. You know, my phone starts acting fucking funny, man. This is nuts. Give me a second, fam. All right, let me see if I can get this. Give me a second. Let me see if I can download it real quick because I'm not going to let this shit get in the way. Give me a second. Can you see if this is it? Damn, it's fucking hot in here. I have to talk to this dude or else, bro. Can't do this shit. Hold on. I think this is the one. 58. Give me a second. If this is it, I'm going to go real quick with it. 1800. Ezekiel 56. Yep, that's it. Page 207. Okay. Or 206. All right, here we go. It's 206. All right. Same book. I mean, not same book, different book. Let's read this part. Because again, you wanted to know. You wanted to know who brought it. David, you asked me the question, or you don't even ask, you just make a statement. And you assume because it hurts your feelings. But calling me a Mongol, a conquistador, that's not racist. Even though I'm not any of those people. And even though the word Mongol itself is a racist fucking term. But that doesn't bother to you, right? That doesn't matter to you guys. Narvaez brought with him a Negro who was in the smallpox. An unfortunate importation for that country. For the disease spread with inconceivable rapidity, and the Indians died by thousands for not knowing the nature of it. Hold on a second. I'm in the wrong site. My bad. I'm over here reading it to you. Let me read it again. All right. So here, let me see if you guys can see it. First of all, make sure. Yeah. All right. You guys can see it, right? Still okay. Good. So here we see Narvaez brought with him a Negro who was in the smallpox, an unfortunate importation to that country, for the disease spread with inconceivable rapidity. And the Indians, who also suffered of French pox, but was brought by both the Europeans and the Africans, right? died by thousands for not knowing the nature of it. They brought it to the fatal issue by throwing themselves into cold water in the heat of the disorder. Thus, black was the arrival of Narvaez.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Is that racist, David? And blacker, still, the death of such multitudes of unfortunate souls.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Is that racist, David? Which were sent into the other world without having an opportunity of being admitted to the bosom of our holy church. How insulting. How insulting. Page 236, let's just go to it real quick. I think it's just mentioning it. It's not a big deal. It's in the bottom. At this period, another prince of royal blood was elected to the throne of Mexico, for the former who had expelled us from the city was dead of smallpox. Again, smallpox. Now let's go to some books I have here. This is from, let's see. Where you at? Where you at? This is from, hold on a second. 41. Yeah, this is from the 7 myths of the Spanish conquest. It's when he's talking about the Africans helping conquer. Okay? It's a good book. 140, page 140. It says on the bottom, for the 10 millennia, the Americas had been isolated from the rest of the world. The greater number of the people in the old world and the greater variety of domesticated animals from which such disease as smallpox, measles, and flu originated. You see this? The old world. It didn't say Europe. It said the old world. Europe, East, and also Africa. It says meant that Europeans and Africans arrived in the old world with a deadly array of germs. Oh my God. These germs still killed old world peoples, but they had developed rapidly high levels of immunity compared to Native Americans, who died rapidly in a staggering high number. Right? Page 41, 141. After half of Columbus' first voyage, the Native American population fell as much as 90%. It says here that smallpox seemed to be the culprit. Spanish and their Nahua allies moved through, blah, blah, blah. You guys can read it if you want. Disease moved through Americas faster than germ-carrying European and Africans could.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
It was brought to Mexico by Narvaez expedition in 1519, spread by the Spaniards and African, led by Cortez and Alvarado through central and southern Mexico and in Guatemala, traveling rapidly through Central America and in the early 1520s before fanning out across South America. This smallpox was pandemic, which is different than endemic. Endemic is local, meaning Africans actually had it, brought it, and they're the ones that took it, right? They're the ones that took it. Then it says here, these and successive waves of disease penetrated, up in North America, decimating the densely populated lower Mississippi and southwest in the Amazonia. Now, we know here in our land, if you believe in the Bible, that we were going to be attacked by smallpox, by foreigners of another nation that we never heard of, never known of, we never even spoke their language. It also said that we would diminish in Deuteronomy 28. But in Isaiah, it also says that even that we're going to diminish to the 10th part, to the 10%. Isaiah, I believe, 6. Look it up. If you believe in the Bible, you're technically in there. But apparently you guys don't. So, let's continue. Let me see if I got more. War dogs. Here goes another page here, same book. Another first attributed to the Africans in Mexico was the bringing of smallpox to the mainland. Francisco de Eguía, one of the black slaves of Narvaez expedition in 1520, allegedly died of disease soon after landing in Mexico and the Mexican coast. Now, that was just one person. Unlike later expeditions, Africans did not participate in the conquest of Mexico in the hundreds, for as Bernal Diaz observed, at that time, blacks and horses were worth their weight in gold. Blacks and horses cost about the same. We were on the totem pole. And you're going to find out because we bring proof. And by the way, you know how they say that supposedly we're Spaniards and like we look this way because we mix with Spaniards? Okay. The Dominican chronicler Diego Duran, for example, mentions various servants and blacks, while the native account compiled by Sagahun, known to us as Florentine Codex, simply notes that the Spaniards came some blacks who had crisply curled dark hair. All African slaves and servants, hold on, as the first major conquest of the mainland, the conquest of Mexico had helped inspire and finance a flurry of Spanish expeditions to the Americas. All included African slaves and servants, many of whom, like Juan Garrido and Juan Valiente, became and continued to fight as conquistadors.
Bruh.
As conquistadors. These expeditions can be placed in two groups, one part of the chain or relay system of the conquest that raided out from central Mexico to other parts of chains of conquest that ran into South America. So, who was involved in the conquering of the natives? White and black people. Who brought smallpox? Africans did. Who brought French pox, syphilis? European whites did, okay? And the Swati ones as well, because they were all doing the same shit. You're going to find out as you get further into it. So that's not hate talk. These are facts. We have them in English and in Spanish. Shut your ass up. These are facts. Oh, since we're on this topic here, might as well. You see this here? Bobo's, y'all was stupid. Y'all dumb. Seriously. Since I'm in the page, might as well. You see, he paints his face black, right? Check this out. Color of victory, body paint. After a revenge raid, the victorious warriors would stop and paint themselves in an informative manner before entering their tribal camp for the customary and tumultuous victory celebration. The warriors depict here in Sioux, who had adorned himself with several significant marks. His face was covered with grease and charcoal, the black indicating that the fire of revenge in his heart had burned out, and he wishes now to purge the event from his soul. It's the same book that I showed you. Here we see one, Meshiacha. It was imported in the country by the said Negro slave in the fleet of Narvaez. It first broke out in Zampuela. The poor natives, ignorant of the best mode of treatment, the loathsome disorder, sought relief in their usual practice of bathing in cold water. We read that earlier. It didn't work. It does not seem to have been fatal to the Spaniards, many of whom were Swati black too, and were sleeping with black women as well, importing them, enslaving them. Most of these guys were Sephardics, by the way, Sephardic Jews. Most of the Spaniards coming here were converts or Christians, but a lot of them were Sephardic Jews, fake Catholics, many of whom probably had already had the disorder. We know because remember the other book we read that Spaniards brought French pox to Africa? Well, since they were there, I'm sure they dealt with smallpox, and who were, at all events, acquainted with the proper method of treating. La primera fue de viruela y comenzó de esta manera, siendo capitán y gobernador Hernán Cortés al tiempo de que el capitán Pánfilo de Narváez desembarcó en esta tierra en uno de sus navios, meaning ships, vino un negro herido de viruelas, la cual enfermedad nunca en esta tierra se había visto. Y esta sazón estaba esta Nueva España en extremo muy lleno de gente. This is just Meshiacha, like how he died. Don't need to read that. Just says the same shit. Same thing. The visit of Narvaez left melancholy traces among the natives. The Negro in his suit brought with him smallpox. That's for later, maybe. Let me see if I can touch on this real quick. Let's continue.
Hi, welcome.
So I want to show you a little quick video so you can see what he's talking about. Just real quick, no big deal. Check it.
Welcome to Terrifying World. We're going to talk today about smallpox and the Columbian Exchange. So as you know, when the Europeans went to the Americas, they brought back with them corn, quinine, tomatoes, potatoes, chocolate blood on their hands, you know, things like that. And in turn, they left the natives with their filthy religions and their filthy diseases. This is what we do, you know. This is what's referred to as the Columbian Exchange, because that's what happens. We exchange ideas and disease, ideas and disease. Smallpox has been endemic to the Eurasian landmass.
Endemic. Supposedly everywhere, but you know, again, we read the historical book. Let's go.
In Africa since forever. And because of that, smallpox has been endemic to the Eurasian landmass in Africa since forever. And because of that, the people living in these areas share a common immunity. They share a common disease reservoir. But the native people in the Americas and Australia and New Zealand did not share this reservoir. And this would get to be a problem later on. When Columbus and his crew get to the island of Hispaniola. Hispaniola, of course, being the island that houses the modern Dominican Republic in Haiti. When he gets to Hispaniola, there are already people living there, of course. It's a tribe called the Arawaks, and it's estimated that about 1 million Arawaks are living on Hispaniola in 1492. The island of Hispaniola is located in a great strategic location, and the Spanish love this because they're interested in power politics and profits. And the land there is great for cultivation, and they need people to work this land, and they need people to work in these mines, but they do not want to pay.
All right, so now the reason I share this, y'all, so you can see the actual history and how they've been, you know, mixing and you know, all that good stuff. Well, not that good shit, but you know, all that stuff that they enjoy doing, I guess. I'm going to bring you a book here called The Lost Tribes and Myth. Okay, I think it's important to bring it up now. The Lost Tribes and Myth. Okay, and this is on page 147 because there's a lot here that I want to share. And it connects. Because again, we see a mixture of people. We saw Ivan Sertima mention certain things. They're saying that supposedly they're the natives because they look a certain way. But no. They've been, excuse my language, they've been fucking around for quite some time. Miscegenation is very prominent between white and black folks. Y'all love each other and you hate each other. But it's specifically a particular group. It says in the Council of by the way, this is page 547. At the Council of the Chalon-sur-Marne ruled that Jews could not sell Christian slaves out of the kingdom. Christians at that time meant white people. And Jews weren't always white. Sephardic, by the way, dirty water. Are you related to them? Sephardic, by the way, or supposedly Ashkenazis. But mostly Sephardic because they had the power. Portuguese and Spaniards, which are mixed, Swati, dark skin, all that shit. They didn't look like us, by the way. They look more like Inhotop or Mike TV or what's the guy's name? Top Pussy? Him. They more look like him. It says here, Jews could not sell Christian slaves out of the kingdom. Check this out. A parallel to some American white slave legislations. Because Jews that were here, Sephardics, would be able to buy white slaves and native slaves. And if they wanted to, black slaves too. Because they were Jews. Sephardic Jews. With the Moorish conquest of Spain, a new market was created and an impetus given to the Jewish traffic. Check this out. How is it that we see a Moorish, Spain, Jewish, and then the Khazar Jewish kingdom was then flourishing? With a consequent large supply of pagan slaves for sale. So we here see Moors, Jews, and Khazar Jews. Khazars, I think, are more of the Ashkenazi-ish shit. And these other Jews are more Sephardics, like Dirty Water says he is. The Khazar Jews, the kingdom was a flourishing. Check this out. Remember, the original name slave was applied by the Germanic peoples to all the captives taken in wars against the Slavic nations whom they sold to the Saracens. Eventually, the term slave included the throng of people of various stocks, thus captured and sold. So the Saracens finally called all foreign members of Harlem or an army by name, whatever their origin was. By the way, King James was the Saracen bloodline. I'm telling you, it's not right. And check this out. This is very interesting because I did a class on a thing called Zwarte Piet. Now, I know you guys are probably wondering, like, Zwarte Piet, and you probably didn't get the concept of why Zwarte Piet. And I'm going to tell you this again. Propaganda. And these people, I'm going to say it. These people, what they want is they want empathy. They want empathy, and they project a lot of shit that they've done themselves. And I had to show this. So check this out. I did a class on this. It's called, so I'm not going to play it, you know what I mean? Because I got a lot to cover. But I did a class on this, the kidnapping of Zwarte Piet. And now I understand why. I know now why the kidnapping of Zwarte Piet made a hell of importance to them. Because originally the name slave was applied by Germanic peoples to all their captives taken into wars against the Slav nations. So slaves were white folks usually, right? Whom they sold to the Saracens or the Spaniards, which is where they were. Why is this important, you say? Because in this video here, I actually show the history of Zwarte Piet. Check this out. So when you start connecting the dots, it starts making sense. Let's go.
I can't really get past that they are kind of black.
I know I'm not visiting Holland.
Yeah.
This has got to be made.
But you ask the Dutch about Black Pete and you get very different answers.
Niet alles op discriminatie gooien en zo, want er zijn ook goede, leuke dingen.
Het is gewoon prachtig voor de kinderen. Dat hoort erbij. So, where did this controversial Christmas character come from? Well, the story of Black Pete begins in 1850, when he first appeared in the Dutch book St. Nicholas and His Servant, as a sort of Sinterklaas manservant, sidekick. Somewhat like how Santa uses coal, Sinterklaas had Black Pete. But in this case, if a kid was naughty, he'd stuff you in a sack, hit you with a switch, and then ship you off to Spain.
Oh, shit! Damn! Did we just read that? We just read that shit right now. We said originally, the name slave was applied to the Germanic peoples and to all their captives taken in the wars against the Slav nations, whom they sold to the Saracens. You see this? And who was ruling? We just read up there, right? Who conquered Spain? Who conquered Spain? Talking about the Jews conquering Spain. Toledo, you know what I'm saying? So that's why when these guys were over here saying, hey, you better be a good kid or these Spaniards are going to take you back to Spain to the Saracens. That's the true history of Zwarte Piet. It has nothing to do with white people having supremacy over them. Fuck no, man. It was them saying, listen, if you don't do well, that little black kid that helps out the Spaniards, the Spaniard kid, the Zwarte Piet, meaning the Saracen, is going to come take you back to Spain.
Dat hoort erbij. So, where did this controversial Christmas character come from? Well, the story of Black Pete begins in 1850, when he first appeared in the Dutch book St. Nicholas and His Servant, as a sort of Sinterklaas manservant, sidekick. Somewhat like how Santa uses coal, Sinterklaas had Black Pete. But in this case, if a kid was naughty, he'd stuff you in a sack, hit you with a switch, and then ship you off to Spain. Seriously. But over the years, Pete's role changed from being the guy in charge of discipline.
And listen, since I don't like to, how can I say this? The last thing I want to do is to say things that are not true, or that I don't have, or have done a course on it, or have done my research on it, and I've shared with y'all, listen, this is who they are. I did a class a long time ago about these particular people. This particular person who BHI said was a supposedly their gente. Like the original dude. Yeah. What's his name? King James, the black man. We ruled Europe. That's what he said. King James is a black man. Okay. I think it's in this one. Give me a second. I'm trying to find in Europe. Well, stop. Quiet. Trying to see if I can get to if it's this course here. Because he says Saracen. And again, we're going back to history so we can determine. And if I don't have time for this, man, I'll move on. Because I want to stick to the point. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me move on. Because if I need to, I think it's in here. In here. Let me see if it's this one. Hold on. I think it's this one. Oh, no. This is a combination of the classes. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it later. It's a combination of classes here. Because I did one where it goes like a few minutes. You know what? I'll find it in the interlude. Okay, so here we see now the meaning of this statement. See, and if you don't know history, or if you don't like to read, stop, man. If you don't, I close it. Oh, man. Anyways, I know what it is. If you don't like to read, well, then it's going to obviously confuse you. All right, so now it says here on the second part, the slaves which the Caliph of Spain had in his service included Galatians, Franks, French and Germans, Lombards, Calabrians, and natives of the north coast of the Black Sea. Some were persons captured by Andalusian pirates. Others were brought in the market of Italy. For the Jews, who speculate in the misery of the peoples, bought children of both sexes and took them to the seaport to which Greek and Venetian ships came to transport the seaports to which the Greek to transport them and sell them to the Saracens. I gotta find a video. Others destined for harem services as eunuchs came from France, where large establishments were maintained by the Jews for the production of eunuchs. Since most captives were very young when brought to Spain, they readily accepted the religion, language, and customs of the masters, which is why they would tell the kids, if you're not well, these Spaniard Saracens are going to come get your ass. Many European girls were thus transported to Eastern harems, either by the Red Sea, by Alope, and the Euphrates. So these women, white women, were being sold by dark-skinned people. Arabs, so-called Jews, Swati-ish. You know, like, let's be real about this, man. I got a video for you. Hey, thank you, VTC, for that. I like this video. Makes a good point. But I want to share something with you. We didn't experience this here. You guys have.
Black people sold black people. White people just paid for it. My great-great-grandmother was sold by her father to another black man, who then sold her to who became her husband and had kids. Not a white person in sight. So while people are being stuck on, especially when I hear this dumbass thing as reparations for slavery, I'm like, dude, slavery was everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
There was slavery in the Arab world, in the Persian world, in the Greek world, in Europe. White, blonde, blue-eyed Polish people were slaves to Germans. So white, blonde, blue-eyed Germans. So what are you talking about? Like slavery is something that only black. You guys play too much respect to racism.
Yeah.
If we were all white or we were all black, we're still going to discriminate.
You know
against
what we
each other.
discriminate against? Eye color.
Thank you very
It's
much.
human nature.
It's human
White
nature.
people, yeah.
We'll find something, oh, your ear is too big. I tell people, as long as you're a competition, you're a threat. And as long as you're a threat, somebody will try to do something to remove you. It doesn't matter if you're white or black. And on the opposite side, as long as you can add value, doesn't matter if you're black or if you're white, you will be appreciated or recognized.
I don't know about that one. Okay, I'm going to look for this video. so you guys can see these particular things. But we're almost halfway. In the meantime, I'm going to show you guys a little interlude video. I think you guys will like it. I kind of put it together, a variety of videos together. It's kind of like a plea to my gente, man. Okay, enjoy the video. It's about 13 minutes long, and in the meantime, I'll look for the other ones to show you. Okay, we still got a little bit more, and then we're done. I'm about to shut up that idiot with his little Sephardic bullshit. We're tackling a little smallpox and some stupidity, and then listen in. Okay, hope y'all like it.
Y por favor, tengan un poco de sentimiento, tengan un poco de orgullo de ser mexicanos.
Many people have asked me over time what it meant when I said I was Chicana. That I'm not Hispanic, I'm not Latina, I'm Chicana. That came out of that time in our history, in the early years of the Chicana movement, where we began to look at each other and say, who are we? Where do we belong in this history, in this place?
In the largest cities under the banner of La Raza Unida, they picket and boycott and march to make their voices heard. Dr. Ernesto Galaza is a Mexican-American scholar, author, and lecturer.
The Mexican people who've come to this country have been the very poorest of the poor of Mexico. And in these 50 years, they have had no choice but to work in the lowest income brackets of the economy. They've been on the low spot of the totem pole economically and socially during these 50 years. These have been poor people from the very beginning, and they still are. There's very little capital formation in the Mexican community. They don't own industries. They have practically no stake in the economy. They don't live off capital. They live by still, as they always have traditionally, by the sweat of their brow and by their brain power and by their daily toil. This is the kind of a population it is.
A report by the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights states that more than 1/3 of all Mexican-American families living in the Southwest live in official poverty. That is, on incomes of less than $3,000 a year. A Mexican-American is 7 times more likely than an Anglo or white to live in a substandard house. The chance that his baby will be born dead are twice as great. The unemployment rate is 2 times that of Anglos, and of those employed, the vast majority, almost 80%, work at unskilled, low-paying jobs. The cycle of poverty usually begins in the rural areas, such as this one in South Texas. Most of the counties here have a 40 to 60% Spanish-speaking population. 40% or more are considered functionally illiterate, and many live in the apathy and despair bred by poverty.
Sometimes we eat twice a day, sometimes we eat once a day. Tortilla with beans, potatoes. Well, I never drink milk.
Never? Do you have water?
Yeah.
Running water?
Yeah.
The children have enough clothes?
No.
Your daughter's husband? Is he working?
No. They don't have no work. Me peleate what you all want to do, want Mama to do. That's what she said. Huh?
You ever been to the community council office?
Yes, but they never give us some.
I haven't.
That's what my mother said.
Yeah, they never helped you any? How old are you?
19. Age 20. Something.
How long have you been married?
Who?
You.
Yeah, okay.
Huh?
A
month? You like being married?
I don't like nobody asking me that questions. Sorry about that.
I only want to know.
I know you wanted to know, but I don't like nobody asking me. I don't know.
By tradition, the Mexican Americans have always had large families. This used to be
the original inhabitants of Denver, at least going back about 500 or so years, were the Cheyenne and Arapaho, Kiowa, Comanche, indigenous peoples who came to this area because of natural resources and migration patterns of big game.
We have to honor that. We have to recognize the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Ute. We have to know that Confluence Park they gathered. We have to know that they gathered along the South Platte and hunted in this area. We were people that went through colonization, like many peoples did here. But there was also the attempt to create cultural historical amnesia with us. Oh, to forget that you might be Pueblo Navajo, forget that you might be Maya and Azteca, forget that you might be Tahumara and Yaqui, forget that you might be, that the blood that runs through you might be the blood of First Nations people, indigenous people. And in doing so, taking away your moral standing to say, I've always been here. This is my homeland.
When this land was under the Spanish, there were efforts made to bring settlers into what was then the northern frontier of what was then New Spain and then New Mexico. And they would be given land and access, often private land, and also access to common lands called ejidos. And so there were early settlements as early as the 1700s in northern New Mexico, well, Santa Fe even earlier than that.
When the Spanish came, where they really concentrated was the San Luis Valley and northern New Mexico. Santa Fe was the oldest town before Jamestown. Think about that.
Even months. On July 1st, 1867, soldiers arrived here at Fort Davis, Texas. But they were not soldiers of the usual sort. They were black, and members of a new regiment, one of several whose men would soon become known as the Buffalo Soldiers. In 1866, the Army increased the number of cavalry regiments from 6 to 10, including 2 black units, the 9th and 10th. Called Buffalo Soldiers by the Indians because of the dark coats they wore and their short, curly hair, the black troopers epitomized America's new professional army, made up of battle-hardened veterans of the Civil War. Many of these men served on the western frontier until the Indian Wars ended in 1890. Fort Davis had been abandoned since 1861, and now companies C, F, H, and I of the 9th U.S. Cavalry under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Wesley Merritt returned. In addition to rebuilding the fort, the troopers escorted mail and stagecoaches, constructed roads, patrolled the Mexican border, and battled the Apache and Comanche. The 9th fought mostly in the Southwest until 1881. Later, units went to Kansas and Washington State. The 10th served with General Sheridan and were commanded by Colonel Benjamin Grierson, who had the 10th from 1866 to 1890 in the southern plains of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Disciplined and tough, the 9th and 10th fought in 127 confirmed battles with Indians, on average inflicting 4.6 casualties per skirmish. Units from both regiments served in the Spanish-American War, the Philippine Insurrection, and Pershing's 1916 punitive raid into Mexico. At the outset of World War II, the 9th and 10th Cavalry were disbanded, and their units absorbed into the Army.
They should have told you that in California, your ass used to receive a check for killing Native Americans. They should have told you that at a certain point, they had set up a thing called the California Eugenics Office, which, for those who do not know, is basically a form of human neutering to certain ethnic groups who we deem the offspring of those will be unfit. Typically targeting blacks, Mexicans, Native Americans. And for those who do not know what I'm talking about, so in between, I'd say, the early 1800s and the late 1800s, there was a thing called the California Genocide. For those who do not know, one of the highest concentrations of Native Americans in the United States was in California, obviously. The massacre of these people, of very numerous tribes, not just the Miwoks and the Navajos, for those who might have been here, also the Yuki. There was another one called the Chasumwa, I might be saying the name incorrectly. The massacre started, of course, with the Spanish when they had first set up shop here and had their whole mission system built in where the Native Americans were at the lowest class. Then even when they got their ass kicked by Mexico, Mexico came over here, but because Mexico was colonized with that fucking fucked up, sick colonizer mindset, they even did the same thing, dare I say, almost having some comparisons to slavery with Native Americans. Then when the Californians, when what was America at the time started coming over here, for example, to take over, to fight with the Mexican, then when we have the California Gold Rush in 1848, you started seeing more of that. You started seeing where the actual government, U.S. government, would pay American citizens to murder indigenous peoples or Native Americans just to keep the settlers safe, quote unquote.
Señores y señoras, y es mexicano así como los que están allá afuera. Y por favor, tengan un poco de sentimiento, tengan un poco de orgullo de ser mexicanos.
Yeah, that's excuse me, very interesting video there. I found it very moving, to be honest with you, because of what the sister was saying. You know, the pleading, right? Making sure that our people know. Let me get to the point here because I actually have the right video. Let's see. And that's what I was like, what she was saying, like, act like you fucking care a bit, man. Like, I don't give a shit. You guys don't care. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you people, man? Seriously, what the F is wrong with you people? You fucking don't realize it, bro. It's like, I just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let me get to this point. Here's where he gets to, I start talking about this individual here. Here he goes. Okay. So, and again, it's just covering topics because we're going to move from this. We're going to move on to, the Sephardi bullshit that Dirty Water likes to mention. He says he's Sephardic. Okay. I'm going to attach you to to Columbus. So Columbus is your fucking family member, you dumbass. Let's continue. None of you guys. Look, I'm going to be the first one to tell you. You can combine all the losses of the American wars, all the losses of the so-called African Americans, all the losses of those wars, okay? Combined them, and they will never amount to the amount of people that died in the American Holocaust by the Dutch, the French, the Germans, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the Brits. And Virginia Dutch Company, the nerve of them to just walk over. I mean, first of all, look, I'm going to give you a message to you so-called white folks if you're watching this channel. I don't think you do. Stop keeping your mouth shut, man. Bring the truth out. It's okay if you were conquered. You see, that's why I love the scriptures, family. And we're going to read some scriptures. I'm just trying to get through this. Because kingdoms come and kingdoms go. But Israel is an everlasting salvation. Israel is an everlasting salvation. So it doesn't matter whether the status of above, whether we are on the bottom, it's okay. We're in everlasting salvation. Let me let my camera charge real bit. So now, the reason I'm bringing this up also, in regards to the Dutch and why it's important to know, because watch this. This whole entire time they're apologizing, sympathy, Africa. Okay, fine. But the Virginia Dutch Company had something to do with the Americas here. So now, the Virginia Dutch Company, who was the CEO of the Virginia Dutch Company? Now, at that time, they didn't call them CEOs. But let's find out who this guy was. All right, you guys are going to be pretty impressed or surprised. Let's read this, okay? This is from a link. It's pretty easy to read. Coats of Arms of the Virginia Company. Let me go ahead and magnify this. And look what he reads. It says, the Virginia Company of London was a joint stock company chartered by King James. What? Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, let me do that again. Gotcha, bitch. King James. Hold on a second. Let me read it again. The Virginia Company of London was a joint stock company chartered by King James I in 1606. Remember, family, who were the Swarty people? What did Benjamin Franklin say? Yeah, let's get going. Let's keep going. And what are these BHI saying about King James? That he's a Hebrew, right? Because he's black. Okay. All right. So now wait, hold on a second there, Mr. One Westerners. You're telling me King James, who authorized the translation of the Bible, also had a joint stock company for Virginia Company of London, who had a lot to do with slave ships? Let's continue. In 1606, to establish a colony in North America. Such a venture allowed the crown to reap the benefits of colonialization. Swallow that pill, One West. Leverage against the Spanish without bearing cost. Investors, meanwhile, were protected from catastrophic losses in the event of the project failure. The company established a settlement in Jamestown in 1607. Over the next 18 years, the crown granted the company 2 new charters, democratizing its governance and reforming its financial model. That began as an enterprise of investors seeking dividends, such, he's talking about money, right? But as you can see, let me read this. By 1618, the company had found a way to use its most abundant resource, land, to attempt settlers to pay their own passage from England to the colony. which is what's called headright program. I'm not going to talk about it in this class. I'll bring it up later. I've done it before. After revival, to pay the company a quit rent or fee to use the land. Still the Virginia company. And the colony, it oversaw struggle to survive. You guys can see. Watch this. Disease, mismanagement, Indian attacks, and factionalism in London all took toll until 1623. So we know now that King James had a joint stock company with Virginia company, right? Okay, let's continue. Now, one thing I want to show you, King James, and I did a class by this. Keep in mind that we're talking about this because of what I brought out. We are connecting the dots in every sense of the way. Since I have it on topic, I might as well cover it. Here we see from the Lost Tribes of Myth. Originally, the name Slav was applied by the Germanic peoples to all the captives taken in the wars against the Slavic nations, whom they sold to the Saracens. Eventually, the term slave included a throng of people of various stocks that captured and sold. But again, the Saracens were purchasing them. Who was a Saracen? We're going to find out. This before. So I want to make sure that also, this, who was a Saracen? This guy. And who passed the law of partis sequitur ventrum? This guy. And you know where we're going to find that law and why it was applied here and not in Britain? Because that law comes from the Talmud. That's why I'm telling you, man. Propaganda. So let's go to the facts. Who brought smallpox? They did. Who's fucking around with your head? These two are. Yes. The Philistines and the Edomites. Khazar, them like you want to call them that, so to speak. Mixture of these two. Let's continue. So that you guys understand who this guy is. See, everybody thinks that this guy is a so-called Hebrew Israelite. Okay? Now, I have a book here, and I bought it by curiosity, so-called Lee Cummings. So Lee Cummings, he's a Fopi writer and all them fools, right? If you read this book, it's just all over the place. But I like that, you know, it says here, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, right? You that are wise, understand, discern information. And don't go and say, oh, the majority. Oh, anyways, this guy's well abstracted and he wants to bring the Bible. Very silly, but I don't care about it. So this is so-called King James. All right, as you can see, right? That's the one that they say, look, he's King James, he's black, he's black, it's my people. Okay, cool, sounds good. I want to point something out before I get to other places. You see this? That's a cross. Okay, I just want to point that out. You see this here? That's a cross. I just want to point that out. Now, you see this here? That's a sphere. And that's not of the Bible. Now, I want to point this out. It says here, James, by the grace of God, King of England, land France and Ireland. Here's the thing that I'm looking for. There we go.
Bruh.
Watch this.
Who are you?
Gotcha, bitch. We got you. Now check this out. Red seal of King James VI, which is his son. And he has the seal right there. You see the horse and the person, right? If you have the book, you can actually see it better of the picture. But in this case, the horse is looking, let's say, to my right, and there's a gentleman riding it with a sword in his hand. Okay? That is the seal of King James' family. This is an image of a black King James VI of Scotland with his 1611 translated book, Bible. Take a close look at the black hand that is flipping the pages of the original, blah, 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 whatever. Okay, he's talking about this right here. Look at the head, look at the black hand. It could be a glove, but who knows? Who cares? All right, whatever. All right, so now watch this. We're going to find out what this is. Let's find out what this is. When I started looking at that stuff, I'm like, I've seen it before. See, there it goes right there. Now, mind you, this guy has crosses on him. And I don't know why that doesn't matter to them. So this particular cross right there, right? Pay attention to, if you can see it, just pay attention to it. While you're looking through it, take a snapshot of it. If you can magnify it, that would be fantastic. Because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring out this particular material, and I showed you guys this before. Now, I'm not sure if anybody understood what I was sharing with y'all, but you have to be mindful of these facts. These crests have everything to do with family lineage, okay? So, for example, you know, like the standard, you know, flag, or like, you know, the tribe of Judah. So people, like sometimes you drive to people's homes and they have their last name in front of their home. It was very common to have these crests, okay? And a lot of these people that they claim to be so-called our people had these crests. But you see, these crests wasn't necessarily what we find. This is what we find. And this is from a book that I showed you guys before. It's called the Royal Book of Crest, Great Britain and Ireland, Dominion of Canada, India, and Australasia. Okay? What is it, sis? Put the screen. Let's see. Romano, put the screen of the picture where the cross of the head shows to make. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Let me get it. This one. Look at that cross. This is important material because they tend to miss this. That cross is like literally in their face. Remember, in Judith 5, it says that the Most High don't roll with us if we're not keeping the commandments. All Israel. Not some of us, all of us. After 70 AD, that's it. It's over. You can't, you as a tribe cannot individually, you can't run shop no more, man. Either we went in slavery together, we go into kingship together. You can't have one or the other. That's just a fact. Okay, so that's all bull. Anyways, so at least you see these crests, you see these lines, you see these horses. Okay, cool. In this book, this is what, hold on. Let me, well, in this book, we find this interesting thing. So you see this here, right? The same crest that he has. So now watch this. In the same book that I showed you, we have this. They look alike, don't they? They look alike to me, right? They look alive to me. Now, why am I showing you this particular crest? Because there's a point behind it. So this is, they go by plates in this book. This is in plate, I believe, 131, number 11. Okay? It's two books. One has the names and the other one has the crest. Then it says here what the actual meaning means. So what this horse is, it's a Saracen on horseback, 133:11. You see, I'm not lying. 133:11. Okay? Saracen on horseback. Here it is right here. You guys can get the book and it'll testify. I'm not lying to y'all. Here goes plate 133. Here's this guy here, a Saracen riding on a horse, which is the same emblem or Scotland. Okay? Now, what does it mean? The Saracens on a horseback. Well, let's find out who the Saracens are. Because when you look up Saracens, they're very hard to find. But this is what you find about the Saracens. Watch this. Moors and Saracens in Europe. Hold up. Gotcha, bitch. Moors and Saracens in Europe, estimating the medieval North African male legacy in Southern Europe. You see, I found this because of so-called DNA. And I tend to look at these things and then I look at wars. So now we see that the emblem of who? King James I, who was chartered a stock joint of the Dutch company, who what? Was enslaving people. So if these guys were black, do you think they were enslaving black people? Gotcha, bitch. No, they weren't. They weren't enslaving black people. Okay? Not at all. Let me read it out loud in this so you guys can listen to this.
To investigate the male genetic legacy of the Arab rule in Southern Europe during the medieval times, we focused on the specific Northwest African haplogroups and identified evolutionary close to STR-defined haplotype in Iberia, Sicily, and Italian peninsula. Our results point to a higher recent Northwest African contribution in Iberia and in Sicily in agreement with historical data. You see this, family? If you continue, it says Italian regions known to have experienced long-term Arab presence shows an enrichment of Northwest African types. Once again.
I'm not sure who you are. You sound familiar, but you can say what you want. Facts are facts. Khazarian, Talmud, Judaism, Satan, we don't study that. All right, let me bring you on board now to a very important thing. Again, and then this is all kind of cross-referencing each other because, you know, I've been investigating this for quite some time, I guess you could say. And I don't know, man, it's just weird. So we see now the history of these particular people. Saracens, right? King James had the authority at this time. And in 1662, he passed a particular law. Let me see if I can just point out something real quick, because again, the topic is still the topic. It says here, Robert V. Evers, February 17, 1886, confirming where smallpox came from, that the ship sailed from London to the coast of Africa, at which place she took in a cargo of slaves and proceeded then hence to the island of Barbados, where she arrived, the ship. In December 1781, that on the 22nd of 1782, I'm sorry, the smallpox broke out among the slaves, who were all obliged to be put on the shore. So remember that they picked them up from all kinds of places, and the people inland usually carried the smallpox. So then he contaminated the others. About 2 months after she was detained, about 2 months after the embargo was taken off, then sailed to Jamaica, which was later last port of discharge. So once again, we're seeing reports of smallpox, right? Let me see. But that's not my point here. I mean, not necessarily exactly why I'm bringing this up. Give me a second. I don't really care about the white servant part. I'm trying to get to a point. Give me a second, because I copied a couple other things. I should have separated them all. Yeah, this is just a variety. Okay, here goes. We're getting into it now. Okay, so we have page, the clause capable. Hold on. Sorry, Pam. I want them to come on. Hold on, wait a second. Hurry up, dude. Okay. Page 63, I think. Page 63. Check this out. Remember who's passing laws at this time. This is regarding partis sequitur ventrum. Okay? On the bottom it says, in the latter history of Indian slavery in Virginia, it is the female Indian slave who is prominent as the ancestress of slaves petitioning for freedom. For if she had been enslaved unlawfully, her descendants in the female line were free. In accordance with the axiom of the civil law, partis sequitur ventrum. Never applied to black women. Shut your asses up. That shit is a lie. Stop it. And I know it hurts people's feelings. I know it does. Because I can even see already the views. They went down. I can see it. You didn't get none good out of this, huh? God was watching, and all of a sudden they could not figure out, okay, what are we going to say about this? Let's go up to page 63. However, the colonists, page is 63. However, the colonists did not depend on traffic or kidnapping by their supply of Indian slaves, but took the enemy pagan by their own prowess in the war and enslaved him long before the passage of the Virginia Acts of 1776 and 1779. King James' son, when forces were being raised in Maryland. You see this? Such Indian prisoners as shall happen to be taken, are declared the spoils of those who finance the expedition. Indians were also reduced to slavery in punishment for crimes. Thus, we have shown that the first slaves in the colony of Virginia were Indians, not Negroes. And that the laws of the colony sanctioned Indian slavery, except for a year after the passage of 1670, because then it started applying in 1680 to other people as well. The practice of colonists in accordance too with their laws is illustrated by the case of the court of Virginia and Maryland. 1627, Indians of Carib Islands were brought into the country by Captain Sampson, but the experiment was too disastrous to warrant repetition, at least on a whole scale. So we see here, partis sequitur ventrum was a law passed by these people, which would then say that if you enslave our sisters, they let me see where you at. I wonder why they didn't highlight it. Hold on, let me see if I can look for it here. Page 63, partis sequitur ventrum. See, La Viana became obsolete, page 18092. La Viana became obsolete, free from the execution of the deed, subject only to the charge of a payment and debt. Her status then has also since she has never had an execution levied on her. If living, she is now free and has been ever since 1817. Her status then has always since 1817 been that of a free woman, and so it still continues. If then her children follow the condition of the mother, according to maxim partis sequitur ventrum, her children must be free as was free when they were born. Okay? So, hold on. It's all good, man. It's all good, bro. I ain't tripping. Let's go. Check this out.
A common characteristic for the first illustrious so-called African Americans to rise into prominence was a melanin-deficient parent, in most cases, a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, partis sequitur ventrum. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed-race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker-skinned counterparts. In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law.
So we see and we hear, and now let's touch on it. This is where it came from, same book. In Britain, the law was that if the father was a slave, your children followed you. It didn't matter with the women. It had nothing to do with the woman. Like, in a sense, it wasn't a woman's fault. If I was free, my kids would be free, regardless of if I married a slave woman or not. Here in America, that shit changed. They said that no, it's the woman. If the woman is a slave, her children, no matter who has babies with her, white, black, brown, whatever, they're slaves. Contrary to the law. Now, check this out. Same book. Here's where they get that law from, family. Black and white people, okay? I'm telling you, I know you think I'm crazy, but eventually the dust will settle and you'll see that I'm not. The status of a slave shown in the Talmud illustrates the situation. The more maidservants, the more lewdness. It is a saying attributed to Hillel. But the offsprings were apt to fare as badly as Hagar and Ishmael. A priest could have any number of maid slaves, but their children were bastards, still slaves. Any captive girl should be sought in the house of harlots, was a rabbinical saying. All bastards shall be excluded from Jerusalem. They considered this New Jerusalem, which is why they implemented these laws. A beautiful female slave was sent to Zadok. He ignored her all night. Why? I belong to a great family of priests. I will not add bastards to Israel. The expression includes them in Israel. But as a class, the slave-born are outcast.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
A slave was not a brother and could not be counted in waking up a quorum for a congregation. So this Saracen, James, who obviously was North African bloodline, did deals with these Talmudic Jewish people. And you don't think he might have been in this Kabbalah shit? Which is why he passed that law here in this land and said, no, it's not of the father, it's of the mother. If the mother is a slave, all the children will be slaves. And Partes Equiter Venture made sure that native sisters were the ones being enslaved, not Negro women. Shut your asses up and stop lying. Did it happen later on? Yes, it did, but not in the way you say it. You want it to be just you and nobody else. But a proselyte slave was because a proselyte was a brother. You see this? You see this? So the unproselytized or heathen slave was essentially a mushkim rating at half the value of freeman, if slain as a Babylonian. Page 144. Wait, hold on a second. 143, 144. Then it says that the female slave in the Judaist family of the period was assumed to be the whim of her owner. For the point before us, it meant that an immense amount of Jewish blood of the period was being poured into the veins of children, Gentiles. You guys can check this out. It gets a little more detailed into like what this is, but it is actually speaking of slavery. The concept of Partes Equiter Ventrum came from the Talmud, introduced by Jewish people. Once again, we find ourselves full circle. Full circle. Full stop. Now, remember the idiot that said that my dad's a Sephardic Jew? My dad's a Sephardic Jew? Okay. So look, fam, I got this book, and I didn't realize it cost that much, so I'm not showing off. I didn't realize it cost that much. Okay? It's called La Participación Judía del Descubrimiento de América. Soft cover. It's just a soft cover, and it's $150, man. Right? So we're going to look into it real quick. Why does it cost so much? Let's look into it. See? This little one right here. This little book right here costs $150. Why? Here is why. All right? So here it goes. We'll start. We'll start right here. Toda esta participación activa de judíos y conversos en la vida de la España que aquellos días, y principalmente su participación en los puestos de poder, nos lleva dudablemente al siguiente planteo. ¿Cómo se entiende que una corte con tanta influencia judea ibérica pueda llevar a cabo semejante expulsión de todo el pueblo hebreo, tan como ocurrió en 1492? So it's saying like there was such a Jewish influence in these courthouses. How the hell would this have even occurred, right? Remember, the Spaniards used a lot of money to go to war. Las presiones políticas, religiosas y económicas, sumadas a las envidias, odios y resentimientos que despertaban la gran intervención judía en la corte, llegaron a su clímax. Pero la situación se hizo explosiva cuando gran número de judíos se convirtieron simplemente para acceder al poder, pero continuaban practicando su judaísmo en secreto. Así, la Inquisición encontraba que los más altos dignatorios del poder real, los asesores de los monarcas, clérigos y familias nobles íntegras continuaban practicando su ancestral fe. You see, there was a lot of so-called convert Jewish people who supposedly were Catholic people, and they were still in secret doing their Jewish shit, studying the Kabbalah, the Zohar, the Mishnah, the Talmud, the Insoft, you know what I'm saying? All of that. The Sifrat, basically. All of those ecclesiastical bullshits that they write outside of the book. It says here, celebran, decía la Inquisición, el Shabbat, el sábado o el día judío de descanso, the Sabbath day, las festivas judías en sinagoga subterráneas o secretas y practicaban en la intimidad de sus casas los ritos judíos. La gran masa de conversos que aceptaron el bautismo por cuestiones personales y no por razón de fe, llevó a la imposibilidad de trazar una línea entre quien pertenece a cada grupo religioso. Muchos judíos, además, según las palabras de las autoridades de la Inquisición, realizaban proselitismo entre los conversos para inducirlos a retornar a su antigua religión. Finalmente, la respuesta de la Inquisición no se hizo esperar. El día 3 de agosto del año 1492, exactamente el mismo día en que el almirante Cristóbal Colón, Fernando Zarco, se despedía del puerto de Palos de Moguer. Remember, these Spaniards did not look like you and I, brothers and sisters. They look like swarthy, curly, dark-skinned, light-skinned, red, black people. Do not let these fuckers fool you. En ese mismo día se cumplió el último plazo para la salida de los judíos de España. ¿Coincidencia o no? You see what he's saying? What a coincidence. Just as they're being expelled, they're supposedly exploring other regions, other lands. Isn't that ironic? So it says, los judíos y los judíos conversos que apoyaron el gran almirante estaban convencidos, this is the point for you native brothers that are still fucking blind, this is why these negros want your shit. These wabos specifically. Los judíos y los judíos conversos que apoyaron al gran almirante estaban convencidos, en muchos casos, de que más allá del océano Atlántico existía un reino cuyos habitantes remontaban sus orígenes a los antiguos hebreos de Israel.
¡Que alguien me explique!
Es decir, que creían firmemente en la existencia de un lugar de la tierra donde seguramente habitarían las tribus perdidas de Israel. Esta convicción estaba sustentada en sus interpretaciones de antiguos rabinos, jefes espirituales hebreos y en los comentarios de viajeros judíos que regresaban de lejanas comunidades. So the so-called people, Jews, would come here, say, see, and go back and say, bro, these resemble these people. Meaning they were supporting what they believed. Vicente Risco comenta, según el Talmud, de Jerusalén hay israelitas ocultos en algún lugar de la tierra, donde por especial providencia de Dios, una nube los cubre para preservarlos de los pueblos extraños. Esta tierra oculta era la de la realidad, se supone, que estaba buscando Colón a través de sus proyectos. Esdras le escribe el escriba hebreo tuvo una visión en Babilonia a través de la cual imaginó a las 10 tribus de Israel en tierras lejanas. Esto o acrecentó aún más la búsqueda de aquellas tribus por parte de los judíos.
¡Que alguien me explique!
El libro de Esdras fue escrito en hebreo y en arameo, y todos los autores coinciden que el profeta habla del nuevo mundo. Sabemos y en esto hay coincidencia general entre los historiadores que Cristóbal Colón leía a Esdras y a Isaías, que decía: porque a mí me congregan los habitantes de esa isla lejana, con las naves de Tarshish a la cabeza. You see this? That's why Ezekiel 30, 28 and 29 is talking about this. In case you guys don't know, I know a lot of y'all don't believe in the Bible, which is a sad shit to say, to be honest. Some of you guys use it for inspiration now. I guess it is what it is, but it's maybe because something to do with patience. Maybe not jumping the gun on things that you may assume you know, because I try not to do that. Tyrus, the prophecy against Egypt, lament for Egypt, Tarshish. It says it in here. Check this out. Let's go to Ezekiel real quick. Ezekiel 27. The ship of Tarshish did sing of thee in the markets, and thou was replenished and made very glorious in the midst of the seas. The lament for Tyre, chapter 21, 27, 28, 29, 30. No, it's not white people necessarily, because here he separates Edom. Edom is right here. Mount Seir, Edom. He's got prophecy for Edom in chapter 25. But then he goes to Tarshish. So Edom and Tarshish are somebody totally different, but they are in conjunction because they're working together. That's why the chapter talks about it. So it says here, porque a mí se congregan los habitantes de las islas lejanas con las naves de Tarshish a la cabeza. You see? You see what I'm saying? The Tarshish. Was it right here? Right? Con las naves de Tarshish. I'll do it in Spanish. 25. Las naves de Tarshish. Las naves de Tarshish. Naves de Tarshish. A la cabeza. The lead. Para traer a tus hijos de lejos con su oro y plata. Por amor al Señor de tu Dios. Y a causa del Santo de Israel, porque Él te glorifica. Now we know that Edom and Canaan have always envied these people. Y porque ahí que voy a crear nuevos cielos y una tierra nueva. This is why they call this place, or they used to call it New Jerusalem, or Old Canaan. Y las cosas anteriores no serían recordadas. This is why they call you guys, these Negroes want to call you Canaanites. Ni vendrán al pensamiento. Siendo que Cristóbal Colón era lector de aquellos libros de la Biblia, no es de extrañar que las interpretaciones rabínicas de las profecías ahí contenidas hayan causado un fuerte impacto en la mente del futuro descubridor. You see this? Now, we were told that they didn't know they were coming here. Right? Didn't they say that? They said, we don't know. We don't know. We just jumped in a boat and we thought we were going to India. Give me a second. Check this. It's a real short. I think I saw it. I shared it with you guys before. I don't know why I can't find it now. Oh, hold on. I know how. This one. Remember this movie? So they say that, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know how I got here. Bullshit. These Khazars knew. These Sephardics knew. These fake Jews knew. And did they at any moment try to help you? Nah. They bought you, sold you into slavery, and killed your asses. Let's continue.
Why do you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less. The men you're about to confront have no emotion.
He was talking about Rangal. He was going to confront him about getting money. Okay? So it says here, siendo que Cristóbal Colón era lector de aquellos libros de la Biblia, no es de extrañar que las interpretaciones rabínicas de las profecías allí contenidas hayan causado con fuerte impacto en la mente del futuro descubridor. We see it in a movie. By the way, who has the money to make those movies? Yep, you know it. Los judíos sefaraditas, Sephardics, supposedly originators of Spain, bullshit, sabían que si se encontraba la existencia de un estado formado de las 10 tribus de Israel, esa saldría en defensa de ellos. Pero, lógicamente, era necesario financiar el proyecto que de realizarse podía implicar en el futuro de la relación política del pueblo hebreo. Este era el pensamiento de los judíos de Sefarad. Los judíos ibéricos recordaban siempre las palabras de Deuteronomio, donde lees, ni está allá ella al otro lado del mar. Y continúa preguntando, ¿quién pasará por nosotros al otro lado del mar para que nos la traiga y nos la proclame a fin de que la absorbemos? La interpretación rabínica del sabio judío español Ibn Ezra es el siguiente. La expresión al otro lado del mar significa un lugar distinto, la lejanía, o sea, lo que estás más allá del océano grande, es decir, del océano Atlántico. Es por ello que varios cientos de años antes, los judíos de la península ibérica creían que no era descabellado el proyecto colombino. Now you know why this book costs so much. This book is only, look, it's like, shit, man, I kid you not. I didn't buy it for that price, by the way. It's only 16 pages. I didn't buy it for that price at all. But why is it so expensive? Because it literally tells you right then and there. See, for people like you and I, who I guess they assume can't afford it, you shouldn't afford it. And you don't need to know. And you don't need to know. It is imperative that you, I guess you could say, guard your loins, bro. Start preparing yourself, protecting yourself, because all of these things are going to come into fruition. Meaning now they're starting to show themselves in front of your face. So now let's go into this Sephardi dude. So Dirty Water, I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening, kid. I would suggest to just shut the fuck up. Just shut your ass up, man. You sound dumb. Again, you're embarrassing our entire people if you're a gente. You want to be a Sephardic Jew, then you fucking call yourself a Sephardic Jew. I'm not a Sephardic Jew. And my gente, from what I know, from my history that I learned, that I read, they were in power in Mexico. Until this day they are. Bankers, lawyers, judges, governors. The científicos were Sephardic Jews, dumbass. Matter of fact, Porfirio Diaz was a Sephardic Jew. And what did he do to our gente? He didn't do nothing but enslave our mentality. Give it all to the power of the European. It says, throughout the history of the... Oh, by the way, sorry, this is a book called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. Hold on a second. Oh, that's gonna hurt! Throughout the history of practice, Jews have been involved in the purchase of sale of human beings. This fact is confirmed by their own scholars and historians. In this book, A History of the Jews, which I have, Solomon Grazel states, the Jews were among the most important slave dealers in European society. Keep in mind that at that time, because we're going to read it, yes, we're going to read it, and we're going to see that Jews in that time, supposedly Jews, were Swarthy in the south and light skin in the north. Okay. Lady Magnus writes, in the Middle Ages, the principal purchasers of slaves were found among the Jews. These were buying Slavs. These are the people that funded the colonization of America, 1492. We're going to see it. You're going to see. You're going to see. Then it says here. Hold on. Let me start again. The principal purchasers of slaves were found among the Jews. They seem to be always everywhere at hand to buy and to have the means equally ready to pay. We know that there were black people buying slaves in 1492 and on, right? We know. Because they were passing laws saying, don't buy Christians, whether you were a Jew, a mulatto, or Nor, or an Arab, or a native, right? Remember, Christians, when you see the word Christian in an old book, it means white people. That's what it means. White Europeans, not dark ones. Then it says here, Henry Fingold stated that Jews were so frequently found that the heart of commerce could not have failed to contribute to the proportionate sale to the slave trade directly and indirectly. In 1460, when Jews were the masters of nautical science in Portugal, and we see from books that Portuguese were swarthy, dark people, because Jews were enslaving black folks, and they were sleeping with their women. That's what they were doing. Y'all, I'm telling you, I see you too. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. That nation was importing 700 to 800 slaves yearly, Africans and Slavs, white and brown, white and black. You know what I mean? These so-called Jews, the swarthy ones. The success of these medieval merchants was enhanced by their supreme linguistic abilities. They spoke Arabic, Persian, Roman, Frankish, Spanish, and Slavic. And displayed a business acumen. All right, so here we go. Jews' participation in slave trade, particularly their trafficking of non-Jewish slaves, incited the moral indignation of Europe's Gentile population, which is why you see the expulsion of these people. Because all they did was enslave them. In August 2, 1492, I'm sorry, not Jews, but Jews were the real financial basis of the first expedition of Columbus. Now, in case you haven't noticed, the similarity between what's going on in Palestine and what happened here. In Palestine is a micro level compared to us macro, meaning that it happened in a massive year, 400 years of just complete oppression by these three individuals, black, white, and the so-called Jews, okay? It's kind of like a, but anyway, let me not lose you guys. So they came here, financed the shit. Now they're telling certain people that they're the real Jews. I mean, that they're the real natives of this land. Exact same thing that happens in Palestine. They go to Palestine, deport a bunch of Palestinian people who are Semitic, by the way, and then say they're not from this land. We are, even though they're Polish and Germans, Khazars. I don't understand. It says here, hold on, it says, in fact, the Spanish used large amount of funding in Christian slaves and became quite prominent within Spanish hierarchy. They had obtained the most important offices and post positions of trust in the cabinet. Check this out. So here's where, again, dirty water. You want to be one of these guys? By all means, please be. But don't say we. The Marranos were those compulsory converted Jews and their descendants who outwardly became Christian, but secretly continued to meet in synagogues, celebrating feast days and observe the Jewish Sabbath. You see this? You see this what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So we see that Marranos be derived from Christian Marrano, swine, perhaps Arabic mahran, meaning forbidden. But again, it's kind of like, it applies to them too. The Marranos, also called conversos, Nephiti, or New Christians, were simply charged with not being Catholic. The same applied to the Muslim. So Muslims were Marranos as well, who expelled in the like manner in great numbers than the Jews. But remember, listen to this. Muslims who were expelled in like manner and in greater numbers than the Jews. Remember the book I showed you, The Jews and the Moors in British America?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Contrary to popular notion, those who have left were not refugees searching for religious freedom, but entrepreneurs looking for economic opportunity. When they fled, they brought few Torah scrolls because they didn't give a shit about the book, and few copies of the Jewish holy, but they definitely wanted the Talmud. That says, when asked what he thought most Marranos knew of the Judaism after their flight from Spain to Portugal, Roth answered in one word, nothing.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
The majority fled south and eastward to North Africa, which is where smallpox, remember? Frenchpox, I'm sorry, not smallpox. Frenchpox, remember from the Sierra Leone book? You see, it's all connecting, you know what I mean? And center for Salonika, Constantinople, Aleppo, and Damascus. While others sought and found refuge in the Netherlands, they were reestablished synagogues, schools, cemeteries, and high levels of wealth and culture. These are the people that supposedly BHI says were Jewish people. Most escaped with considerable sums of money, though scattered, supposedly, throughout the globe by political, economic, and religious circumstances. They would reunite later in an unholy coalition of kidnappers and slave makers. So now, let's find this out. Let's get to this point. Who was Christopher Columbus? Remember the video that says you're about to meet him? Okay. Here's what I'm saying about these Spaniards. Check this out. 6 prominent Jews accompanied Columbus, including Maestro Bernal, a physician, Marco, a surgeon, Rodrigo Sanchez, and an inspector, Luis de Torres, an entrepreneur, an interpreter, and sailor, Alfonso de Calle, and Rodrigo Triana, who is claimed to be the first white man ever to see the world. So Columbus wasn't white, was he? Neither was Sanchez. Neither was Torres. Neither was Narvaez. Neither was Hernan Cortez. Do you follow me now? Are you guys starting to see now what we are seeing? Do you guys follow me now? The Spaniards were not curly-haired people that looked like me either. The Spaniards were people that looked like these people here, like the Wobbles want to project. That's what they have shared. He says the first white man. So everybody prior to him wasn't considered white, meaning Christian, like a Slav, right? You know what I love? You want to know what I love the most about what I do? Because, I don't do it for a living and shit, because, nobody pays me for this. I love the fact that as I read and I read and I read, and the next thing you know, I come back full circle, and the stuff that I read now connects with the stuff that I'm reading. It's literally like a beautiful puzzle of 5,000 pieces. And it's starting to really, I can see it clearly, bro. Torres settled in Cuba and has been credited introducing tobacco to Europe, supposedly. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty. Columbus the Jew? Hey, dirty water. So you're a Sephardic Jew? A few scholars, including Roth, present strong evidence that Columbus was himself a Jew, Sephardic. He hid his Jewishness, they say, because no Spanish Jew could ever have expected aid from the king and queen of Spain. Why? Because they were expelled, right? Okay. So the explorer claimed to be Italian Catholic. Makes sense. Tina Levitin, the author of Jews in America Life, found the first reference to Columbus' Jewishness in print in a diplomatic document dated 58 years after the discovered death. The French ambassador to Spain, she refers to Columbus, the Jew. Further, she states, from him, we learn that Christopher Columbus, Ferdinand Zarco, who never called himself Christopher Columbus and never spoke a word in Italian, was the son of Susana Fontana La Rosa, also spelled Fontana Rosal and Domingo Colón de Pontevedra, Spain. Were those bearing such names were Jews, some of whom had been brought before the Spanish Inquisition. Letters writing by him to strangers have customary X at the top to indicate the faith of the writer. But the 13th letter written to his son only bears an X, and that letter was meant to be shown to the King of Spain. The others, so it's that letter to the King of Spain. The others have, in place of the X, a sign that looks like the Hebrew character B and H. Initials used by religious Jews, meaning in Hebrew, with the help of God. Then it says, in the Jews in American history, their contribution to the United States of America are quite insistent about the Jewishness of Columbus. Why do you think America owes Israel?
Bruh.
That's why. That's why you see the relationship. In Columbus' word, for when it was all done, David, that was prudent king, was first a shepherd and afterwards chosen king of Jerusalem. And I am a servant of the same Lord who raised him to such dignity. One Jewish author insists that all existing portraits of the discoverer gave him a Jewish cast of countenance. Swati. Dan Calloway, you weren't wrong, but you bullshitting still. His lineage also pointed to the Jewish roots. His mother's maiden name was Susana Fonterosa, daughter of Jacob, granddaughter of Abraham, and Jewish. His father, Domingo Colón, was a map seller. Did not Columbus write the King of Spain that his ancestors were interested in maps? So here we see, last part that I'm going to read. Christopher Columbus was an experienced sailor long before his infamous voyage west. Sir Arthur Helps writes that in the course of his letters, he speaks about the fashion of practiced slave dealers. In fact, in 1498, his first ship expedition brought 600 Indians to Spain as slaves. 200 were given to the masters of ships and 400 sold in Spain. That's why when you read the book, Global Indios, our people are fighting for their freedom in the Spanish courts because they were sold to Spain and they were sold to like other areas and then they came back to Spain because they were sold back. As we can see, they're selling slaves back and right. It's just like stock market. They're trading stocks. That's how they use us. We're just stock market. Columbus employed slave labor in gold mining even before sailing for the New World. He helps to start the Portuguese West African settlement in San Jorge el Mina, present-day Ghana, formerly known as the Gold Coast. So, yeah, you're right. You're right. Fernando Zarco.
His name is Colón.
Cállate, güey. Fernando Zarco. But they look like you guys, man. They look like you guys. They look like the twins, the half white, half black twins and shit. Let's go.
His name is Colón. And so in Spanish we have it right, Cristóbal Colón. So his real name is Salvador Zarco. All right, but now recently we've discovered that Christopher Columbus, Cristóbal Colón, was known as a quote-unquote marrano. Marrano? The marranos are those that were forced to convert to Roman Catholicism. Well, the Sephardim, the Jews, okay.
What did he say? The Sephardim, the Jews. His
name is Colón. And so in Spanish we have it right, Cristóbal Colón. So his real name is Salvador Zarco. All right, but now recently we've discovered that Christopher Columbus, Cristóbal Colón, was known as a quote-unquote marrano. Marrano? The marranos are those that were forced to convert to Roman Catholicism. Well, the Sephardim, the Jews, okay.
So Dirty Water wants to be a Jew. Dirty Water wants to be a Jew. It's hot in here, man. Shit. Dirty Water wants to be a Jew. You can. I mean, all you gotta do is just claim it. Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking for one here. I'll show you guys this. Just so I can summarize this whole shit. Give me a second. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. All right, so let's absorb this material here, just so we can touch on it, because I don't want you guys to get confused. This is from a book called The New Voyage to Italy, publication date 1739. Let's find out what this man says, because obviously, you know, there are certain people in this world that will take a little bit of information and think, gobble it up and think it's all true. So let's educate them a little bit. Make sure you don't lose their minds. It says here, it says, the Jews at Rome, page 139. Who are these Jews? The Jews at Rome are very poor, and those who are very poor are always nasty, and those who are nasty usually stink. That is the mystery. This also a vulgar error, that the Jews are all black.
Bruh.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Hold on, stop. Their Jews are all black. That's not true. That's not true. For this is only true of the Portuguese Jews. Who started the slave trade? Black Portuguese Jews. Dark-skinned people. Who marrying always among one another, beget children like themselves. They were enslaving black people, specifically, obviously, black women, keeping them as slaves. And because they're, you know, Talmudists, they're like, she's a slave. So, you know what I mean? I'm going to keep you for life. And those kids, I don't know how to deal with. We read in other cases where they were considered bastards, and I guess in some sense they were accepted. I don't know. But it says here, beget children like themselves, and consequently the swartiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race, even in the northern regions. So most Portuguese Sephardic Jews were Swarti. But the Jews who are originally of Germany, those examples I have seen at Prague are not blacker than the rest of the countrymen. You see this? Lighter skin. The Khazars. Remember the Khazar Jewish starting to grow? Though nobody can doubt that those Jewish nations are destitute of all authentic tradition, and that as being Jews, they have not any particular knowledge, either of the laws or customs of their ancestors, or even a Hebrew language. Okay, I have, however, been willing to take care of to satisfy you in asking several of the rabbis in Germany, Italy, about what you had desired with making them some read periods of Hebrew, right? Then he says, without long time, in entering again into the particulars of your question, I will tell you that I have forgotten nothing, and that they have drove my curiosity farther than yours. Having not forgot the diverse doubtful things that are marked in the grammars, or which are the results of the different opinions of the grammaring, the answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair is that these Jews, Portuguese, Spaniards, black and white, Swarti, whatever. You know, the ones that Julio Meados wants to say, oh, they're Jews. He did a stupid class earlier, now he wants to say wobbles are Jews and shit. And I'll debunk you any day, Julio Meados, any fucking day. You don't want to bring the Bible. I will destroy your little skinny ass. I can't wait to put my hands on you, bro. Seriously. You're the only person that looks like my gente that I will hurt. Again, he's not around. So I'm not trying to say I will hurt him. Those are just jokes. America, I'm just joking. I'm a peaceful man. The answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say to Christians, meaning white people, that the Christians don't already know as well as they? Have they any secret source, any intermediate revelation? Who are those people, fake Jews, that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are a poor sort of creatures, so filled with false notions that they actually are Jews, so conceited of their own monstrous ideas that they actually do come from the lineage of the Israelites, right? That I would never have advised any young people to have any commerce with them, for the fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. Don't they say that the people here are the Jews, the black people now, they're the Jews now, and then we're at the bottom of the totem pole? Here clearly says that even these people that were supposedly considering themselves Jews could not necessarily claim themselves to be Jews at all. So while I have you here, let me put this out. A little bit of a
too often
encouragement to y'all. Because, like this brother here feels, I do feel too. Let's go.
I hear, go back to your country. Too often I hear, though you don't belong here. When you're talking about Mexican Americans, and this is to my Anglos, to my African Americans, and to my Asians, and my Persians, every other ethnic group out there, Mexicans have the most relevance here in the United States. Yes? Because we've been here the longest. Yes? Along with natives and indigenous. Right? So don't tell us to go back to our country, because that narrative is old. And that's why we need to start telling our own narratives, because we're the dominant ethnic group, yet there's no representation in the media. So people aren't empathizing. They just think of us as gardeners or workers, when we're so much more than just one stereotype. We're all of that and beyond.
There were so many
I think this is funny. Check this out.
confused European Americans wondering why I call them European American instead of just American in my other post. For example, this guy is saying, what is a European American? Americans are not from Europe. I literally had hundreds of European Americans wondering why I call them European American. So my question for you guys is, why do you call everybody else something hyphen American? African American, Mexican American, Asian American, Native American. I think it's so funny how they like to subcategorize and label everybody else, but when somebody matches their energy, they get so confused and they completely shut down. You call black people African American because their ancestors are from Africa. You call Asians Asian American because their ancestors are from Asia. You call Mexicans Mexican American because their ancestors are from Mexico. So I'm calling you European American because your ancestors are from Europe. Your ancestors are from Germany, from Poland, from France, from England. The only real Americans are Native Americans, the indigenous people. Indigenous Americans are more American than every single European American put together. But anyways, guys, let me know what you guys think.
Ain't that the truth, bro? Hey, what up, bro? What up? What up? HXN. Thank you, yeah, bro. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Shabbat Shalom. Senbet Salem, Ethiopia. What's up, brother? In the east. It's cool. It's cool. We're all scattered everywhere, family. I want to show you guys something real quick, and then I think this is it. I'm gonna end it with this, because we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out about it. And again, oh man, when you got people that just don't know their own history, bro, they will literally embarrass themselves so bad, so horribly bad. Hold on a second. Or one of my nieces. All right, check this out. I'm gonna take a little break because I've been going at it for a while, 3 hours. I have 2 more, and that's it. But this one is something I've done. Okay, so let it play some music, and then I'll be back. All right, give me about I don't know, 7, 8 minutes. All right, I'll redo the intro again. Just bear with me. I'm gonna take a little break, man. I'm a little tired. Hey, by the way, I have a brother, man. His name is Uru. He's from Ethiopia. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's in the medical field, right? And he was telling me about his history over there. And he was doing some TikTok work, bro, and he was banging on these wobbles big time, man. And it's beautiful, bro. It's beautiful. Matter of fact, I've shared my DNA here with people. It shows that they can go back 1,000 years that my gente was here. And it also puts me or my father, my bloodline, in that region where you could see the scattering of Israel, up in Nineveh, up in the Assyrian captivities, all that area right there. Yep. Oh, my bad, sis. All right, check this out. Let me take a break real quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back. Let me play the song. All right, give me a second.
Negotiating rates can be stressful and time-consuming, especially with rising fuel prices,
En la Plaza de Reyes, la Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis abuelos que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensabas que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lene, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste se peña aquí con una sella te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste se peña aquí con una silla te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual. Tienes que respetar, si yo soy tu papá, es Incas Mob, negro, es Incas Mob, nigga, Nero Luigi, man, Incas Mob, it's Money Gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo, Yango en la maldita casa, Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor interprete capaz de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no sé qué patrón. Yo llamo, esa es la cuestión. Y doy fue por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. Veíamos la maldita casa, Plaza de Reyes, papá. Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base.
Recordings.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Copyright.
All right, everybody, can you hear me? Shalom, shalom, shalom. Let me see if I can connect. All right, I should be on soon. Okay. All right, shalom, fam. Okay. All right, so I hope everybody, well, the couple of you that are here, appreciate you guys. All right, check this out. Let me, before I get going on this other session here, let me invite some people on board because I typically do. It's not like I don't, you know what I'm saying? But y'all are welcome to hit the link. The link is right there. If any of you brothers want to talk for a little bit. And yes, sir, this is very true. All be revealed. Ethiopians have a different spirit than West Africans from what I've seen. Most are more respectful, have family values, and don't play around like African Americans from West Africa. Very true. Matter of fact, I think my son was 2 years old. I used to live in over there downtown San Diego, close to North Park. And there was an Ethiopian family or community lived across the street from us. And for the most part, yeah, for the most part. Matter of fact, in case some of you guys don't really pay attention, man, a lot of people from Puerto Rico look like people from Ethiopia. Now, I've done my research. I don't know if people from Ethiopia would agree, but from what I find is that there was this thing called East and West Ethiopians. So I always wondered why people from Ethiopia generally don't look like the rest of West Africa or Africa. And, you know, it was mind-boggling to me. Well, history shows why. And if you can see that you're talking about the eastern part, which is so close to, you know, Arabia, and then you start scattering into India and all these mixtures of things. Very different people, very different spirit. And I don't believe that the Canaanites, I do know scripturally speaking that we were down there too, if in case you guys believe in the Bible. But anyways, here, there, the link is there. I don't know if you want to jump on, sis. Well, technically, I don't usually I don't mind if sis jump on. I don't debate women, men all day. I typically don't debate, but if you guys want to, I will. Anyways, so if you're not going to jump on, let me start with the session because this right here It is continue with this topic. Again, I bring it out, and again, it's not hate talk, man. It's just these are historical facts. How did it occur? What happened? So before we assume something, let's study. Why are we assuming that certain people did these things or brought certain things to us when it's not true? Don't let others teach you, because you have children and you're supposed to teach them. So as we continue now, and remember, this is also because the disingenuous idiot, the dirty water, having the nerve to go to some channels and say that he's a Sephardic. So we just identified that Christopher Columbus was maybe one of them. Well, let's get deep into it, because we're going to find out. All right, sorry, it's cutting off. Let's continue with this. Being here, hey, Shalom, Rick, and whoever else is there. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to see if this particular person wants to join us. Well, he said he was. I don't know if he will. You know how it goes, family. Some people may or may not. But anyways, let me see. Anyhow, so hopefully maybe he'll show up. Who knows? Listen, family, I haven't connected the camera, man. I went to use it for a particular graduation for one of my nieces. We don't really talk to him, so we thought maybe a good idea to kind of like try to connect again. Anyhow, and I didn't even set up the camera. I want to do this class quick, and I want to get this to the point. So what I'm going to do, fam, is I'm going to have the picture this way. Now, you that are new to the channel, I usually, well, typically I've been putting a camera here, but lately I haven't. Well, the last couple times. Don't worry, I'm real. I'm not a computer. I'm not fake. I'm for real. I'm as real as it gets, as a human being. Anyways, okay, fam. Listen. All jokes set aside, as you can see, the name of the title: Disingenuous, Incognito, Negrito. Okay, that's why I rhymed it that way. I was trying to think of a way or a title that would completely connect and that would make sense to what we're finding. So we're going to continue, and today we're going to actually start kind of heavy today. Okay, so unlike what I usually wait, I'm going to bring up some material. We're going to get to it right now. So, but before we do, first of all, I want to praise to the Most High for allowing us to continue in this walk on this channel, for continuing to feed us the truth, whether it burns or not, because this is what we do in this channel. Even if it burns us, we still want to know. We still need to know. This is facts. Facts tell, stories sell. We don't sell stories in this channel, okay? So with that being said, let's start here, fam, okay? So let me go here real quick. Hold on a second. And again, if you guys are watching, if you guys want to go ahead and make comments, y'all go ahead and make comments, man. If you're going to jump on, you're going to have to wait for me once I'm done with the class, and I'm going to go quick in case you guys want to actually talk about these things. Now, I do want to say one thing. Whoever jumps on, I'm going to give you one chance. I'm going to give you a scripture. If you cannot break that scripture down, then I'm going to cut you off, because I'm going to give you a basic one. Whoever it is, y'all want to come and prove your cause, I will allow you to. But don't come here, F it up, and then think you're going to stick around. I don't roll that way. All right, y'all going to have to bring more than just, simple milk. Anyhow, let's begin. All right, the first book we're going to go to Jeremiah 5, and in verse 15, it reads, "Lo, I will bring a nation upon you from far." Now listen, family. This is a big clue here. Lo. Matter of fact, let me do this. I'm going to translate it in basic English, so then some of these people don't think that we're trying to confuse them, right? Okay. So it says, "I will go to the people in power and talk." Well, I'm sorry. No, not. What am I doing in verse 5? Verse 15. Hello. It says, "People of Israel, the Lord is bringing a nation from far away to attack you. It is a strong and ancient nation, a nation whose language you do not know." Now remember, it says ancient nation. Now, I want to tell you guys something, family, because, we have this talk of these heathens. like these wobbles, black onlys. I don't even know what else that they do them now. They're, God knows what else. I'm going to show you a video. I didn't want to show this guy, but he kind of mentioned some things that I wanted to talk about. And then he tends to rub the paint on this particular person. I didn't really think that, but I'm like, hey, I'll give you the credit. Well, let's give him the credit today. Okay? So we're going to go into actual giving credit where credit is due. So here it says that the Most High is going to bring a nation from far away to attack us. Not next door, not 2 hours away, not in Spain, and then right across the pillars of Hercules, division, and then Africa. No, it says here from far away to attack you. No, Ezekiel, it's not your neighbor's yard. Sorry, IOIC, that's your soldier's breakdown. Make him an officer. He does great. Then it says here, it is a strong and ancient nation, meaning that these people have not been destroyed by the Most High. Now, we know that the Most High left a nation with us from the get-go. And that nation has been in our dealings since the beginning. And in you guys who may not subscribe to Jubilees, it don't matter. But Canaan was in the land where he did not belong in. Because if he did, why would the Most High move him if that was his lot? Of course not. This is why you read these things here. We've been dealing with them since the get-go. With these nations, this ancient nation. Judges 3 and 5, or every one. It says, so then the Lord left some nations in the land to test the Israelites who had not been through the wars in Canaan. He did this only in order to teach each generation of Israelites about war, especially those who had never been in battle before. Those left in the land were the 5 Philistine cities, all the Canaanites and the Sidonians and the Hittites who lived in Lebanon, mountains from Mount Baal Hermon as far as Hamath. Now, these were to be a test for Israel to find out whether or not Israelites would obey the commandments that the Lord had given their ancestors through Moses. So now we're talking about an ancient dealing with a particular nation of people. Now we've known Esau forever, right? But this is talking about another people. Now, why am I bringing this up? Show you why. You see, these wobbles heathens, right? And that was my point. They always want to bring up that they've been here and been there and done that. Okay. This is from a gentleman that they love to reference. Wobbles love to reference this guy. His name is Diodorus Siculus. Okay? This Diodorus Siculus. Well, you don't know if you guys can see it. All right. This man wrote about particular things. And almost every single wobble, black only, all of you guys, you go and reference this guy. And you say, according to Siculus, yada, 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 yada. Okay? And that the Africans were here, and that they were in these lands before, and that the Europeans, mind you, black Europeans, were dealing with the people here that were so-called black. And supposedly they already knew each other, okay? Now, since they consider Siculus a legitimate source, so let's go here and find out what this legitimate source is about. Okay, so let's consider this. Now, you guys have read books that say the Negro, the Jew, I forget some other ones, right? I have a book, and this is where it kind of felt interesting because I had bought it for like $15, never used it, thought it was dumb. I was gonna send it back. I decided to keep it, and then what ended up happening, one day my daughter came up to me and gave me the book, and I was like, nah. But then again, I put it to the side and I go, you know what? So Most High does work with people like that. So let me see what she gave me. And then we find out. So now, check this out. All right. So in this particular link, as you can see, he's talking about discuss what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules. Okay. Now, in this particular paragraph, so to speak, it identifies a beautiful land, fruitful, right? So let's read it. And they only go by this. Okay, so let's go. It says, but the number is 5.19.1. It says, but now that we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules, we shall not give an account of those which are in the ocean. We shall give an account, I don't know where I said now, of those which are in the ocean. For there lies in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as it is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya a voyage of a number of days to the west. This land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not a little being of a level plain of surpassing beauty. Sounds familiar, family? Especially when you're from where I'm from. Through it flows navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. Interesting. The island contains many parks planted with trees and of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Watch this, family. On it also are private villas of costly construction. And throughout the garden, banqueting houses have been constructed in the settings of flowers. Okay? You guys know what that is? Like the chalupas. And in the inhabitants, and in them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer season. Since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to the enjoyment of luxury. Now, we're like, wow, are they talking about America? Watch this. When you continue to read, it still explains a little bit more. But here is what these guys use. And they never finish it. They never say what this paragraph says. They only say what this one right here. They only give us this one. And they'll always use this reference, and they'll only print the book that they say this, but never what we read before. 5.20.3 says, the Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast outside the pillars of Hercules, between the Spanish-Portuguese land and the African peak, okay? That's technically leaving that Mediterranean Sea, going to the Atlantic. Those are the pillars of Hercules. It says, coast outside the pillars for the reason we have stated, and let me read it again. The Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast outside the pillars for the reasons we have stated before, right? And while sailing along the shores of Libya, the coast of Africa, were driven by strong winds a great distance into the ocean. And after being storm-tossed many days, we're going to find this out too. This happened to Columbus. And it actually says it in the Bible. And I'll show that to you guys. And after being storm-tossed for many days, they were carried ashore in an island we mentioned above. And when they had observed its facility and nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, the Tyrrhenians at the time when they were masters of the sea, proposed to dispatch a colony to it. But the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of concern lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of excellence in the island. Okay, so what we're reading is that, yes, they knew about it, but they weren't trying to let everybody go because they had inhabitants in Carthage. It would make no sense for them to leave because now you're limiting the power of these armies, right? You can't spread yourself too far. Now it says, It says in excellence of Lyland, and partly in order to have ready in a place in which to seek refuge. Let me read that again. It says, but the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of the concern lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the island, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against an incalculable turn of fortune. Wow. In case some total disaster should take over Carthage. For it was there throughout that, since they were masters of the sea, the Carthaginians, the Phoenicians, right, who were looking in the isles, my family, for tin, silver, and metal. So let's continue. They would thus be able to move, household and all, to an island which was unknown to their conqueror. So here we see, fam, that this same source that they love to use, right? They exclude this part here. Give me a second. Why is my mouse acting funny now? Okay. They exclude this part here. All right. This part here about concern, partly because of these things, right? And that they left it just in case some incalculable turn of event, which we know that the Phoenicians were the ones that ruled Europe. And that was an incalculable event because the white man took them over, and guess where they ended up? That's right, family. So, but here's my point. This is what they bring up only. They will only print this in their books. The Wabos, what's that dude called? Lee Cummings. He referenced this too, but he didn't mention the rest of it. And he sure as hell didn't mention to you guys what it says here in 5.19.3. He didn't. It says here that there were inhabitants here already. So now if the Carthaginians, considering they look Hamitic, and you Wabos look Hamitic, and you say that you look like that and we didn't look like that and we aren't from here, so then why would they call them other people? Why would they look at them like they were another type of people? The inhabitants there. It didn't say, oh, people similar to us. Why wouldn't they, at that very moment, just come over if y'all look the same? Anyways, that's one point. See, I want to bring this up because I wanted to show you guys a different video, but I'm glad that this is actually, that I found this. You guys know who this guy is, man. This guy, he does a bunch of, I mean, again, we don't know who's an agent. There's nothing more powerful. Who's getting paid. We don't know if somebody who's doing it for sincere brotherhood between them, that they really want to search for truth. We don't know. This guy could be an agent. This guy could be just somebody searching and making stuff up. Hey, whatever it is, I don't care. But this is what I like to do, family. You see, in my, as you guys know, I used to box, right? So you approach every style depending on your enemy. So you got to learn how to use the jab with everything, in and out. You can knock them down, knock them out. You can hook them with it. You know the whole story. I talked about it before. So whenever you actually have a confrontation like this, man, you go head on with it. You want to know why? Because if it's truth, then you should lose. You see that? If somebody's better than me, like in the sport, then I should lose because I didn't prepare. So bring it. Watch what this guy said. Now, I'm not going to watch the whole video because it's a long one, 12 minutes. But I'm going to show you some points that he makes up, right? So here he's talking about himself, blah, blah, blah. He's happy to do this, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Now, watch this picture because I wasn't going this route. But, hey, I'll give you the credit because I'm about to read y'all something that technically you may be right. But then again, at the same time, do you really want that smoke? Because now you're calling upon a people that you think are in a suppressive state of mind. You see, when our people wake up and start finding out that it wasn't just one nation that they did what they did, all hell is going to break loose. And that's why the prophecy is set for destruction here. Because there's two enemies, family. And those two heads we're going to be looking at. We already know about one, and we're discovering the other. Because obviously, BHIs never want to identify who these guys are. So let's go.
I'm loving the fact that I'm doing these back-to-back like this for you guys. It's a double upload weekend. I uploaded 2 Friday, 2 Saturday, and these 2 will be for Sunday. This is heavy-duty research here, especially this video. This ain't in other countries. At about right here, at this point in the video, the viewer's attention is focused on a picture of a copper-colored middle-aged man that appears to be dressed as a sailor, being as though we can see that he appears to be occupying a sailboat with associates far off behind him. What's important to note here is that this image is a fresco-style painting that was created by an Italian painter of color named Domenico Zampieri between the years of 1628 and 1630. And according to Britannica Encyclopedia, Domenico was one of the, quote, leading practitioners of Baroque classicism in Rome and Bologna. This particular painting was completed during a time period where Domenico's works were considered to be, quote, less acceptable by Rome, falling under heavy criticism by a few powerful dictators, which in turn forced Domenico to become, quote, a victim of systematic persecution. Persecution is synonymous with harassment against brown-complexioned Europeans of royalty over years. Domenico began painting a lot of images over the years that showcased brown-complexioned Europeans of royalty all throughout Europe and other surrounding islands. And someone or somebodies had issues with these paintings becoming more and more favorable over time for some strange reason, which eventually led to many of his paintings being reproduced by select artists to favor pale-faced individuals as people of royalty in Europe. And this also led to Domenico's sudden death, dying no less than 10 years after publishing his most criticized works at the age of just 59. This fresco-style painting is a depiction of a Spaniard-Italian navigator or explorer, originally known as Cristoforo Colombo of Mula, Spain, but now known as Christopher Columbus of Genoa, Italy. He is dubbed as the discoverer of the Americas. Keep that in mind. Now, you may recall hearing about the story of how Christopher Columbus discovered America by finding himself to be initially lost at sea.
All right, family. So I wanted to get to that point, okay? Lost at sea. Do you guys remember that? Okay? So now, regardless of the image, at this point, it doesn't even matter. Honestly, it doesn't even matter anymore. Whether it was a mixture, whatever, it doesn't matter, because we're going to read that it really didn't matter. Whether they were the first or the second or the first, it don't matter. So let's go. Let's see if I can listen to this and then I'll skip ahead.
By inadvertently landing somewhere along the island of Haiti, which was originally known during this time period as Giscaya, America in 1492 with help from Moroccan, or rather Iberian servants who were familiar with Iberian servants discovered America.
Now, family, I want you to see how convenient, right? He is in making sure that he uses an old picture, okay, of a Spaniard. And then he uses a more recent picture of a Moroccan. But see, these Moroccans are not the same looking Moroccans that were back then. How convenient, right? So check it. These Moroccans look less African-ish. Do you understand what I'm saying? So watch this.
That will be considered as a fact of opinionated history is that Spanish master navigator and explorer Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492 with help from Moroccan, or rather Iberian servants who were familiar with navigating the waters of the shores. Now,
how convenient, right, fam? Look at how he makes them. Look how he makes them appear to be not Africans, okay? Yet we know that that's not the case. Let's go.
Before I go any further, I want you to quickly make note of the word discover and its actual meaning. The word discover.
Okay. All right. So at that point, we know the story. We know the whole, Christopher Columbus and all that stuff. We know all that. Man, kind of annoys me, family, honestly. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 13. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I'm going to go to King James for that. All right. So now, let's see where we're at. Okay. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 13. We're going to go to the end. Now, I kind of want to read it, the 14th first. But, let's see. Should I read this first and then read it back to y'all? Yeah. Matter of fact, let me read 14 first, and then we'll go back so it can make sense. Okay. So this is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14, verse 1. It says, again, one preparing himself to sail and about to pass through the raging waves calleth upon a piece of wood more rotten than the vessel that carried him. For verily, desire of gain devised that, and the workman built it by his skill. But thy providence, O Father, governeth, for thou hast made a way in the sea, and a safe path in the waves, showing that thou cannot save from all danger. Yea, though a man went to a sea without art. I'll break it down in a bit. Give me a second. Nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy son should be idle, and therefore do men commit their lives to a piece of wood, and passing the rough sea in a weak vessel are saved. Okay? So now, for in the old times also, when the proud giants perished, the hope of the world governed by thy hand escaped in a weak vessel, talking about Noah, and left to all ages a seed of generation. For blessed is the wood whereby righteous cometh. So just the same way, there was death in that world, right? So a piece of wood brought death to the world. Now the same death saved particular, like this Noah. But now listen to this real quick. I'm going to read you verse 13 so you can understand. It's speaking about a combination of things here. It's talking about how these Europeans would come, but they would also be coming with their ideology and their own God, and they would put faith in their own God and their own piece of wood. So they base it on Christianity and all that. They think that actually got them in this land here. They actually believe that. And some of them thought that they were the people of the Bible. So when you hear about Christopher Columbus, supposedly he read Esdras, why do you think? It's right here, family. That's why he considered himself in this particular page right here. He experienced all of it. And it tells us the same way it came. Watch this. Wisdom of Solomon 13. It says, where should I start? 16, it says, for he provided it. Let's see. I'll go with verse 15. And when he had made a covenant, convenient room for it, set it in a wall and made it fast with iron. Matter of fact, let me go to 11. Now a carpenter that falleth timber after he had sawn down a tree meet for the purpose, and taketh off all the bark skillfully around about, and had wrought in handsomely, and made a vessel thereof fit for the service of man's life. After spending the refuse of his work to dress it, his meat had filled himself, and taking the very refuse among those which served no use, being a crooked piece of wood and full of knots, had carved it diligently, right? This is after building the vessel, those leftovers, when he had nothing else to do, and formed it by the skill of his understanding, and fastened it to the image of a man. Oh, we're talking about Jesus? Okay, here we go. Or made it like some vile beast, laying it over with vermilion and with paint, coloring it red and covering every spot therein. And when he made a convenient room for it, like an altar, how some people, kind of like the Buddha people, they put a Buddha and they put it in an altar, all convenient, set in a wall, just like that. And made it fast with iron. For he provided it for it that might not fall, knowing that it was unable to help itself. For it is an image and had need of help. Then maketh he a prayer for his goods, for his wife and his children, and is not ashamed to speak to that which has no life. These are the other gods. Okay. Then it says, for health he called upon that which is weak, a piece of wood. For life prayeth to that which is dead. For aid humbly beseech that which has least means to help. Meaning, like people pray to the cross, or they go, shake their heads to a wall or Mecca. And for a good journey, he asked of that which cannot see a foot forward. And for gaining and getting, and for good success of his hand, ask it ability to do of him that is most unable to do anything. Right? So these other gods. So check this out. Again, one preparing himself to sail, Columbus, about to pass through the raging waves, calleth upon a piece of wood more broadened than the vessel that carried him. We know, like in the movie The Promised Land, that he has a cross and he's praying into it because they're lost in the strand of the ocean. They're lost. They were lost. They have no direction. If you guys watch The Promised Land, it actually shows that. I just wanted to show you this other video. It says, for verily desire of gain deviseth that, and the workman buildeth by his skill. So didn't they need gold, family? Didn't they want to go supposedly to India to get the spices and gold and all these riches? Exactly. But thy providence, O Father, govern it. For thou had made a way in the sea, and they say passing the waves. So see, they think that it's their God that led them this way. When they were praying, when Columbus was praying to that cross about to die, those guys were about to kill him because they couldn't believe it. They were stranded in the sea for 2 months. 2 months. It says, for verily thy desire of gain deviseth that, and the workman built by his skill. But thy providence, O Father, govern it. For that hast made a way in the sea, a safe path in the waves, showing that thou canst save from all dangers. Yea, though a man went to sea without art, he goes, nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom should be idle. And therefore do men commit their lives to a small piece of wood, and passing the rough sea in a weak vessel are saved. They think that they're being saved because of that. The Most High has a plan, family. For in the old times also, that's when he's bringing it. When the proud giants dispersed, the hope of the world governed by that hand escaped in a weak vessel, and left all ages a sea of generations. Now you guys are following. For blessed is the wood whereby righteousness cometh. And that's what it means by righteousness. What is righteousness, ma'am? Correction. The scriptures are for what? For correction. For what's the scripture? Oh my God. For reproof, for correction, for growth. So thy righteousness cometh. Here we see that. For blessed is the wood whereby righteousness cometh, but that which is made with hands is cursed. You see that, family? They were coming with a curse, fam. We know which ones they are. We're going to touch them as well as he that made it, meaning the people, meaning this God, this agenda, this Christianity. Watch this. He, because he made it, and it, because being corruptible, it was called God. Do they not submit themselves to the white image and now the black one? For the ungodly and his ungodliness are both like hateful unto God. For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. So yes, they brought that to us. They destroyed us. Remember, family, the Most High deals with his children, and he puts an ass whooping on us, and he uses people to do that. Don't forget that. It says here, for the ungodly, meaning them, and the ungodliness that they brought, both alike are hateful unto God. And it says here, I read 10, but let me read it again. For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles, shall be a visitation, because in the creature of God, they are become an abomination, and the stumbling block to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. Why? For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the invention of them, the corruption of life. So as you continue reading this, you start talking about that they worship a man that they honored, even though he's dead, not in his presence. Then all of a sudden, this image became very expressed image, and they honored him as a king. I wonder who that is. I can continue to read that. So we see here that the actual passage that they were going to come through was going to be in a weak vessel. And the Most High was going to set a path for them. Now they believe that it was their God that got him here. Nah, that's why they have this whole promised land mentality or manifest destiny. That's why. That is exactly why, family. Don't be fooled. But see, we know that the Most High had a plan the entire time. You see, because when he loves his children, he's going to put an ass whooping on his kids. He's not, look, man, if you don't love your kids, well, then I don't know what kind of father you are. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. So it's like, if you love your children, you're going to put a butt whooping on them because they've been breaking the laws. Hosea 13:12. The iniquity of Ephraim is bound up. His sins are hid. Watch this. The sorrows of a travailing woman shall come upon him. The sorrows, meaning the pains. When you're pregnant, the woman, when she's pregnant, the travailing, the pains, they're going to come. That says he is an unwise son, for he should not stay long in his place of breaking forth children. I will ransom them from the power of the grave. I will redeem them from the death. O death, I will be thy plagues. O grave, I will be thy destruction. Repentance shall be hid from mine eyes. So when they came, it didn't matter whether you were good or bad. If you're bad and you thought, God forgive me, it didn't matter. He didn't hear us. Though he be fruitful among his brethren, the east wind shall come. Let me repeat that. The east wind shall come. The wind of the Lord shall come up from the wilderness. They came from the east, family, and it was a flushing wind that got that vessel this way. And he shall spring, and his spring shall become dry, and his fountain shall be dried up. He shall spoil the treasures of all the pleasant vessels. Watch this. Samaria shall become desolate. Remember, before we're a land of people, or let's say, before we're a land or a country, we're a people, fam. Samaria shall become desolate, for she had rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed in pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up. Now we know, we read this before. Watch this. I'm gonna show you guys real quick. Where is it at? Let me see if I have you. I don't have you. Oh, hold on. This one. Your children will be dashed. Remember this? The little genocide? It's a heavy book, fam. Watch this real quick. Okay. Well, let me pick, man. Come on. Watch this. Here it goes. This is the first page. I read this to you guys before. It's nothing new. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, no. Hold up. Oh, here it goes. Boom, 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 boom. It says here, during the 4th century, spanning time between 1492, when Christopher Columbus first set foot on the new world of a Caribbean beach, in 1892, when the U.S. Census Bureau concluded that there were fewer than 250,000 indigenous people surviving within the country's claimed boundaries, a hemispheric population estimated to have been as great as 120 million was reduced by something over 90%. That's why when the scriptures talk about in Leviticus that we shall perish, right, until thou be destroyed. Deuteronomy says that too, but in Leviticus it says it very plainly. The people had died in their millions of being hacked apart by axes and swords, burned alive, trampled on the horses, hunted as game, fed to dogs, shot, beaten, stabbed, scalped for bounty, hung on meat hooks, and thrown over the sides of ships at sea. Worked to death as slave laborers, intentionally starved, and frozen to death during the multitude of forced marches and internments, and in a known number of instances, deliberately infected with epidemic diseases. Today, every one of these practices is continued. Samaria shall become desolate, for she shall rebel against her, for she had rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed in pieces. We read other books where they literally were cutting our babies' stomachs, our babies' joints, feeding them to their dogs. Their women with child shall be ripped up. We read that as well. We've seen the over the sides of ships at sea, worked to death as slave laborers, intentionally starved and frozen to death during the multitude of forced marches and internments, and in a known number of instances, deliberately infected with epidemic diseases. Today, every one of these practices is continued. Samaria shall become desolate, for she shall rebel against her, for she had rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed in pieces. We read other books where they literally were cutting our babies' stomachs, our babies' joints, feeding them to their dogs. Their women with child shall be ripped up. We read that as well. We've seen the books of the massacre, fam. I don't have to show you. You know what I mean? I don't have to show you. The Most High said he was going to do this. Deuteronomy 28:50. Watch this. It says, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. As you can see, a fierce countenance, meaning they're not going to give a damn about how you feel. whether you have a child, whether you say, I'm sorry, please forgive me, let me let my son live, he's a newborn, oh, here's the booty, please. Nah, they don't care. Fierce countenance, family, because this is punishment of the Lord. So I'm bringing this up. So don't think that, it's not credit, fam. I'm not praising this. I'm bringing this to your attention because this has not been taught to our people. We are not being told that these things happen in this particular matter because our hand is too busy working, fam. I know for a fact. Isaiah 5:24 reads, therefore, as the fire devoureth the stubble and the flames consumeth the shaft, so their root shall be as a rottenness, and their bosom shall go up as a dust, because they have cast away the laws of the Lord of hosts and despised the word of the Holy One of Israel. Therefore is the anger of the Lord kindled against his people, and hath stretched forth his hand against them, and hath smitten them. Remember, stretched forth his hand. Okay? Watch this. And his hills did tremble, and their carcasses were torn in the midst of streets. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. And he will lift up an ensign, watch this, to the nations from far. Again, he will hiss at them like, hey, hiss at them from the end of the earth. And behold, they shall come with speed swiftly. With speed swiftly. And it says here, from the end of the earth, fam, not a next door neighbor. Not somebody like right by you, is it? No. It says here, from the end of the earth, and they shall come with speed swiftly. Now, we read that somewhere in a different way. In a different way, right? Deuteronomy 28:49. It says here, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth. Again, he says it, a nation. So now he's going to be more specific. As swift as the eagle flieth. So now he's talking about not just that they're going to be fast, but they're going to have the mentality of an eagle. They're going to be a predator-like, nation. And they're going to have the sign of an eagle. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Now, they're also going to speak a 100% language that we've never heard about. Watch this, though. A language that neither us nor thy fathers have known. This is the key difference, family. It says here that these Israelites would not know their conqueror. Not us, not our forefathers. No, not at all. What? Verse 35, the Lord shall smite, verse 36, the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, like Moctezuma, which thou set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. See? And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. Those gods came from Europe. We know that there were Anglo-Europeans and Afro-Europeans. And we know from proof that this scripture here, Deuteronomy 28:49 and 50, is talking about not just one particular nation. Watch this. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Watch this. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. Right? Right? When you see this, it says, as an eagle flieth from far. Right? Okay. Watch this, family. Watch this real quick. I'm going to bring it up to you again so you can understand and you can see how the Bible is very easy to read. You just got to, well, I'll get to that later. Habakkuk 1:5, it says, behold, ye among the heathen. Watch this. I'm going to read it this way. Behold, ye among the heathen. No, I'm sorry. Then the Lord said to his people, us, right? Keep watching the nations around you, and you will be astonished at what you see. I'm going to do something that you will not believe when you hear about it. What's he going to do? He says, I'm bringing the Babylons to power, those fierce and restless people. Remember, the Bible is past, present, future. Keep that in mind. Hold on. What's going on with this? Why does it stop like that? Oh, man, I don't like when it does that, dude. Like, You guys are so annoying. Give me a second, fam. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Okay, whatever. All right, so sorry, my bad. So it says here, and I'm bringing the Babylonians to power. Those fierce, restless people. The Bible is past, present, future. They are marching out across the world to conquer other lands. Hey, Shalom. You see that? Conquer other lands. Then it says they spread fear and terror. And their pride, they are a law to, I'm sorry, and in their pride, they are a law to themselves. Watch this. For lo, I raise up the Chaldeans, that bitter and hasty nation, which shall march through the breadth of the land to possess the dwelling places that are not theirs. They are terrible and dreadful. Their judgment and their dignity shall proceed of themselves. We see what it means by that. That they would they would kind of basically get out of them, bro. That like what they did, that just the computer decimated our people. I mean, there's one thing of killing us, man, but we're talking about like actual gory stuff, man. Like actual pain, like the movies, bro, like the Saw stuff, like actual pain. Then it says here, they are dreadful and terrible. Their judgment and their dignity shall proceed of themselves. Here's the point. Watch this. I'm going to read it twice so you can bring a point that I made, and I'm going to bring you guys something of a book. Habakkuk 8:1. Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than an evening wolf. Here, watch this. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteth to eat. We see that again, right? We see that all over again, fam. Watch this real quick. I'm going to show you something. Don't forget that thought. You guys know what book I'm talking about here. Now we're just trying to connect them a little better. Before, as we were gathering, the puzzles, the pieces, the pieces, we started putting them together, right? Watch this real quick. Perfect page. We just read Habakkuk. Let me read it again. All right. Habakkuk 1:8. It says, their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. So that's what they will look like. They'll come with horses and they'll be as swift as the eagle that hasteth to eat. A very predatory type of people, right? Now, when One West and all these BHIs, they tell this is a white man. Okay. Let's see what it says. Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Remember that? This is from the golden age of the Moors. Okay. So in Habakkuk wrote that in the year, what year was it? 600 BC. This was written again or re-emphasized 1300 years later in 700 AD. We see it again now in 2023. Watch this. It says, the color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by a European scholar who sympathized with the Christian Spain, meaning the white folks, the Visigoths. It says, the reign of their horses, meaning the Moors, the horses of the Moors, were as fire, their faces black as pitch, their eyes shone like burning candles. Watch this, family. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. The noble Goths were broken in an hour quicker than the tongue can tell. Oh, luckless Spain. These people had a very low view of the white folks. They're nearer than animals and men. Till this day, they say that. But you see, we don't care how y'all feel about them. We care how you guys feel about us and who you are. And here we see you again and again and again and again and again. Hey, look at this guy right here. Oh, he's back. So he thinks that by calling me my slave name, that's going to insult me. Stop capping. Hold on. Stay right there, Taylor. Stay right there, Taylor. Because I'm about to show you something. I'm glad you showed up right now. You came at the right time. Oh, my God, dude, this is so great. You came at the right time. Let's see if I'm capping, whatever that means. We don't speak Ebonics in this channel, okay? Be an adult and speak properly, Taylor. Seriously, man, I'm not kidding. This is dumb. We're grown-ups here. That's dumb. Why don't you speak normal? What's so hard about doing that? Here, chew on this, okay? See, this is what bothers me. I don't understand why you converts, you people, you guys are so quick to blame everybody in their conquering ways. You know your DNA. Yeah, I know that, man. R1B. That's so what? So you're saying the E1B1, that's the Israel? That's pretty dumb, man. You guys already know your own people believe that the R1s are the actual people. Anyways, it says here, okay, so let's see if you, Taylor, can handle this pill. Because, see, my family, we've been here, and I got records of it. We've never had slaves, unlike you guys. If not all, this is from, it's called the African American Many Rivers to Cross, page 3. Here we go. If not all the first explorers and conquerors of New Spain were European, it is equally important and surprising to many of us to note that not all of the first Africans who assisted the Spanish and Portuguese came as slaves. Let's continue. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors born in Africa or in the Iberian Peninsula, also accompanied Spanish conquistadors such as Hernan Cortez and Ponce de Leon, two of the famed explorers of the vast region that would become modern Mexico and the western and southern regions of United States as well. United States, and as we might expect, their exploits were just as heroic and just as problematic of those of their fellow conquistadors. Excuse me, fellow conquistadors? Don't say, no way, Ark. No way, Ark. I'm capping, Taylor. Is this cap? Is this a cap? But far more Africans came with the Spanish and Portuguese as slaves, servants with varying degrees of freedom, attendants or armed adventurers. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. Watch this. These black conquistadors set an example of subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity which rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the earlier English settlements in Caribbean and North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped the pennant to hold that pennant. Explain that to me, Taylor. I don't care. Hittites look like Aztecs, whatever. Okay, whatever. If you're here to defend these guys, explain this to me. It says they participated in the exploration of the lands that would become modern-day Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, and Chile, as well as Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas or Texas. Men such as Juan Garrido, Esteban, Juan Rodriguez, Gaspar Yanga, to name a few. Is this capping? Taylor, is this capping? You see, this is what I'm talking about, family. Where's the outrage? Seriously, where's the outrage? Where's the anger? I mean, you know, this One West doctrine came so hard with Deuteronomy 28, saying the white man enslaved us. Okay, I got you, bro. That's all I knew at one time. The American Academic Society taught me that. So now that we got this here, what do you say to that? You're not reading what it says here? Did you not read what it says? It says here, let me read it to you. Let me slow down. These black conquistadors set an example for consequent racial relations through the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the earlier English settlements in the Caribbean and North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest, meaning the white folks, in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pennant. You were saying that blacks came here and conquered and did everything. No, I didn't say everything. But we have a lot of material that shows that at times you guys matched the amount of Spaniards, and sometimes you actually they came with many more of y'all. You see, see, fam, look. See, look. So there were a few. You see what I'm saying? A few, fam. This is what I'm talking about. You see, this is what I'm saying. You don't want the truth. You don't want the truth. See, now you're saying, we know how Spaniards look and how they're. You see, family, this is what I'm talking about. You put it in their face. See, most Mexicans look like they're. You see what I'm saying? So let me tell you something, family. This is what we call a dumb wobble right here. First of all, I'm gonna tell you, and I've never really got into this too much, fam. But I'm gonna tell you something. If you look at videos that we've seen here, for example, pictures like Egyptian pictures, statues back in those days, right? In the hieroglyphics, they have this like actual images of certain people. Do you guys realize that this image that we carry is an ancient image, fam? It is an ancient image. You see, the whites and the darkies, right? They want us make you assume that they mix and they created us, supposedly. But see, features like us have been around for centuries. We have documentation, fam. Don't believe this crap. I'm tired of falling for, oh, you guys, no, man, you see, you're wrong. We can go historically on that. We've had these features for a long time. But see, you guys here in America, y'all don't look like the Africans over there. You guys look like the mixture here. And I'm going to show you something because I'm glad you're here. You see, I don't know why it is such a big deal. It is so difficult to just accept facts, to just say, look, you know what, man, I'm just going to deal with facts. Okay. Let's see if you can deal with facts. So I go here, fam. And I post this here real quick. Where's it at? Is it this one? Hold on a second. Where's it at? They made like several comments on it. I think it's this one. This one here. I was showing them a particular, man, where is it? This one's in Spanish. So in case you guys don't know how to read in Spanish, let me read it. This is from, I showed you guys a book yesterday, family. I think this is from Patuo. No. Los Siete Mitos. Oh, I have it in English. That's right, I have it in English. Hold on a second. Is it here? Let me read it in Spanish. Either way, you're some of you speak Spanish anyhow. Let me read it. Check it out. Al igual que Garrido ha sido considerado como el único conquistador negro en México, Juan Valiente ha pasado a los anales como el único conquistador negro de Chile. Pero los datos relativos a México, Chile, Perú, Colombia, Venezuela y otras zonas indican que aquellos hombres no estaban solos. Y si bien los africanos que participaron en expediciones anteriores se contaban por decenas o centenares, muy pronto alcanzaron la cifra de varios millares en las principales colonias, como era el caso de Perú. Incluso después del final de la conquista, entre 1529 y 1537, los hermanos Pizarro recibieron 258 licencias para importar esclavos africanos en Perú. Y en 1534, Álvaro trajo 200 africanos más. Y muchos de ellos, como Valiente, permanecieron ahí como Valiente. He was an African conquistador. Many of them, like him, stayed and did the same thing. Watch. Pero muchos otros llegaron de manera ilegal, entre ellos 400 esclavos enviados desde Panamá a Perú en solo semestre de 1535. Cuando las guerras de conquista de la década de 1530 derivaron la guerra del civil hispano-peruano, en la década siguiente el número total de negros de Perú alcanzó al 2 millares y comienzo de la década de 1550 rondaba ya los 3,000. So it says here, además de que en Perú, Chile residían muchos otros africanos, la experiencia de Valiente en el ejército guarda semejanza con las otros negros. Here it says, let's just get to the point. En otras zonas de América, los documentos aportan algunas informaciones sobre los rigores soportando durante los años por numerosos conquistadores negros en los frecuentes combates. Juan Bardelas, por ejemplo, afirma que sufrió 106 heridas de flechas en Honduras y salvó la vida de su capitán, el español. Véase la tabla 3. So apparently, in case you guys don't know Spanish, what it's basically saying is consistently confirming that you guys assisted them the entire time. That's what it's saying. No more, no less. It's not saying anything else. Oh, here it goes right here. So we get responses from people like these guys, fam. Right? We get these typical posts like, what is it? No, not that guy. He's saying something else. It's a different topic. We go back. There, you know how it is. They go jumping back and forth on these topics, man. And they put posts like these. No, like not that. This guy over here. That's a different one. Where you at? Here it goes. Right? Whatever. Post here. Gives me a response. Joel 3:4. Typical answer. I can't even see your post, but there's a Bible showing so-called African Hamites, blah, 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 the whole thing. I post that picture. Tyree or Hamites, Israelites or Shem, you feminine wannabe. Okay. That's not an Israelite, keeping the laws, touching the commandments, yada, yada, yada. So he gives me precept milk, right? So I'm like, look, bro, that's IOIC stuff, bro. Give me something more. So as you can see, this is all they're giving us. They give us their typical responses. When you bring them facts, look, I give them this information. Like I go, check it out, bro. Look at all these conquistadors right here. Juan Garrido, black. Sebastián Toral, black. Pedro Fulupo, black. Juan Bardella, black. Antonio Perez, black. Juan Portugués, black. Juan García, Miguel Ruiz, Juan Valiente, Juan Beltrán, to name a few. To name a few. You see, and this is it. Look, even though I literally show books that show that you guys passed laws to rape our sisters. You guys passed laws. You see, family, it doesn't matter what you tell these people. They're not. Look, here's another one. Let me see if he likes it. Viruela is the smallpox. Okay, it says here I'll translate it. The infirmity, smallpox, was imported from one Negro slave with Pánfilo Narváez, who was a black man, who came to Mexico with the, I guess, a la Armada de su amo el año, came in the year 1521 with his master. Y se propagó en la Nueva España epidemia, and that's where the epidemic began. In 1796, it showed up again in Oaxaca. See, look, this is it. Okay, fine. If you believe that, fine, Taylor. But what are you going to say to the enslavement of these people that look just like you? Are you saying this a few? The books that we have literally say that you guys were in it. You guys were in it to win it the entire time. In it to win it the entire time. Hey, look, he says you guys got light because blacks. That's supposed to be the story, and that's not true. Look, watch this. Okay, if you say so, check this out. Black Jewish congregations are made up of the Caribbean island Negroes who are descendants of the miscegenation marriages between Sephardic Jews and blacks. Descendants of slaves in Jewish-owned southern plantations left over from the back to Africa movement of 1920s and recent converts. The conversion began with the Great Migration in 1915. They hit the peak in the 30s. That's why they passed miscegenation laws, so you guys would stop sleeping with each other. Those are not lies. And this is from the famous book that you guys love to post. That supposedly, that's where you guys are the people of the Bible. See, but we show them this, family. You see, you guys are a testament to this. We're showing them this. Where's the anger? Where's the, oh yeah, no, man, it was those guys that enslaved us. Where's the anger? Now you're finding out that they weren't alone. Where's the anger? Why are you ignoring these things? Now you're saying, oh no, it wasn't us. You guys looked a certain way. No, it's right here. These are actual historical books. Why are you ignoring this? Why don't you bring attention to this? Look, those descendants of the Mozarabs and Christianized Moors who made their way to Brazil, and among them, the main finds were even prisoners of war from the Moroccan campaign and Moors who had been expelled in 1610, did not come directly out of the state of rural servitude, but had been in the service of a powerful realm, engaged in urban occupations, which many of them had taken up by ways of invading the law of Don Fernando. Others had come from free labor on the lands held in Saif. Still others had the useful trade of shoemakers and tailors. What do you say to that? Are you going to ignore all this too? With respect to Brazil, it is likely that among the first settlers were numerous individuals of Moorish and Mozarabic origin, along with New Christians and Old Portuguese. And we read earlier that they weren't always coming directly. It says here, watch this. It is extreme. Vianney conceived a Brazil colonized in large parts and chiefly organized by the Lotra Blondes. But the most minute researches in this, he talks about they're not actually that color. See now, you see, it wasn't you then. So when did the Spain expel the Moors? Do you not know? That's a rhetorical question. You should know better. What else do we have to actually show you guys? Look. The eagle. The eagle. The eagle. Yeah, they were Muslims. And they were Jews too. You got Moriscos and Moranos. That's what they call them. Moriscos and Moranos. You see this, fam? An eagle from afar, from the end of the earth, as quick as the eagle flieth. Who's representing the eagle today or then? That's not a Güero. That's not a Güero right there. And the BHIs, One West says that they ruled Europe, and they use this picture, but they don't go, they just go like here. They don't show you the eagle. So the Bible said, from afar, from the end of the earth, as quick as the eagle flieth. Here in your own book of your own people that you guys wrote, you guys made the statement again. And that the white folks, that the writer, who was black, African, wrote about who was coming towards the white people that way. And they said, you guys came as swift as horses, leopards, and more fierce than wolves in a sheepfold at night. That's Habakkuk. That's not saying that the white man went to Africa to do that. It says that the Africans went to do that to the Europeans. Look, numbers of distribution in black slavery. In January 1, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, thus initiating the legal process of free the slaves in the rebelling southern states and eventually to eliminate the shadow slavery of North America. Watch this. The ramifications of Lincoln's proclamation affected not only thousands of white slave masters, but hundreds of black slaveholders. In Charleston City, for example, there were 91 free black masters who owned 268 slaves when President Lincoln signed that historic document. Upon the conclusion of Civil War, more than 75 black masters in that city, just in that city, were instructed to free their slaves, who numbered 241 bondmen. The number of black slave owners during the wars was a fraction of the total slaveholding community of African Americans all over the slavery in South America, in South Carolina only. Eagle, 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 eagle. What more do you want? Where's your anger, Taylor? If you believe you're the people, where's your anger? I'd be mad if I found out that people that look like me are capable of doing that. Yeah, look, check it. You see this? This is from an old one, 2,300 years ago. So what I'm saying about the transatlantic slave trade is that it's a lie. It's a lie. I'm glad you asked. That is a lie. You guys never were in no slave trade. Matter of fact, you were in, what is it called? Indentured servitude for several years. And then up until the 1670s, maybe, you were actually going through the slavery. But you had people that were looking like you light skin, putting your asses in jail in slavery too. You see, this is the thing that you guys have a difficulty accepting, that people that look like you may actually not be your people. So we have no problem doing that because we know, because we've been around them. It's all spiritual. So it ain't about what you look like. That's not what we're here to teach. Look, you guys didn't make us different colors, bro. We were already in different colors. That's a lie, man. That caste system, that was brought by the Moors. Here, I'll show you something. I know this is going to probably, maybe might not offend you. Hopefully not. Geography. Okay, I think it's this one. Is it this one? No, that's not it. Oh, here it goes right here. Watch this, okay? Watch this. This is, oh, sorry, let me show you guys. This is from a book called The Treatise. Let me magnify it. The Treatise on Physical Geography, comprising hydrology, all that stuff, right? I'm not going to read all that. We're going to go to page 296. And I'm just going to tell you that Nate the Snake loves to read page 297, but he doesn't read page 296, and I know why. But I'm going to do you guys a favor of reading it for you because he doesn't like to read it. See, he likes to read this page here, 297. Where you at? Right here. He likes to read this. Does the Jews are people who have ever including prophecy to a long mixed nation and they're black, blah, 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 blah. That's what he says, right? Right. Check it out. So what of the evidence of cultural dispersion of the West Africa? Nah, man, it's all a lie, bro. Check it out. Page 296. The same book that he reads, Nate, I hope you're watching. Look, Nate loves to say, yeah, right? But he never reads the previous page where it says the rapidity which color changes is seen in the English colonies of North America. Watch this. It is not 250 years since the first colonists arrived from Britain, and much shorter time since the ancestors of most of the present New Englanders crossed the ocean. Okay, and yet they have lost, listen, they have lost the clear complexion of their kindred beyond the water and acquired much of the hue, meaning color, of the southern French or the northern Spaniards, so that if an assemblage of each nation were placed side by side, there could be no difficulty whatsoever distinguishing them by their complexion alone. With respect to the intermixture with the Indians, we know as a matter of fact, it never took place. Boom, hold up.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, that's an African thing. I'm not saying that you guys didn't come. I'm not saying you guys didn't come from Africa. I'm not saying that you guys, what I'm telling you, bro, is that the 1619, that's a fallacy. You guys were already coming with the Spaniards. What's why wobbles are confused when they see like, oh, well, you know, when we showed up with this new American history, oh, we showed up and we saw natives looking like Africans. Yeah, because they were already mixing with our sisters. It's common sense. Common sense. So I'm going to show you this. And again, I'm not here. All I'm trying to show my brothers and sisters, I don't care what color you are. That's not what we're teaching in this channel. You see, I come from a family where there's dark-skinned people and light-skinned people. I just happen to be in the middle. Okay? My son is a little more tattered than me. But we know that we come in a lot of variety of shades. What I'm trying to teach y'all is that this One West doctrine is lying to you guys with fallacies and using incorrect history and then trying to match it with the Bible. So I'll tell you this, fam. This is the biggest trick that Satan could have ever done to us, was to create a history, make it so real that all of a sudden in our lifetime, we'd believe the prophecy because it was created prior to its actual manifestation. Meaning that someone, the American academic, would say, look, this is what happened to them. And that's all we know. But that's not the truth. Watch, I'm going to show you so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to go back to my page here. Hold on a second. Sorry, brothers. Don't mean to put you on Front Street. Let's see where this page is at. I'm going to go to, I'm here. This is a good book. In case you don't know, it's called Africa's Gift to America. Man, why is it looking like this? Let me see if I can turn it around, fam. You know what? I know how to get it. Africa. Give to America. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, family. Go to it real quick. There he goes. Africa's gift to America. We're going to go to, I believe it's page somewhere over here. You see, that's Northern Europeans. Molasses. This molasses trade here is coming up. Coming from America. Whole molasses trade. Where you at? White Africans only slaves. Okay, here it comes. All right. It's talking about white slaves too. Slavery of the whites in America. That's not my point. Here goes right here. Watch this. Well, I got to study the you got to study the archaeology more because you don't even know the people groups you're reading about. Okay. All right, if you say so. You're just catching one glimpse of the class, man. Anyhow, first, Africans, not slaves. Strong documentary proves that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that shadow slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682. It is given by competent researchers. 4 of them are J.A. Russell, M.P. Andrews, Mary Standard, Helen Catherall. Russell, in his chapter Origins of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves, a popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. The evidence clearly points to the customary indentured, for Virginia archive shows that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of the period of indenture. The Virginia Old Dominion, page 88. I showed you guys that picture. It's not, I mean, what? I don't understand. You telling me that I got to study archaeology. What are you saying? These guys are not Africans now? Are you saying Africans are not the people in Africa now? Is that what you're saying? This is the Old Virginia, page 88. Oh, no, sorry, page 89. Here goes page 88. Wait, page 88 right there. Page 88, it says, the last of this month of August 1619, that marked the establishment of civil liberty and self-government, saw only the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. Okay, watch this. These were Negroes whose service, it now appears, were indentured, as in the case of whites from England and Europe. Previously, it had been originally accepted that they were sold to the colonists as slaves, while the bringing of them had been ascribed to the Dutch. Now, I'm going to tell you something, Taylor. You may not like this. The Dutch, who was in charge of the Dutch, the Dutch, what do they call them? The Virginia Dutch Company? The Virginia Dutch Company, they were the actual traders of ships, of actual slaves. Well, the person in charge of that was the same person that authorized the translation of that King James Bible. Yeah, look it up. He passed the law in 1660. His son passed the law of 1662, Partis Sequitur Ventrum, against our sisters. According to the available records, these Negroes may not with certainty be called slaves, for there's no proof that their persons were held in property or on terms any different from those of white laborers, whose services were engaged under public and private ownership for various lengths of time. On the contrary, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture. For Virginia, archive shows that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, meaning at the end, Negroes were being released at the end of their period of indenture. Now, it said gradually racial slavery grew out of these conditions because the first ones were dark. Then as the miscegenation became, the whole color scheme started applying to us and you darker skinned brothers too, or darker skinned Negroes, because it was the light skinned ones that had the rights to enslave, and as well as dark ones. Matter of fact, it's historical that a black man could have a child with a white woman and that child would not be a slave. A white man could have a child with a black woman and she wouldn't be enslaved. I mean, the child of that woman wouldn't be enslaved, but a native woman with a black would be enslaved. A native woman with a white would be enslaved, and so would her children. So let me ask you, Taylor, who are these Africans in the Bible? since they're not Canaanites. Now, I'm saying they're Philistines, relatives in that bloodline. Because these Africans participated in the exploration all over Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, basically everywhere. So wherever wherever the Spaniards held their flag, the African was there to help them. Horus were albinos, Cape. Oh, bro, you're way off, man. You're one of those guys. Okay, cool. I'm done talking to you. So this is it, fam. I mean, I didn't want to go this route, but I guess, the Most High sometimes leads that way. Yeah, I'm done talking to you, Taylor. I don't know what you're going to type, bro. I'm done talking to you. That you're like not even in the right mindset. Here, I thought I was giving you some time. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick, fam. And then, well, matter of fact, let me bring up some scriptures. I'm going to show you this real quick because it doesn't end. It doesn't end, right? They said they would come from afar. They would be the actual assistant of these heathens. Deuteronomy 28:22. They would also bring something with them. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption and with the fever and with the inflammation and with an extreme burning and with the sword and with blasting and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. Verse 35. And the Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that cannot be healed from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. Damn. Watch this. I think I have it here. I showed it to you guys the other day. I think I did. Is it this one? Oh, it was I know which one. Yeah. You're right. My bad. Hold on. I don't have it. Okay, I'll show you here, right here. Remember, the sore botches of Egypt that cannot be healed, right? So we're gonna read a book called where are you? The book is called The Columbian Exchange. Should be coming up soon, family. And it talks about that particular disease. See, look, fam, this is what I'm telling you. This is a feature that we've had for centuries, fam. You look at the Egyptian pictures, we've hardly changed. Don't believe the hype. We didn't mix with these people. Watch this. Partis secretus ventrum. Who are they selling? Our sister. These women here, they're cool, man. They're even chopping it up with them. But look at her. She's on the podium getting ready to be sold. Partis secretus ventrum, 1662. Columbian Exchange coming up, fam. I got a couple more scriptures. And then I'll probably hang out for a little bit, see if the person comes over. If not, I'll call it a night. Columbian Exchange, all right? I'm naming it right so I don't forget. I'm getting old. As you can see, a lot of these documentations, the same things that they use. I always bring it up. I go right at it. Look, in case y'all don't know, these are lists of owners, Africans, Americans, Black Americans owning slaves. There's a list. The list, man. See, this guy here was, he ran the Dutch company. This here is a Saracen crest. See the seal of the King James of Scotland? That's a Saracen right there of North Africa. They say, look, this guy says, why are you obsessed with blacks? Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm teaching to make sure that people understand that it wasn't just one nation. See, because we've been believing this for quite some time. And it's you people who are pushing that dumbass agenda, trying to hide, asking for reparations. You do call that being obsessed? Listen, bro, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm not sure where you get this, Tyler or Taylor, but I never had to run after your women, bro. Ever. That's what you guys hate about our raza. Oh, you're even worse. Oh my God. You see this, fam? What the hell are you arguing about? Man, go read your Talmud, bro. Go read your Talmud and your Kabbalah and all that. Bible clearly said don't add or take away, but apparently you guys think you have an oral tradition. Damn fake ass Pharisees. Matter of fact, I'm gonna block you, bro. I ain't got time for you. I'm gonna time you out. Anyhow, check it, fam. Columbian Exchange. This guy's over here. See, look, that's the book they like to use. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in an early time sailed beyond Hercules' pillar African coast. You see, but they never say that there was people there already. That's how they are. Very selective. Let me get this particular one, and then we should be done with the page. Where are you, man? Come on. Trying to get that page. Columbian Exchange. Come on, come on, come on. My bad, fam. Or did I pass it already? I probably passed it. I showed it to you the other day. Man, I don't need to. Let's see. Where are you? I couldn't have posted it that long ago. Nah, I'm way ahead. My bad, fam. I thought I had it earlier. Oh my God. There it goes right here. It's called the indigenous people of the Caribbean. Remember the smallpox, right? Verse 35. The Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs with the sore botch of Egypt that cannot be healed from the sole of thy foot on the top of thy head. It says here on the bottom. With the men of Narvaez had come a black man suffering from smallpox, and he infected the household of Sempoela where he was quartered. And it spread from one Indian to another, and they, being so numerous and eating and sleeping, hold on. Sleeping together quickly infected the whole country. The Mexicans had never seen smallpox before and did not have even the European eager knowledge of how to deal with it. The old soldier chronicler Bernal Diaz del Castillo called the Negro a very black dose, where it was because of him that the whole country was stricken with a great many deaths. I'm not sure why this is ignored. Family, I tell you what, I post these things on there, and I ask these people to explain to me what this means. Where's the uproar? Where are you so-called Hispanics that you're pushing this 12-tribe chart? Where's your anger? Where's your uproar? You see, because this isn't done only by one nation of people. We're not the ones voting in this country, family. You need to remember that. So where's your uproar? See, I called you out. Where's the uproar, so-called Hebrew Israelites? Now we find blacks being right next to the white man talking about taking over our lands, yet nobody effing cares. Y'all quick to threaten the little crystal head white boy on the street and put your foot on his face, but you won't call out these nuggets for what they did. Where are y'all so-called Mexicans who claim to be part of the 12-tribe chart? Where's the anger? Negro conquistadors. Y'all are weak, man. Y'all are weak. Where's the anger? Enough is enough, family. Y'all, man, I'm telling you, I'm getting tired of these One West and these Wabos getting away with murder. Literally. Where's the uproar? Where's the response? Where's everybody's passion for the Most High? I thought you guys were about the truth and you wanted the truth, but nothing but the whole truth. Whatever, regardless of whether it affected you or not. Where is it? We find out that our children were fed to dogs. We read earlier, chopped, sliced, diced. Where's the anger? The Bible is saying the eagle, the eagle, the eagle, the eagle, the eagle. Arqueología. Where's the anger? I don't see it. But you know what I see? I see a bunch of hypocrites. I see a bunch of fake ass Hebrews. I don't learn about the Bible. You don't care about our people. You don't care that we died of plagues. It doesn't matter to you. You just think this is a fad. You are not really about this book. You don't give a damn about what happened. I'll show you this real quick. This is from the American Holocaust, right? Page 271. Let me read this real quick. Watch this. We need to reprogram our minds, family, that it wasn't just one group of people. Remember, Psalms 83 was not ever really broken down properly. It says here, let's see, white servant discrimination. Not everyone was convinced, however. In 1953, Degler published an article, Slavery and the Genesis of American Race Prejudice, strongly arguing that slavery took root very early in American colonial society, and that it did so in large part because of white colonists' pre-existing racist attitudes visible among other places. In Elizabethan literature, including Shakespeare, Othello, and Titus Andronicus, but also evident in the relative prices of blacks and white servants, discriminatory court decisions, and more. The ensuing flurry of the debate on the issue had a number of internal problems, not the least of which was the tendency to assume that the general attitudes and behavior of the white colonists were very nearly monolithic. Watch this. Thus, whenever one partisan found an exception to the other body of data, he or she was likely to hold it up as a refutation and other entire thesis. Some writers, for example, pointed to a 1640 law prohibiting blacks in Virginia from bearing arms. You see that? And cited that it is that as evidence of racial bias discrimination, while critics of this interpretation noted that the presence in Virginia during the same time of a black former slave who had gained his freedom and purchased a slave himself. And they used this as evidence that blacks were not treated with special unfairness. White over black, American attitude. Watch this. This is going to hurt them. I'm going to read this from the top. Yeah, I'll read it from the top, and then I'll finish it here. It says, although there were some earlier historians who raised questions that had bearing on this matter, it wasn't until 1950 that they began to propose in numbers with some vigor the thesis that the slavery had preceded racism in America. Working within a social climate to which they could not be immune, a climate that was registering a rising course of insisted claims by African Americans for equal access to the social and political benefits of American life, right? So we see there trying to get access to so-called benefits. These historians contend that slavery emerged gradually as an institution following the first arrival of blacks in North America, and that racism emerged still later, in part as a rationale for the maintenance of what by them had become a racially defined slave society. Although this was an argument not without some documentary support, it was also an argument suited for the political academics, liberals who then were coming to agree with historian Kenneth Stamp that innately Negroes are, after all, only white men with black skins. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less. So if you really think about this, family, this hasn't stopped. We've been at this since 1492. Now, this guy's like, oh, you should do some history, whatever. We haven't had the Bible since 1492, barely in the beginning of the 1900s were we allowed to even read them. In 1835 was the first printed one here in Mexico. So if you read the bottom, I'll just kind of say it real quick. Watch this real quick. This is from the Free Negro, Virginia in 1619 to 1895. Watch this. The most remarkable property possessed by free Negroes was the right to acquire, own, and alienate slaves. Indeed, far more than 20 years from the time when free Negroes appeared in the courts, there was no legal restriction upon their rights. Upon their rights to own indentured white servants. Such a reversal of the unusual order may have been a few cases actually attempted, for in 1670, a law was enacted that declared that no Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoy their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, meaning white people, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nations. so they could buy their own. You see this? There is on record in the Northampton County Courthouse a clear case of ownership by a free Negro of a Negro servant as early as 1655. But we know that in the 1500s, that's what the black conquistadors were fighting for. They were fighting for their freedom and for encomiendas, and they were given to them. They were the zapatas, I think they call them that. The taskmasters. That's who they were. Now, before 1832, there were free Negroes forbidden to own Negro slaves. Not before 1832 were there free Negroes forbidden to own Negro slaves. You see that? That this right was quite commonly exercised. Notably, in the 19th century, is a fact well-supported evidence. Look at that. What more do you want? Where's the uproar? Where's the anger? I don't see anything. I don't see anybody. All right. If you want to come on, I'm gonna give you one. Not you, Taylor. Don't come on. I'm not gonna let you on, man, because I don't even want to deal with you, bro. I don't want to embarrass you guys. You're the least people to be in the Bible. Just let it be. Straight up. You want to jump on, Julio? You can, bro. Or Solomon, if you guys want to add to something. Hey, look at this. He says, it's sad that you have to shy away from the truth. You don't even speak Hebrew. You don't speak Hebrew, dummy. You guys speak Yiddish. Shut your ass up, man. Y'all are dumb. Look, at least speak Hebrew to say that. You guys speak Yiddish, a French and some in the slang of things. 1948 is not in the Bible. Why are you guys there in the first place? I don't have my camera on, fam. Hold on. Yep. So as you can see, I'll just kind of continue for a few minutes and then I'm gonna let go. As you can see, family, 1492 was the day that righteousness came. It was basically a time for correction. We really fell off, fam. Unlike these fake Israelites and then these fake Israeli ICE, Tel Aviv dudes, right? They're the leaders in finance, movies. They got money all over the place. They're not on the bottom. The scripture said that wouldn't happen. The curses wouldn't end until they all come to light. They run the biggest alphabet team parade that y'all can even imagine. 250,000 people. Hey, shalom, bro. What's up, man? Hey, go ahead. You're on, bro. Julio, can you hear me? Hello? Hey.
Nope.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Nope.
Hey, I don't know. You're breaking up, bro. You good now?
Nope.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. We can hear you. What's going on, man? No, you disconnected. All right, I got you. Probably bad connection. Hold on, we're trying it again, I think. Hey, can you hear us now, bro?
Nope.
Yep. Yeah, can you hear us now?
You can probably hear me, but I can't hear you.
No, we can hear you, bro. We can hear you. All right. Well, I tried, fam. I don't know why, Julio. Maybe you need a different phone, bro. Anyhow. All right, so that's all I got, man. If you guys want to stick around, I don't know. Somebody said they were coming. Apparently they're not. Maybe they didn't like the videos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. It's all good, bro. It's all good. All right, fam. So, man. Anyways, all right. So I'll call it a night. That's it. I'm not gonna wait any longer. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate y'all being here. I hope it was edifying. And family, listen. I've said this before. Stop believing these people that keep saying that we mixed. These features that we have, these features have been with us for a long time, family. It is just unbelievable when you look at historically what some of these ancient artifacts, like what they look like, you know, who it includes. Let me see if I can find it. Watch this real quick. Yeah, check this out. All right. This one. Look at this. Right? Watch. I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Hold on. Pedro. All right. This guy's called Pedro Infante. All right. He's a well-known singer. Okay, you see his bigotito and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Right? Remember that, okay? Watch this. Let's go. Look at that, fam. You see what I mean? Where is it at? Man, I just had the guy. Oh, that's right. I close it. Look. See this guy? Watch this. Look. Now, I'm not saying we're them. What I'm saying is that these features are ancient, family. Stop believing the hype. Don't listen to these people. Don't believe anything they're saying to you. Look, watch this. I'm gonna show you something. And I don't mind showing these pictures, man. I'm very proud of what how my family looks like. Stop. Watch this. That's me right there. I was 35. I wasn't like, you know, in the commandments at that time. All right. That's me right there. Similar features, right? Similar features. Okay. That's my daughter right there. Similar features. Not that different. Look at his nose. Look at my nose. Look at his nose. Look at his chin. Look at his chin. Look at my chin. You see this? See? His lips a little more fuller than his. His are more fuller than mine. All right? If you guys want to be technical, let's be technical. Okay? Now, these are black conquistadors right here. That look like Nate the Snake. They don't look like them. Okay? Keep that in mind. And if you look at other, let me see some other pictures. Remember the picture I showed you guys about the brother, the older brother? But look, that don't look like them, does it? No, it does not. Okay, let's continue. Let's compare. Yeah, I want to compare. Let's compare. Look, boom. You see this, family? Para que vean, hermanos. Don't be fooled. You see these features? These are ancient features, fam. Don't be fooled. This is a lie. That whole thing is a lie. It was never true. They used that to manipulate our minds, that they made us. That's what they did. Look at this. These are our features. This is an old statue, brothers. Old, thousands of years old. Okay? Look, Asiáticos, Semitics, and Negroes. Look at these features. That is what happens when you mix. That's miscegenation. So when they come, you can't tell. We couldn't tell if they were them. Look, he's half and half, right? Let's not be confused, family. Let's not be confused. Stop believing that these guys mix with us and that we used to look like that or look a certain way. Look, this is them. This is what they look like when they mix. This is black and white folks right here. This is a mixture of them. This is miscegenation right here. You see that guy? You see him? He wouldn't be considered black nowadays. He's a white guy. That guy looked like one of them actors, right? But these are all black men. Now, I don't see them looking at any of these guys unless they mix with the white man, right? Exactly. But they still have a different feature. See, I don't care about the phenotype. It doesn't matter to me. But since they're bringing it up so much, I want to remind you guys, stop believing, stop looking in the mirror and thinking that you're a mixture, you're a mestizo, that, oh, I probably look this way because we mix with Spaniards. That's a lie. These features are centuries old, fam. These features, you guys are not the fucking mixed, okay? You're not the mamzers. You're not the mamzers. They're the mamzers. There's the ones that have been mixing. These two people have been doing it for quite some time, which is why they look how they look, which is why they say those things that they say, which is, look, that don't look like him. Watch this. You see this? Who's that lady? That's a light-skinned negrita, and that's a white woman. Who's that? She looks like she's enjoying herself. That woman's the server. Do they look like? No, they don't. Check it out. It's my family. My dad and his brothers. Look at those features. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that. You see? These features are ancient, family. This is my son right here. Oh, no, not that man. This is my son right here. This is my daughter. Look at these. Look, see? Look at his nose. Look at his lips. It's there, bro. It's right here. It's right there. Just click on that. You see what I'm saying? And look at these people. Our features are ancient. Stop believing in these fools. Look, you see the nose, you see the chin, you see the tan, you see the hair. We make all kinds of colors of babies, family. Brown, dark, light skin, curly hair, straight hair, wavy hair, no hair. All of it. What more do we have to tell you? What more do we have to do? So now that you know these are ancient pictures, right? These people, a little different than us, but still similar. Not too much. But we know we mix. Not to the extreme. That's the point I'm trying to make. You see what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make. Look at that sister. That's a sister from El Cerrito Gallón, Mexicana. Wobbles will run with that. All right, let's continue watching this.
царица, сопла Мариванна меня зачаровала. Дикая львица, ты моя царица. Нужен алкоголь, но же выпьем за любовь. Снова ругать кандалы, на руки мои ты надела кандалы. Где пропадаю, ты ночью гадала, а я друзьями сгораю до талого. Голова подходит, похоже, с ума. Сумма в карманах у нас немала. Малая смотрит всю ночь на меня. Два виски с колы, детка моя. Из клуба.
Look at that. Fam, look at that feature. See the straight nose, thin lips. Right. Hey, let me guess, DJ. You're saying that we're all one nation, right? Correct? So what you're trying to do is trying to bring us back to the original Negroes? Is that what you're saying? Nature herself? Is that what it is? You guys got tired of isolating certain people in certain corners and shit. Now you're going to just be like, we're the originals. We created all y'all. I know that. I know where your concept is going. I'm smarter than you. A lot smarter than you. So is that what it is? We're all the same concept because we originated from you? There you go. You see? He's right here, man. This is the man right here. Look, listen to him. Right? Let's go. Anyways,
What is
let's
that?
continue to the
That doesn't look. That looks exactly like that.
session. Hold on a second, real quick. This one is about 2 hours long. Yeah, about 2 hours long.
Yeah. Come straight up denial. I'ma tell you about a great big liar. Egyptians was not white. Them college niggas ain't right. Built the pyramid. Look at them lips. Look at them hips. That booty so round. You know that girl be brown. So you mean that we was like, whoa? We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? Rams was black. Tutankhamun was black. Y'all know Cleo was black. Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race. You're welcome. They covered it up in the books. Bunch of cracker-ass crooks. Tell it again. You can even go out of Egypt. Find out who the real chosen people. Mozart, Beethoven, King George, Vikings. They was all black. We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? So what you saying is like, but what you always talk about is, do you mean that we was like, what? Her sisters, blood ran through us, the whole and battle of pressing oils. Just remember this one little thing. We was kings and shit, but you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? I don't even know what I'm saying no more, dude. Shit.
Hey DJ, listen, DJ. I'm gonna tell you something. We can debate, brother. We can debate anytime, any day, any light, anytime. I'll go to your channel. You can come here. Let's talk about it. I know that you got like 10,000 followers or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's debate. Let's prove it. Why are you here trying to like spit your slime, but you can't say, let's debate on your channel with all your black brothers and sisters. Bring me to your channel so I can debate you in front of all your black brothers and sisters. And I'll show you who you are, and I'll show you who we are. All this stuff about you posting on my channel, bro, it don't matter. It don't matter no more. It don't matter no more, bro. You want some, bro? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. $500 and I think 77 subscribers believe in what I'm saying, right? And this channel's been going on for 2 years. 2 years. Now, I know that there's a lot of stuff that YouTube does that probably gets in the way of us growing, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why you're in my little channel and you got more followers. What that tells me, sincerely, is that you know that I'm talking truth. So then bring me to your channel and let's debate. If not, shut the fuck up.
Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race. You're welcome.
Maybe not as well. Listen, family, I'm really not trying to go long on these classes, but I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It doesn't feel like it's 2-3 hours. Not for me. Maybe hold on. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? I didn't want this one back. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. What's going on? Maybe not for me. But I'm trying to get some background sound that's not so like too laid back, but not so loud. There you go. Maybe that'll work. Anyhow, but not for me. What seems to be an hour feels like 20, 30 minutes, man. What seems to be 3, it doesn't even feel like 3. It's like 1.5. So I don't know, my bad. I hope well, anyway, let me try to shrink it up. So it's not necessarily the point, but it's going to get to that, because what I'm going to show you is how our people knew Deuteronomy 28:49, and they said it. Yes, they said it. They said it. And we're going to read it today. But before we do, you know me, I like to smack some people around every now and then. Wobbles. Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of this today. You see, family, when you get into history, right? a lot of people want to look at kind of like when you go to the club, when I used to be, a whoremonger and shit. Because I had game back in the day, believe it or not. I actually knew how to talk to females and shit. Anyhow, before I got married. Anyways, so, you go into the place and you look at the red one, the dress or whatever, the hot one, you know what I'm saying? The dime, whatever, however you want to see it, like when there was in that world, right? The most obvious. So obviously you go by that. Well, I don't look at the most obvious. I look at the carelessness of those historians that, if they were meaning to lie, how they careless look. Like, for example, when you investigate a murder will always leave a trail. No murder is ever perfect. You just have to find the clues. That's simple. Okay. Yeah. Hey, you know what, bro? They are too busy getting money from their gente, and that's it. That's cool though, because it's their people. Let them collect from them. What I wouldn't want is for our gente to fall for that stupidity, because it's funny how they use Kemetic history, Morris history, BHI history, and then they're the people of here. So let's kind of go about, let's say every nation has flaws. So let's look at flaws. One thing I kept seeing was like idols. You know what I mean? Idols, right? I was like, okay, well, next thing you know, I run into this interesting bug family. Check this out. Let's start with this. Isaiah 2:6. I'm going to make it very plain. Oh God, you have forsaken your people, the descendants of Jacob. Now, we know that did happen to us. However, he did not forsake us forever, okay? Remember that. That's why Revelation 13:10 is, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. That's a premio for us, family. That's like saying, hey, listen, that kid in the black always kicked your ass, but man, you're going to see him get his butt whooped. Oh God, you have forsaken your people, the descendants of Jacob. The land is full of magic. And where is this magic from? Practiced from the east. How interesting is this? So practiced from the east. So let's continue. From Philistia. Now, why am I making it a big deal? Because listen, man, I like to put people in their place, not because it's my business to hurt people's feelings. No. En contraire, mon frère. I'm not a bully. I hate bullies. I don't go for the I go for the underdog. So when I see my gente, and I know how my people are, the majority of us are like, our parents like, no te preocupes, mijo, déjalo en paz, olvídalo. That's how we are. But there's some of us that we don't do that. Like, what is it? Mexicano bandido, like that rap song, right? Or hey homie, I'm getting tired of these vatos getting over la raza. You know what I'm saying? So for me, when I see these things, I speak up. And honestly, maybe part of it is the drive. That's the energy that gives me. Y'all give me that energy because I maybe I see the pain and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know, to be quite frank with you. But we're gonna look at this book here called the History of Louisiana, or of the western parts of Virginia and Carolina. And this is from well, let me translate that number so you guys can see. That's a really cheesy ass background music I have going on right now. It sounds like it's a freaking movie, man. What the hell, bro? 1776. Okay, so that's what it looks like from 1776 from Pays du Prato, a French guy. He talks about a lot of different things. We're just going to get to one particular section, and then I'm going to point some things out to you. Family, I've asked these wobbles left and right on TikTok. Not many, but okay, man, where's your diet? You know what I mean? Why come you don't have this delicious, nutritious, native food that we all have enjoyed forever, man. You know what I'm saying? Maize and like, you know, how come you don't have it? Even if they supposedly, we believe what you say, that they moved you Negroes out and moved us in, well, even if they moved you out, you shouldn't lose your diet, because that's impossible, because you just got moved out. We've been moved out. I didn't stop eating tortillas, pendejo. So here's the part that I want to show you guys real quick, okay? Give me a second. I'm gonna try to hurry up. Hurry up, dog. Dog, dig, dog. Hold on a second. Here it goes. Yeah. All right, so I find this book kind of weird at the same time. You guys have seen my class where I say the Willie Lynch letter is a fraud, right? Yeah, and I'm saying it. The Willie Lynch letter is a lie. Again, DJ, if you wanna really debate about what your belief is, you know, we can always debate. It's not that difficult. Just set it up. Do you have more followers than I do? Let's go to your channel and I'll show you how black or white you are. And I'll show you how native or indigenous we are and how Hebrew we are. You better be ready for it, though. I mean, unless you don't want to speak Spanish, I won't speak Spanish. I'll hold back books that are not referencing Spanish material. I'll just keep it in English, Langlo. So I can maybe help you to win the debate. But if you believe that you're a scholar, then you should be mindful that it doesn't require only one language. You have to know more than one. See, America taught you that English is the thing, but you don't understand that there's other languages in the world. So the way that you look at situations, I don't look at it like that. I look at the world. You see this map right here? That's why I said war. So when you want to debate me, let's go for it. We're going to go Spanish, English, or political, or Bible, or whatever it is that you want to do, bro. But I know that you're just in, like you're just in a little space, and you can expand from that. So if you want to talk to me, you better be ready, because I'll take you to other avenues that you will never know about. So you let me know. You're listening to a real Judah right here today. That fake ass Judah shit you guys learned from some other doctrine, that shit is a lie. We are waking up. Continue to listen, because it's gonna help you. Wabo, Pan-Africanist, BHIs, you name it, you bring it. I will show you that is the biggest corruptible lie any nationality has ever came up with. I don't know how y'all cook that shit up. But anyhow, so in this, the reason I started reading this, first of all, okay, let me just kind of block this off a bit. I started reading this because somehow it was referenced in the material regarding the Willie Lynch. Don't tell me how. I don't know how. It just happens. So when you read this chapter, this guy is actually explaining to people on how you deal with quote unquote Negroes. Okay? Now, that's not my topic. I'm bringing the chapter up, the context of it, so you can understand the whole chapter. You can read it yourself, okay? Here, I'm going to give you the link. Y'all can read it yourself. It's on page 357 and on. You're going to find, and then after you read this chapter, grab yourself the Willie Lynch letter and then read it. And you're going to see that it almost seems like they took this letter from here This guy. It almost seems like they took this letter from here and then they twisted it into some wicked ass shit. I'm just listen. I'm not gonna. You guys read it. That's not my point. My point is, I'm gonna slap some wobbles around right now. Hey, Tariq Nasheed, whatever your name is, right? You call me a beaner? Okay, African. Guess what? We're gonna send your ass back over there. And you know how? With facts, not with stupidity, not with talk, not with calling people names. I don't care about. I don't care about that. To me, it doesn't matter to me. Eso no me importa, cabrón. What I like is facts. So here's what I'm going to show you. This man says here, having finished my account of the natives of Louisiana, I shall conclude this treatise with some observation relating to the Negroes, who, in the lower part of the province especially, perform on all the labor of the agriculture. On the account, I have thought proper to give some instructions concerning them for the benefit of those who are inclined to settle that province. Now, again, I'm reading the chapter in its context, but I'm going to show you something extremely important. Something that they cannot answer to because we don't even know what the hell that is. So when I looked it up, I'm like, wait a minute, that shit is African. So watch this. It says, the Negroes must be governed differently from Europeans. This is in 1776, okay? He had just said the natives earlier. Again, the Negroes govern differently from Europeans because they are not because they are black. And you know how Colomiado says black, like he actually enjoys that. You're weird, man. Nor because they are slaves, but because they think differently from white men. First, they imbibe a prejudice from their infancy that the white man buy them for no other purpose but to drink their blood. Oh. Which is owning to this, that when the first Negroes saw the Europeans, blood, which is owning to this, that when the first Negroes saw the Europeans drink claret or wine, they imagined it was blood. Oh my God. Anyhow, that's not the point. As that wine is of a deep red color, so that nothing but the actual experience of the country can eradicate the false opinion. But as none of those slaves who have had the experience ever returned to their own country, the same prejudice continues to subsist on the coast of Guinea, Guinea, I believe, where we purchase them. Now, again, I'm reading the chapter. I'm not neglecting what is going on in the conversation. Not at all. I know what I've said, but let's continue. Some who are strangers to the manner of thinking that prevails among the Negroes may perhaps think that the above remark is of no consequence in respect to those slaves who are already sold to the French. There have been instances, however, of bad consequence flowing from this prejudice, especially if the Negroes found no old slave in their own country upon their first arrival in our colonies. Some of them have killed or drowned. Some of them have killed or drowned themselves. Several of them have deserted, which they call themselves maroons, I guess. Marones? All right. And all this from the apprehension that the white man were going to drink their blood. That's not the point. When they desert, they believe they can get back to their own country by going around the sea and may live in the woods upon the fruits which they imagine are as common everywhere as with them. Okay, here's the point. Here's the point, family. Pay attention. They are very superstitious. Now, when I read this, and I go, hey, in case I will be real, if you're still here, remember the history of Africa with Leo Africanus, okay? It says they are very superstitious and are much attached to their prejudice. Now, we know because of the what do you call it? That voodoo shit they do in Cuba. I don't know what do you call that, guys. God, man, I don't know what you call it, but it's that crap, right? So anyways, they are very superstitious and they are attached to their prejudice. And the little toys, which they call gris. And I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell is that gris? Now, I've never heard that. Not ever, not as a slang, not nothing like that. Not gris. Check this out. So they say they're not Africans. Now, brothers and sisters, gente mia, my beloved, we've never heard this word. Okay? Santeria, that's what it is, Santeria. We've never heard this word. So all of a sudden, I'm like, gris, is this even real? And guess what, family? That shit is real. That thing is real. Gris, also spelled gris, and sometimes also Gregory, whatever, is a voodoo amulet originated in West Africa. That's what I'm trying to tell them. So these superstitious Negroes from West Africa, these little kids who had just came from those islands, right? Who like were superstitious, new to this land, they bring something called gris. And that thing, it's voodoo amulet originating from West Africa. Is believed to protect the wearer from evil or bring luck in some West African countries. Look, there's a lot of people out there saying, as a matter of fact, there's a lot of matter of facts, but none of them are fucking facts. Why is it taking a beaner like me to simply smash and educate you Negroes like you? I don't understand why. You help me understand what is it that I'm missing. Help me understand to understand you. I don't understand. So I'm not even done yet. So then, and you look at voodoo, we know what that is. I don't even got to go there. All right? All from Africa. Okay? Now, then it says amulet or amulet. Amulet, also known as a good luck charm. Good luck charm. And I'm like, wait a minute. But I know I've read that in the scriptures before. And I'm like, no. Matter of fact, I've read it in other translations because I'm used to the King James translation. So let's read this. Deuteronomy 18:9. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, remember who was there? Canaan. Remember Canaan was there. And he wasn't supposed to be there. Clearly, Jubilees is written stating they went to a land that they weren't supposed to be in because of a seditious spirit that they carry. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, don't follow the disgusting practices of the nations that are there. Don't sacrifice your children in the fires of your altars, which is like Moloch or abortion. Don't let your people practice divinations or look for omens or spells or charms. Where? In the land of Canaan. He said, don't do what those people do. Don't do what those people do. He says they're very superstitious and are much attracted. And are much attracted to their prejudice. And the little toys, which they call gris, it would be improper, therefore, to take them from them, or even speak of them to them, for they would believe themselves undone if they were stripped of those trinkets. So I'm like, trinkets. Man, it just got even better. So I'm thinking, well, trinkets, Lucky Charms, right? Lucky Charms are also trinkets. Exactly what they are, family. Lucky Charms, trinkets. They're trinkets. They watch over you like rabbit's foot. All of that shit right there. I'm not making this up. This is look, listen, if this was our custom, wear it loud and proud, damn it. But don't say that you're somebody you're not. Don't do that. That's how you spell trinkets, I think. Unless I'm spelling it wrong. Like that. These little things. Hold on, man. Get out of the way, dude. These little things right here. These little bracelets. These little things that kids use, to put together. Me personally, when I look at this and you look at that, how can you explain this to us? If you say you're not African, if you said that you're not from here, why would they even put this in here in the first place? It wouldn't make no sense unless it was very true. So now, me going by what I read, and I'm like, wait a minute. Let me see something else. So I remember there's some precepts I have done. Micah 5:12 says the same thing. I will destroy the magic charms you use and leave you without any fortune tellers. That was not our custom, or else the Most High wouldn't have told us that. Very clear. Before I move on to the next one, to another example, because I found the fourth book already to prove a point. Nahum 3:1. Dome is the lying, murderous city. Here, let me read it this way. Woe to the bloody city. It is full of lies and robbery. The prey departed not. The noise of a whip, the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and of the jumping chariots. We know how they came in. The horsemen lifted up both the bright sword and the glittering spear. And there is a multitude of slain, and a great number of carcasses, and there is none end of their corpse. They stumble upon their corpses. Check this out. Because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcraft, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcraft. Now, when you read it this way, you see how it says, Nineveh, the whore, is being punished, attractive and full of deadly charms. Deadly charms again. This is not something to just ignore, family. I'm not. Oh, here, check this out. More proof that they're not from this land. More proof. I'll give you more proof. So we're going to go into this book here real quick. Give you the link. Because, I'm not like Culomiados that shows you little pieces of pictures and then tells you like, hey, look, you see this? He's black. You gay fool. We're going to read the history of the conquest of Mexico with the preliminary view of the ancient civilization of the life of the conqueror Hernán Cortés, William Prescott. What number is that? It's not translated properly. You guys figure it out. Volume 2. We're going to go to... Hold on. I know where I'm going to go. Hold on a second. Give me a second. We're going to get to the point on this one, so we can move on. We can move on. I'm not going to lie to you, family. I really hope you guys like what I'm going to show you soon. I really do. Man, there's nothing like showing you guys facts and saying hate, man. This is just real talk, you know? It's like they said, this ain't hate, bro. It's just real talk, man. We ain't the same people, bro. Just stop it. You know what I'm saying? And you're not from this continent. And a lot of you are not native people of the Bible. You're not people of the book. You're just not. Don't be offended, man. Just deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Just repent. The Most High may actually look upon you. But don't put yourself about the people that should be there. Let's read. Page 272. Again, this is just facts. On the bottom part of page 272, residents in Mexico, you guys be the judge. It says, the visit of Narvaez left melancholy traces among the natives. Our people. Grandpa, abuelo, abuela, tus tíos, tus tías, you know? People that look around you. Look around. Look at your pictures. Remember quinceañeras, also weddings. When you grew up, played with your friends, next door neighbors. The gente that speaks Spanish or that calls them Chicanos or Mexicans or Hispanic Mexican Americans or paisas or Southsiders, Norteños, whatever. All of us is this right here. Melancholy traces among the natives that made it long remembered. A Negro, I repeat, not a white man, not an Asian man, not an Arab man, not Wuhan, a Negro in his suit brought with him the smallpox. Bastard had a suit too, by the way. Imagine that. The disease spread rapidly in that quarter of the country, and great numbers of Indian populations soon fell victims to it. So now, so-called Africans of West Side who are living an American experience, explain this to me. Do we get reparations for this shit? Can't imagine you're going to say, yeah. Hey, BHI, how come you guys don't teach this? Why is this so complicated? Is this affecting your pocket or is it affecting your spirit? Which one is it? I would rather it affect my spirit than my pocket. Because you ain't going to take that shit when you, like, remember the scripture said, man, be afraid of the one that destroys your spirit and your flesh. Page 234. Again, saying hate. It's just facts. It was with no little regret that the general learned at this time the death of his good friend Meshiacha, the old lord Tlaxcala, the old lord of Tlaxcala, who had stood by him so steadily in the hour of adversity. He had fallen a victim to the terrible epidemic, the smallpox, which was now sweeping over the land like fire over the prairies, smiting down prince and peasants. Remember, it should not. Remember, the scriptures talked about this. It literally talked about it. In Deuteronomy 28, verse 25. Let me read it. Deuteronomy 28, 25. Watch this real quick. And the Lord will give your enemies victory over you. I'm sorry, no, I don't like that translation. Get over here. 28, 25. It says here. Deuteronomy 28, 25. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because the leader's the first one that left. They couldn't handle this family. You see destruction and people dying all around you, bro. It says here, over the prairie, smitten down the prince and the peasants, and adding another to the long train of wolves that followed the march of the white man. It was imported into the country. It is said by a Negro slave in the fleet of Narvaez. It first broke out in Zampoala. The poor natives, ignorant of the best mode of treating the loathsome disorder, sought relief in their usual practice of bathing in cold water, which greatly aggravated their trouble because others jumped in the water. From Zampoala, it spread rapidly over the neighboring countries, and penetrating through Tlaxcala, reached the Aztec capital, where Moctezuma's successor, Cuitlahua, fell one of his first victims. Hence, it swept down towards the borders of the Pacific, leaving its path down the dead bodies of the natives, who, in strong language of a contemporary, perished in heaps like cattle stricken with murrains. It does not seem to have been fatal to the Spaniard, many of whom probably had already had the disorder, and who were, at all events, acquainted with the proper method of treating it. Explain this to me, Wobbles. I'll read it in Spanish. La primera fue de viruela y comenzó de esta manera. Siendo capitán el gobernador Hernando Cortés al tiempo del capitán Pánfilo de Narváez, who was black, also African, desembarcó en esta tierra, which is why, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, but I bet you other Africans died. No, dumbass. Pánfilo was an African and he didn't die. We did. And last time I checked, let me finish. Desembarcó en esta tierra, en uno de sus navios vino un negro herido de viruela, la cual enfermedad nunca en esta tierra se había visto, y esa sazón o razón estaba esta Nueva España en extremo muy lleno de gente. It was just full of people. Nobody could handle it. Let's see here. It says here, eran tantos los difuntos que morían de aquella enfermedad que no había quien los enterrase, por lo cual en México los echaban en las acequias, porque entonces había muy grande copia de aguas y era muy grande hedor el que salía de los cuerpos muertos. Damn, they just threw them in the rivers. That's wow, bro. So I never heard of black people diminishing when they came here, nor did I ever hear of that happening to you guys. Nor BHI can explain that happened to you either. Verse 27 says the same thing. The Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Verse 35. The Lord shall smite thee in the knees, and in the legs, and with the sore botch of Egypt that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. Verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. When did this happen to you, BHIs? Or Wobbles? You say you're from here. I mean, what did you guys die and then we replenished you? And then you multiplied again? Where's that story? BHIs, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 verses. Now, and you can't use the 12-type chart here. So when did Africans come here and die of smallpox? Verse 59, then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and thy plagues of thy seed, ever even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Listen, you guys that are teaching that 12-tribe chart, you cannot pick and choose curses. You got to fit them all. Every single one of them. There's nobody that fits them all. There's only one nation of people that fits these completely. Again, explain this to me. Greece. That's a new one. I didn't know that one. That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. So just like, we're tossing that stupid chart out there, I'm glad that people are starting to. I showed you guys this video last time. I think it's important to see it again. We're tossing this stuff too.
Going viral after completely destroying a Virgen de Guadalupe statue and also a Santa Muerte one during his church service. And it was all live streamed. I have the video to show it to you. The pastor's name is Kevin Nguyen, and he's a pastor in Tamaulipas, Mexico at Monte de Sion.
Now, I don't care if he looks like a demon, quite frankly. I'm glad that he did what he did, because our people need to see that. At least it was by someone else. Hey, remember the class? Sometimes the ravens feed you.
Own church. But his sermon was about the second commandment in the Bible. You shall not make idols. That's whenever he grabbed this giant hammer and started doing this to the Virgen de Guadalupe statue. And the cheers soon erupted, but just when everybody thought he was done, he grabbed the hammer again, and got the Santa Muerte statue and started doing this to it.
A destruir.
He was saying that the Santa Muerte is not biblical at all. He was saying to seek Jesus Christ instead. And he also added on by saying that most Catholics have a relationship with the Virgen de Guadalupe, but they don't actually have a relationship with Jesus. He said, again, to seek Jesus. And some said that this was blasphemous, but other people were...
Nah, it ain't blasphemous, man. It's true. It's the damn statue. Check this out. Again, this is what we were used to listening to when we did not know, or when we were told that all we were was just a bunch of beaners, savages, and that the white man civilized us. So we didn't know any better. Deuteronomy 28:44-46 speaks of this, that another nation would be above you very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Remember that scripture. Let's go.
Reach out for you poor people.
Tell Vandal about that kicking.
Counter-protests were organized. Caesar was accused of being an outside agitator, a troublemaker, and a communist.
They want to carry the lousy red flag. Look at little Caesar. You smell like a spider.
Why don't we have an election? And if you guys win, that means all these people will become new members. Because you boycotted them. Don't you believe in democracy? Then why don't you let us have an election? Are you against elections? You know, if we're going to have an election, we're going to be here for 10 years. You're not going to be here 10 years. 30 years, 5 years. We're not going to go. Now, we have an election today, 10 o'clock in the morning. By 1 minute for 10, we get out of here. You can have all of them. You can have all these guys who are workers, part of the Teamsters. We win the election, you guys take off. Is that fair? Okay, that's all we want. Look.
Se visten los campos en la primavera, de colores son los pajarillos que vienen de afuera, de colores es el arco iris que vemos lucir, y por eso
grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí.
We must respect all life without exceptions.
Canta el gallo con el kiri, 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 kiri. Las gallinas con el cara, 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 cara. Los polluelos con el pío, 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 pío. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí.
Now, why do you think I play these things for y'all, man? I'm going to tell you why I play them for you guys. I'm going to chill out for just a little bit. I play it for you guys because when I'm going to tell you the experience that I felt when I went into these rooms. I'll just summarize it like this. I went in the room asking God to cleanse my ways. I found myself in these rooms being told not even to cleanse my ways, but forget about my cultura. I battled with that so many years. When I came to this country, I was very proud of where I was from, but then I was reminded that I was only a beaner. When I recovered, strengthened myself, became a man, went into these rooms again, and somehow, some way, I felt the same fucking child feeling. Like the first time a white kid told me or called me a beaner. And I was like, why am I still ashamed of my cultura? And then when I started reading our history, and I see that who we are, I need to remind you to love who you are. This is who we are. There's no changing it. But remember, family, this is not the only thing about us. We're just getting started. Now, one thing I want to tell you is, if they say that we are supposedly not from this continent, why the hell then not stop this abortion? I mean, why the hell not stop this deportation? If they really want to get one over you, Negroes, why are they coming after us?
Up against Senate Bill 4, we'll just hear it straight from someone who fought against it for hours on the Texas House floor, Representative Victoria Nieve Criado.
SB 4 robs 10 years from the lives of Texans for this offense. And under this legislation, the families would be criminalized and lose a decade of their lives to incarceration as punishment for caring for undocumented aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, or nephews. A decade of their lives driving family members to the grocery store, to the doctor, to the church or school. A decade of our lives for simply living our lives. The heartless consequences of forcing families apart will ripple throughout our state.
Now, these are genuine concerns from a Latina attorney who, as a representative, has had to fight anti-immigrant bills every single year. SB 4 is just awful for Texas, and shame on those who supported it in both the Texas House and the Texas Senate.
Who were white and black, by the way. And just like this lady fights for our people, y'all need to start fighting for your heritage. I know You got a bunch of damn wabos here doing stupid videos. You know, yeah. Let them paint the videos, man. Let them paint the pictures. When you start reading your history, you're like, man, they ain't got shit. They ain't got nothing. Why do you think they don't come to this channel? I'm not special. I'm nobody. They could come here and embarrass me if they really thought they could. But they don't have any angle. So listen to this short video real quick. Pay attention to the name, and I'm going to show you some things. Let's go.
For 500 years, we were told this was the sun, Tonatiuh. And we liked that idea, since we consider ourselves children of the sun. We thought that was pretty nice. However, the fact that the sun appeared to be bloodthirsty and wanting your blood, that was not very nice. So we had to say, well, that's Tonatiuh, and he gives us light and warmth like a good father. So it didn't make sense that he would also want to eat us up while he's giving us that light and warmth like a good father. It was a few years back that our grandfathers told us where the sun was hidden on this calendar system. In the 70s, 2 anthropologists came out with the information that this was not the face of the sun, but of the earth. Even though that information has come out, has been published in many books as well, like I said, even today they still call it the sun god. So we're very interested in pointing out who this really is, Tlaloc. So a few years back,
Tlaloc, okay? Remember, but he also said another name. Hold on.
our grandfathers tell us the sun is here, but the sun is hidden. It is hidden for those who don't want to see it. They can't see it. But I believe you want to see it. So the sun is hidden right here. And this beak, this is the beak of an eagle. These are the claws of the eagle. The claws of the eagle. And these are the tail feathers of the eagle. So if you were to cover up this image right here, you would have an image, symbolically, image of the eagle with his wings outspread and his claws and his tail feathers. That is the sun. Superimposed over the shape of a butterfly. And they are both superimposed over the face of the earth. So that is a very, very special and important astronomical event that takes place every year without fail on July 26th. So on July 26th, the sun is directly above Mexico City, Mexico Tenochtitlan, in the zenith every year without fail. For 500 years, we were told this was the sun.
Pay attention once more, okay?
Tonatiuh.
He calls him Tonatiuh, I think. Tonatiuh, right? Okay. But then he says another name. So he identifies Tonatiuh, I think he mentions, as the All-Father. Okay? All right, we're going to go back to this book here. The 10 Tribes. Okay? For Barbara Simmons. Let me see what year that is. Oh, it doesn't want to. Anyways. All right. So he says, here, let me, I can't rewind it, can I? Okay, let me just go. Let me just read it. Okay, so he said, here, I'm going to read these to you and then you'll see. Go to page 55 first. This is your history, family. Don't let nobody take it from you. Nobody. Page 55 says, Tonakateutli. Tonakateutli. Okay? Remember, names have changed. But he says Tonakateutli was believed by the Mexicans to reside in the gardens of Tonacuatatitlan. He was the father of Quetzalcoatl. You see? So he wasn't, they understood that Quetzalcoatl wasn't the god. He had a father. But check this out. Page 51 now. He also calls the image in the center, the face, Tlalocatli, I think he calls it. Well, I also find this very interesting. It's called Tlalocatli, Master of Paradise, which is referring to, well, I'll read it. Is another title. And Quetzalcoatl, whom they believe to have partaken of the divine and the human nature of the purpose of the redeeming, whatever had become the prey of transgression or death through the first introduction of evil, is precisely characterized as the Messiah of Moses or prophet. Not only did the Mexicans believe in the incarnation of the eternal word, John 1:1. Or did you guys know that? Or did you not know that? John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So our gente understood that Quetzalcoatl's father that Quetzalcoatl had a father, and that he was his word. Then it says, not only did the Mexicans believe in the incarnation of the eternal word, and that redemption, which should be the result of his obedience unto death as the second Adam. Let's listen again.
We like that idea, so we consider ourselves children of the sun. We thought that was pretty nice. However, the fact that the sun appeared to be bloodthirsty and wanting your blood, that was not very nice. So we had to say, well, that's Tonatio, and he gives us.
See, Tonatlio, he called him. Okay, Tonatlio is not exactly the same. But again, Tonacatutli, Tonacatuitli, Tonatlio, Ometecutli, but it's not Quetzalcoatl. So there's a difference between these two people, entities, so to speak. Let's continue.
Light and warmth like a good father. So it didn't make sense that he would also want to eat us up while he's giving us that light and warmth like a good father. It was a few years back that our grandfathers told us where the sun was hidden on this calendar system. In the 70s, two anthropologists came out with the information that this was not the face of the sun, but of the earth. Even though that information has come out, has been published in many books as well, like I said, even today they still call it the sun god. So we're very interested in pointing out who this really is, Tlaltecutli.
Tlaltecutli, right? Can't say it exactly like him. Tlaltecutli, and it says here, Tlalocaltutli. Oh, wow. Don't let nobody take your heritage, family. Send them wobbles to hell. Them stupid ass yayas. They don't know what they're talking about, man. Hey, bring them over here. What's wrong with you guys, man? Not my people. Just, these strangers. These strangers. Here, let me see. Hold on. I don't want to miss something here. Let me see. Oh, let me go up here. Hold on a second, family. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Let's just get there real quick. Come on, bro. Okay, so we had 51. Let's see, 52. Yeah. So we read 51. All right. So now check this out, family. Check this out. On the part on the bottom, it says here, this right here. Jehovah had sworn and will not repent. Thou art a priest of Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek. They're referencing who this man is. Now, check this out on page 52. It even gets more interesting, and I didn't think I shared it with y'all yesterday, but from here, and then we're going to read it to here. It says, it was the opinion of some Spanish writers that Quetzalcoatl received the title of Huitzilopochtli from the belief that he ascended into heaven. They also thought that because Tonacatuitli is compounded of the word signifying precious and left hand, that therefore it was at the left hand of Tonacatuitli that he was seated. But this is drawing inference from the arbitrary analogy in contradiction to the established national usage. For the right hand of the Incas and the king of Peru and Mexico was esteemed the place of honor. Honor. Let's continue. Just going to give you some real quick shots. I told you guys what book this is. I would highly suggest to read through it. Okay? Highly suggest. Now, let me show you this real quick. Remember they talked about the sun? All right. Well, the Father, the great light, the Son of the great light, the brother of the great light, to whom of the moon might have been dedicated, as the sun seems to have been to the first. So when people come here, that they're not our people, they're not spiritual, they don't know what they're talking about, they have no clue who we are, they just want to make shit up. Oh, it's because they're worshiping the sun. Yet we understood that this man was crucified for the sins of mankind. I mean, and then it gets even more interesting because it's not just the meaning, it's also the pronunciation. Okay? The pronunciation. Remember I told you guys Yao. And remember I said that these people, these wobbles or BHIs, they love to use Diodorus Siculus. Well, Diodorus Siculus is an ancient historian, okay? And he says this in his section 1.94.1. He says that, and among the Jews, Moses referred his laws to the God who is invoked as Yao. So the God of the Jews is considered Yao, and our people call our Father or our Creator Yao. Huh? What you want me to tell you? I'm just saying. Yoa. Check this out. This gets even more interesting. Look at this. Garcia says that Chiapanis, the chief and men of the rank of Chiapa, called the Father Icona, the son of Vaca, in the Holy Spirit, this Holy Spirit, Es Ruach. Es Ruach. Well, let me just show you. Holy Spirit. That's not difficult. Right here. Check this out. Exodus 35:21, right? Now, come on. Holy Spirit, man. Oh, here it goes. Psalms 51:11. You see that, family? Cast me not away from your presence and take not your Ruach HaKodesh from me. And it says here, the Holy Spirit is what? Ruach. So I'm going to translate it to this right here so you can see it. Look, I'll show you. Take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Come on, man. Come on, son. This is getting good. It's getting good. I mean, I don't know about you. Nehemiah, let me get that for you, bro. Let me get that for you, real bro. Nehemiah 4:14, it reads, and I looked and rose up and said unto the nobles and to the rulers and to the rest of the people, be not afraid of them. Damn it. Damn, that's good, bro. Ah. Remember the Lord, which is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons and your daughters and your wives and your houses. Your heritage, for God's sakes, man. What's wrong with you guys? Wake the hell up. Check this out. Let's see. It says here. On page 60, this god was named by the Mexicans Yoa, right? And the smoking mirror in his foot reminds us of the prophet description of Jehovah. Interesting. Isn't it interesting? I think so. So now, remember the scripture that says, here, I'll read it for you. I read it for you. Pang days. Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. You know what that means? Listen to their pain. You might actually learn something. For once, damn it.
Allow us to make our own choices about different things. Boarding schools, they actually took children away from their parents to change them. They wanted to wipe my people off the face of the earth. And they say that. The leaders then, that's what they wanted to do. They say that we were savages, but we had our own culture. We had our own way of doing things, which was very, very lenient in a way. We didn't always fight. To us, fighting was like a game. It was what you could do. You could sneak into a village and steal horses and get away and not get caught. That was almost a playful thing. That was the way that we did things. They said we were savages, had no religion, heathens. If we were the way that they say we were, we could easily kill Columbus when he discovered this country. What he had not over 35 men on aboard ship, but we welcomed him here. We fed him.
Facts.
Give them water.
Facts.
Give them a place to stay.
Facts.
Taught them a little bit about this country.
Facts.
But that's not mentioned. We didn't kill people purposely. They talk about us scalping. That was the Caucasians' way of doing things.
You listen to that Candace Owens?
They scalped my people because they could get money for it. A bounty. $100 for a Braves scalp, $50 for a woman's scalp, $25 for a young person. We didn't start scalping, but they put that blame on us. They say that we broke treaties. We didn't break no treaties because we made them under the pretense of having our Creator to listen in, to know what was happening. That's why we smoked the pipe. They call it the peace pipe. When we pray to our Creator in a very special way, we smoke a pipe. We don't inhale the tobacco. The prayers that we want to be heard are in that smoke, and when they rise, they go to the Creator. That's why tobacco is a sacred herb among my people.
You hear that, Candace Owens? You dumb. I won't say that. All right, let's continue.
And What Is It the Chicanos Want? By Ruben Salazar. A Chicano is a Mexican-American with a non-Anglo image of himself. He resents being told Columbus discovered America, when the Chicanos' ancestors, the Mayans and the Aztecs, founded highly sophisticated civilizations centuries before Spain financed the Italian explorers' trip to the New World. Chicanos resent also Anglo pronouncements that Chicanos are culturally deprived, or the fact that they speak Spanish is a problem. Chicanos will tell you that their culture predates that of the Pilgrims, and that Spanish was spoken in America before English, and so the problem is not theirs, but the Anglos who don't speak Spanish. Having told you that, the Chicano will then contend that Anglos are Spanish-oriented at the expense of Mexicans. They will complain that when the governor dresses up as a Spanish nobleman for the Santa Barbara fiesta, he's insulting Mexicans because the Spanish conquered and exploited the Mexicans. It's as if the governor dressed like an English redcoat for a 4th of July parade, Chicanos say. What then is a Chicano? Chicanos say that if you have to ask, you'll never understand, much less become a Chicano. Actually, the word Chicano is as difficult to define as soul. For those who like simplistic answers, Chicano can be defined as short for Mexicano. Such explanations, however, tend to miss the whole point as to why Mexican American activists call themselves Chicanos. Mexican Americans, the second largest minority in the country and the largest in the southwestern states, have always had difficulty making up their minds what to call themselves. In New Mexico, they call themselves Spanish Americans. In other parts of the Southwest, they call themselves Americans of Mexican descent, people with Spanish surnames, or Hispanos. Why, ask some Mexican Americans, can't we just call ourselves Americans? Chicanos are trying to explain why not. Mexican Americans, though indigenous to the Southwest, are in the lowest rung scholastically, economically, socially, and politically. Chicanos feel cheated. They want to effect change. Now.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you. That's good. I wasn't saying nothing. We're gonna get to page 84. This is a book written in 1823 by what's his name? Ethan Smith, I think. We're gonna run through this real quick. I just want to make some points. Now, you guys know who James Adair is, right? You know, the guy that actually hung out with the natives, who wrote in the very first pages that the natives have thin hair and thin lips, and they come with all kinds of complexions and all kinds of colors and straight hair and all that. There's no Afro puff. There's no rough and puff Afro stuff. Nothing like that. You know what I mean? They don't say gris. You know, they don't worship idols like, you know what I mean, like Druidism or nothing like that. No. Page 84 says, here are the evidence of the two great and good men most earnestly uniting the leading facts stated by Mr. Adair. The character of Mr. Boudinot, who was for some time president of the American Bible Society, is well known. He was satisfied with the truth of Mr. Adair. You see this? These are educated people, not black folks that have no education, failed, probably had like a 2.5 GPA in college, has no business, doesn't run their own business, but profits of people online. Just saying. I'm just saying. It is well known, he says, he was satisfied with the truth of Mr. Adair's history and that the natives of our land are the Hebrews, the 10 tribes. 3 people. Now it says, and he hence published his Star in the West. Okay? From various authors and travelers. Among the Indians, the fact that the American Indians are the 10 tribes of Israel will be attempted to be proved by the following arguments. We read them before. The American natives have one origin. That language appears to have been Hebrew. They have been there. They have had their imitation of the Ark of the Covenant in ancient Egypt. You guys know most of these things. They acknowledge one God, only one God. Candace, hey, West African wannabe white girl. Here it says that we acknowledge one God, like Christianity. But you said we were eating each other. But yet black people are still eating each other in Africa. But you say, oh, and then you said that we'd like to smoke the pipe, like to get high. You know, the older brother, or elder brother here, he explained to you what that means. You're an Ivy League student. At least that's what I think. But you sound so stupid. I didn't go that far to school. But I have at least 1% of a brain, which means you got nothing. The celebrated William Penn gives account of the natives of Pennsylvania, which go to corroborate the same point. They're having a tribe answering in various respects to the tribe of Levi. Sheds further light on the subject. You Negroes that are wanting to be Judites, you are not Judites, okay? You are West African Canaanites. A sprinkle of maybe, Cushites. But you're actually seeing the awakening of the true Southern Kingdom. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, and you think that it's about might and 7 foot tall Afro-looking puffs. It's not. It's actually not. Because my little old me, you mofos can't even hit the link and tell me I'm wrong. Wait till our other brothers start waking up. I'm just the beginning. Several prophetic traits of the character given to the Hebrews do accurately apply to the Aborigines of America. The Indians begin in tribes with their heads, and their names of tribes afford further light upon the subject. We kind of know these things. We know this. We don't have to go that deep into this stuff. Okay. Let me show some stuff to you. I'm going to go to page 88. It says here, the people, men and women, although there are such a multitude of tribes or nations in such diversities of climate, appear them nevertheless like the children of one father and mother. We read that already. I mean, we read it in other classes, but matter of fact, I'll show you again later. Let me remind. Hold on, let me write that. Give me a second. Maybe I'll remember. Hopefully I'll remember. Anyways, it says here, he had a great acquaintance with the Indians of South America and some parts of North America. Speaking of the Indians of Cape Breton in the latter, he declared that to them to be the same people with the Indians of Peru. If we have seen one American, he said, we may be said to have seen them all. When you see one beaner, you see another one. This remarks do not apply to all the people of the northern extremities of America. The Eskimo natives appear to be a different race of men. Very true. But I'm not going to hate on them because we never had issues with them. So they were the strangers that came with us. Fine. I have no qualms with them. This race are found in Labrador, meaning like upper lands, you know what I'm saying, up north. Okay. So now, let's skip this real quick. Let's show you some stuff. We're going to go back now. We're going to get really intense here. Go to page 147. I'm sorry, page 47. The certain restorations of Judah and Israel. This is why they want to be you. Because they realize who the real Judites are. It ain't no Negroes. I'll tell you that right now. You can come here. You can come get it if you want. The subject of this chapter is introduced with the concise view of the expulsion of the 10 tribes of Israel from the Promised Land. The 10 tribes revolted from the house of David, early the reign of Rehoboam, son and successor of King Solomon. they received from this young prince treatment, which was considered impolitic and rough, upon which they separated themselves from the branch of the house of Israel, who from that time have been distinguished by the name of the Jews. So we know this too, right? We understand. This is not confusing. Okay, so now check this out. Bring you back. There's a reason why I showed you that page. I'm just setting it up. Hold your horses. Hold on. Am I on the right page? There it goes. Right here. There it goes. Right there. Let's see where that goes. Is this what I'm looking for? 94. Oh, wrong. Hello, dummy. Okay, here we go. Let's see. There it goes. Listen to this real quick, okay? The American Indians have practiced circumcision. Dr. Beauty in the Journal of the Visit to the Indians in Ohio, between 50 and 60 years ago, said an old Indian informed him that an old uncle of his, who had died about the year 1728, related to him several customs of former times among the Indians, and among the rest, that circumcision was long ago practiced among them, but that the young men made a mock of it, and it fell into disrepute and was discontinued. Now you know what's going on, family. Now do you understand? So now check this out. We're gonna go back to this other book. I'm gonna take you somewhere else now. Page. I'm sorry. There it goes, right here. Migration, page 47. It says here, the name of the chief who conducted the people was Messi, from whence the proper name of Meshiacha derived. Okay? Now you're thinking, okay, well, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? It is a big deal. It is a very big deal. When you consider how everything is pointing out to traces of places that we came from, concepts that it's like this, family. You know how wobbles are using like, oh, could that be us, or is it possible? And I mean, it said it. Well, we're not even there. We are there. We're in the house. They're looking in our home through the mirror, through the glass. And we're in our house. And we're looking at them like, bro, like, I mean, what is our shit that good? And they're like, you don't even understand. And you dumbass paisas like, pásame la tortilla, güey. That's what's going on. You have no clue how valuable your history has been. People have been fighting for your history for centuries, family.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
It says here, how it has been the wish of the devil to substitute himself in the place of God by taking a chosen people, which he constituted in the Mexicans. A chosen people. Really? You don't say. I'm a chosen people? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Nobody told me I was chosen. I thought I was just a beaner spicking wetback. I thought that's all I was. Isn't that what we were told? All right, well, guess what? Now let's go some further stuff. Check this out. I'll show you something real quick. Go to page 94. and we're just getting. We're almost done, family. We're not getting just started. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know how I say I'm almost done. Yeah, right. No, I'm kidding. I won't be taking too long. Let me go to this page here real quick. Give me a second. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong page. Nah, I'll show it like that another time. Let me get to page 94 real quick. All right. Check this out. The priests are constantly named Levites by Acosta. Now, you see how they're referencing Southern Kingdom constantly, keeping the Levitical laws, the promise to them. Or is that? Are you guys too embarrassed to like take your heritage back? Is it too much to ask for? For real? Here. Let me slow you down a bit. Let's go to page 61. I'll show you something so you can see what I'm talking about. Clearly you're just too embarrassed or shy or scared. One of the three. Family. If you just knew. All right, so check this out. We're gonna read this page here, and this is hopefully gonna help you understand a little bit more about your value. See, you have value. In my eyes, you guys have value. Other people don't see it, but I see it because you guys have value. So on the bottom, we talk about chosen people. The notion of Tezcatlipoca, protecting the people beneath his wing, which metaphor was employed by the ancient Mexicans, who emphatically styled themselves his people. Now check this out. It gets even better. Check this out. It says here, the Mexican oath as follows: I swear by the sun and by the existence of our sovereign mother earth, that nothing which I affirm is false. And in the confirmation of my oath, I partake in this earth. The adoration of Moses is analogous. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day. This day. Now you're thinking, well, does that really matter? Hell yeah, it matters. Damn right it freaking matters. Check this out. God promised to Judah, this is page 63. God promised to Jeremiah. Who did Jeremiah preach to?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Jeremiah preached to Judah. You know, the worshiping people that love the Queen of Heaven? Judahites love the Queen of Heaven. Y'all can't get over her. I don't know why. And who worships the Queen of Heaven? God's promise to Jeremiah, thou shalt be as my mouth, was known to the Mexicans. Since the newly elected king of Mexico, or Mexico, in a prayer of thanksgiving to Tezcatlipoca, there emphatically says of kings in general, they are thine instrument and thine image to govern thy kingdom. Thou being in them and speaking their mouth, they declaring thy words. If that doesn't sound like the Bible, I don't know what that is. No, but it's not even over yet. Not even over. Remember Yah? We see it again. Yahoo, Yao, or IAO. Listen, family, please take your position back where you belong, okay? Stop being afraid. All right? These guys ain't shit. Get our land back. That means your mind back, your heritage back. That's what we're here for. Get our shit back. Wake the hell up. Stop being afraid. You guys are the head. You understand now? So it's you that needs to show the example. Dr. Boudinot, in his Star in the West, observes of the same dictionary, traditionary root of or branch. The Indians have an old tradition that when they left their own lane of land, they brought with them a sanctified rod by order of the oracle, which they fixed every morning in the ground and were to remove from place to place to the continent till it blossomed in one night. Check this out. Page, what is it? 65. For the sake of time, watch what it says. Emperor Charles V, or Carlos V, like the chocolate, of his solemn entrance of Cholula, which he calls the holy city of the Mexicans. The holy city of the Mexicans. Oh man, you're gonna like this one. Stop being afraid, my beloved. Stop, man. Yeah, for real, bro. Like, you guys need to stop. Stop. And whatever mistakes you guys did, whatever piece of shit man you were, you know, if you didn't take care of your wife or your kids, or you know, like you're a part-time dad. Hey, it is what it is. Get over it. Repent and get your mind right. That's what you got to do. Maybe the Most High might actually give your family back. All right? So stop with the BS, man. He's asking for you to repent, come back to his laws, his ways, cleanse your spirit, watch your mind, watch your guard your spirit and watch your thoughts. Quetzalcoatl, which was an example on how we're supposed to conduct ourselves, is there painted in the attitude of a person crucified, with the impression of the nails in his hand and his feet, but not actual upon a cross, and with the image of death beneath his feet, with an angry serpent seems threatening to devour. Check this out. Page 68. Here's where it gets good. The Mexicans expect that Quetzalcoatl shall prepare the way for Tlaloc, as for the adamant that shall fall from heaven, and produce a new race of heroes. So when I say this whole imaginary shit, like you're gonna fly in the sky, no, family. It's not carnal like that. Well, these things happen to have power, yeah, but it's not like that. The Mexican paintings afford some representation of this flint called Acosta thunderbolt, given as it were the birth of children. So we are seeing a thunderbolt right now. And somebody had to start this shit. Someone had to be the example. As you can see, family, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Most High made your mind strong like them. Stronger than theirs. Much intelligent, much more smarter than theirs. You're just afraid. You just got fear. That's your problem. Do you not see how great we are in boxing? Does that not tell you enough? I'll tell you this, I'll be real with you. If it wasn't for our gente, negros would be dominating boxing. That's why they hate your asses. Check this out. The Mexicans say they believe that the Tlaloc was the secretary of God, who in his name wrote his laws amid lightning and published them in thunder. Quetzalcoatl was also represented by the figure of Halocatcotl, which signifies lion of humankind. Gotcha, bitch. He named you after him. He is a lion of a humankind. Who works harder than you? Who has handled all kinds of shit more than us? Who goes home, comes to family, takes care of them, and still does it to this day? After so many centuries of battling against oppression, psychological, spiritual, economical, we still have the spirit of kindness. A lion protects his family and looks out for everybody else. I don't see none of them doing that for their own family, let alone for you. Another analogy extends to all the symbols mentioned above might be pointed out between the types of referring in the Old Testament to the Christ. To the Christ. Check this out. Page 23. Let's see if I can find it. Here it goes, right here. This right here, if this doesn't convince you, I don't know what does. It says here, the dispersed of Judah have only enjoyed for 18 centuries a tolerated existence among the hostile and adverse interests of the kingdoms of the world. The representatives of this kingdom exercised the same dominion as soon as the outcasts of Israel were discovered. But even admitting the summit of splendor to which the Mexican and Peruvian empires had attained in the late period of history, especially under Moctezuma and Huay Capac, they never forgot that they were in the kind of adversary or adversity and disgrace which is incident on banishment under the circumstances. Therefore, the scripture's veracity of their being in the state of exile, a proverb and a byword of reproach. The receiver, not the giver. The ruled, not the ruler. It is not least impugnant by the discovery of the seclusion of the Lord's banished. You see this? The prophecy seems to be accomplished respecting them.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 4, since thou wast precious in my sight, thou hast been honorable, and I have loved thee. Therefore will I give men for thee and people for thy life. Thank you, brother, man. All glory for the Father for that. Basically saying that he was going to leave some of us behind to help y'all beloved brothers and sisters out. Deuteronomy 1:17, ye shall not respect persons of judgment, but ye shall hear the small as well as the great. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. In the cause that is hard for you, bring it unto me. I will hear it. You see, family? He made me a warrior since the beginning of time. I've always known this for a fact. That's one thing, man. I was a street fighter from the get-go. I've never been afraid to throw down, ever. I mean, now I'm older, of course, I'm not going to do that. I'll protect my family. Don't get me wrong. But I was never afraid, man. Never afraid. So that transition into this now. So now I'm telling you, hey, stop being afraid. Get your ass up. Get in this book. And guess what? Start reading. Start reading. Because these people want your heritage. Because check this out. Respecting them. Where it says that they should borrow and not lend. And should be the tail and not the head. Don't they say that? Que somos el trasero de Estados Unidos? We cannot refrain from the inserting in this place a passage of page 42 of the 5th volume presents of the present work, because the expression outcast, desechados, as applied by the Mexicans to themselves, is their so singular introduced and savior, so strongly of a tone of complaint, in which the Hebrews were residing, and however well off they were in temporal concerns, they had been accustomed to indulge ever since the fall of their empire. Check this out. Remember the words which I now address to thee, my son. Let them be a thorn in thy heart, and as cold blast to afflict thee, and that thou, mayest humble thyself, and betake thee inward meditation. You see that? You see this, family? Right here is exactly telling you not to do what BHI dummies do. Don't go in the street talking shit to other people, thinking you're superior than them, and telling them to kiss your boots. You know, I was watching this video earlier, and these people still go out there and tell the white man how they're going to go to hell because they enslaved the Negro. Hispanic, my brother. The Negro enslaved your family too, pendejo. Sorry if I disrespected you, but you needed to be disrespected. Because you don't consider your ways. Let them be a thorn in thy heart, and a cold blast to afflict thee. Judges 3:5. That thou mayest humble thyself, and betake thee inward meditation. Examine yourself if you're in the faith. James 1:14. Watch the patterns of thought. Wisdom of Solomon 14:9, 14, and 13 and 14. It says that the spirit fights against the flesh. They're always at battle with each other. Consider, my son, that it has been thy lot to be born in the time of trouble and sorrow, and that God has sent thee into the world at a period of extreme destitution. Behold me, who am thy father. See what a life I and thy mother lead, and how we are accounted as nothing. 2 Ezra 6:54 and through 59. We are accounted as nothing, and the memorial of us has passed away. Wisdom of Solomon 5:1. Although our ancestors were powerful and great, have they bequeathed unto us their power and greatness? Not truly. Cast thine eye upon thy relations and any kindred who are outcast. That's a heavy point. Check this out. The Jews themselves have been elsewhere observed, have entertained a strong belief that America had been colonized by their race. You see this, family? Grounding their belief on what is said in certain chapters of Old Testament of the people of the Isles, to which the Isles, a Hebrew appellative word signifying the West, was been given, evidently showing that they could not have been Ceylon or Isles of the Indian archipelago, like India, as also in many analogies of the laws, rites, and customs ceremonies of the Indians, but more especially in the following passage of the 13th chapter of the second book of Ezra. They knew, which is why they destroyed our heritage. So I implore you, family, to please consider what I'm saying. Please just pick up the book here. Just, man, ask God to like forgive you just for 1 second. Maybe like, you know, is he right? Am I really like a chosen child of you? Like, am I really, after all these years of doing everything that I've done wrong? Ask him. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong, and I know that you won't be wrong when you start wondering more about what's going on right now. Why are they fighting for your heritage? It's your heritage that important because they told you that your heritage wasn't shit at one point. Nobody wanted to be a Mexican. Nobody. Not even Mexicans wanted to be Mexicans. The reason why they have that picture of Quetzalcoatl in the center is because they called him the Morning Star. And that's why, with respect to the appellation of Meshi or Metzli, the other name by which Quetzalcoatl was known among the Mexicans. It is remarkable that this precisely the same as the Hebrew word which signifies my beloved, anointed. Anointed. You remember he was showing the video, the star, right? Listen, if you think I'm lying, fine. Maybe I'm lying. But do yourself a favor. Repent. Ask God to forgive you. Get out of those Christian rooms. Don't be afraid to be alone for once. And see where it takes you. So this is calling you. So let me give you a little bit more. And then we'll call it a night. This last part here. So you'll see. We go right back to the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. There it goes right here. We're going to go to page 110. Watch this real quick. In the Bloodline Library is a symbol very much resembling a jawbone. Hold on a second. Let me do this. I'm just going to play this video after, and then I'm out. All right? Because I got a message. Anyways, so it says here, in the Bloodline Library is a symbol very much resembling a jawbone, from the size of which water seems to issue forth, which might allude to the story of Samson slaying 1,000 Philistines. That's right, damn Canaanite. With such a jawbone which remained miraculously unbroken in his hand, and from which his quenched his thirst. The first page, it says, the first page of the Borgian, a remarkable representation of Quetzalcoatl, cast forth from the jaws of some amphibious animal, occurs. In reference to which curious paintings, it would be interesting to know whether the Hebrews had any tradition that their Messiah would be devoured by a monster who would afterwards compel to yield up his prey. You know what book that is, right? In case you guys don't know, you can read that here. Where are you? Where's Nahum? Where is it? Oh, here you go. Is it Nahum? Which one is, man? Which one? This is the one I haven't read. I need to read this one. It's here. Regarding the whale. Okay, here, remember? I need to, man, I need to slow down. Hold on a second. I'm sure it's this one, family. Forgive me, man. I'm sorry. Maybe I am getting tired. Jonah. Ah, God, what a dummy. Jonah. That's the one, Jonah. So you can find that story here. So check this out. Like the serpent in the 75th page of the Lesser Vatican, with a fierce eagle compelled to disgorge a lamb. See this, family? So we see that they understood that an amphibious animal would devour Meshiacha, or that an eagle would be compelled to disgorge a lamb. Now we know Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 49 said this: the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. If that ain't gonna compel you, then I don't know what's gonna compel you, family. You guys have a good night. Appreciate you being here. I hope that it was edifying. Hey man, hit the likes, please share after, pass it to your family, and look, don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged, fam. Maybe it's just one of me, but it takes 100 of them and only one of me, and none of them have the balls to come mess with one of me. That should say something to y'all. Have a good night, man. Let's hear this out real quick. All right? This is to my gente, my beloved family.
Una deuda.
We owe you, man. We owe you.
Enorme en lo social con los migrantes. Desde luego la deuda mayor es con los indígenas de México, pero también los migrantes, porque se tienen que ir, se van por necesidad, porque aquí no había posibilidad de trabajo. Y allá salen adelante, arriesgándolo todo, y ahora nos están apoyando, mandan a sus familias. Este año van a sumar más de 60,000 millones de dólares. Por eso son héroes, heroínas. Así ha salido adelante México. ¿Saben dónde tenemos?
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiendo el pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoplón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tiene, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco Mob, negro. Yeah, Cinco Mob, nigga. Yeah, Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, yeah. It's Money Gang, 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 yeah. Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor interprete capaz de esta cordillera, sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle
mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy tu patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. Veíamos la maldita casa, plaza de rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el petapal. Político en vez de patrullas se vende camilla para un hospital, como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el sogro sobrino pero bueno de tu primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémica belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. A tu educación mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la freuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la panty si algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la panty si algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses, por intereses, mienten todo el día, crían, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto morbo el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la patria si algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto morbo el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la patria si algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre.